Hey, happy Friday, everybody. GIF, it is December 15th, 2023. We are back. So looking at what's going on in Idaho that I got some curiosity about. Let's do this thing. I do believe Mama Bear's joining us. I'm excited. Are you? Yo, what is up? You can't see me. Haha, you can't see me. I'm just kidding. What is going on, everybody? Hello. How are ya? Governors. Happy Friday. I hope you're all having a great day today. It is great to see you all as we delve into, and I know, Idaho. It is what it is, guys. There's some things. I had a conversation last night with the awesome and amazing Jules of all trades. We talked for a couple hours, and we talk about a little bit of everything when we talk, guys. Literally. And we both have had questions about certain things throughout the whole case. And, she has stuff going on her channel. For those of you that aren't familiar, please check it out. If you haven't, Jules of all trades, true crime reviews. She's amazing. She's a very good, close friend of myself and the channel. And one of the only people out here in YouTube land that I trust. So, and we've been pretty close for a long time. So that's why we have the conversations we do. Excuse me, guys. And first off, I'm sorry I missed you guys yesterday. I woke up yesterday and I felt like I was hit in the head by the snot hammer. Yes. I'm sick again, but I was very active on that. Quickly got into the doctor's yesterday, got on medication. I already feel better today. So it's awesome. So my apologies for missing you guys yesterday. I really did miss you. But we're back. I may do 2 today to make up for yesterday. So what do you think of that? I'm just kidding. But I might actually do that. So let's see who is joining us today. And I will be probably again opening the phone lines and or the panel to discuss these options, as I like to do, to hear your guys' thoughts on all this stuff, as always. So let's see who's here today. Awesome. Looks like Cluminati's in the house, guys. Check her out. Check her out. For those of you that have not checked out that channel yet, please do. Mods, please drop Clues drink. Yeah. Let's drop Clues drink in here. Let's drop Clues link in here. Gaya Deguchi's in the house. Welcome back. Good to see you. Proud Mary in the house. Hey, hey. What is going on? Miss Carolyn Miller, great to see you. And guys, if you want to drop where you're tuning in from, I love seeing that as well. You don't have to by any means, but feel free to if you choose to. If you can, on your way in the door, hit that like button and leave me some DNA for you. If you will, I appreciate you so very much. And again, if we can drop Clues drink in here, guys. Come on, let's do that. There it is. All right. Thank you, Miss Sherry. Yeah, I'm out there, guys. Sorry about that. I'm taking doxycycline and solumedrol steroid dose pack, so maybe that's my problem. I'm a little bit wired today, I'll tell you that much. And there it is again. Thank you, Miss Brady and Miss Sherry. Appreciate you both. That's a shot because I did not even say that, dearie. I wouldn't say that. I promise you I wouldn't. You're a trip. Anyway, this is why I love this lady. She is hilarious. And I'm ashamed of myself that I didn't watch her sooner. You know what I mean? So guys, check her out if you will, please. You will not be disappointed. It's always a good time over there. Always a great show. So moving on. Miss Kells is in the house. Good to see you. Welcome back. Sherry, speaking of Wisdom Speaks, welcome back to you. Deborah Thompson coming out of South Carolina. That's awesome. Great to see you. Linda Farley, Paris, California. Hey, hey. Great to see ya. Thank you for joining us today. Mr. Bobby, old dude, welcome back, my friend. Coming from way down in the hot spot, Mr. Texas. Hey, that's crazy down there. Too hot for me, that's for sure. Thank you, Deborah. I appreciate that. Again, very much so. That's crazy. All right. Oops, sorry, guys. Didn't happen that time. You tried it. You tried it. Yes, you did.
Actually, I didn't try too hard.
Whatever. She's got this mood with me today. I don't know what this is about. I'm telling you right now. She yelled at me, you guys. She yelled at me.
I did not.
Then she said, how much time has it been since we've spoken there, Mama Bear?
Huh?
How much time has it been since I spoke to you today?
I don't know, 10 minutes.
Oh, wait, one more time. How long?
10 minutes ago.
Okay, yeah, who was in there? Because we were in our Discord talking before I came in here. 2 hours. We'll see you in 2 hours, Dago. Miss Smartass here. She acts like I go get ready, like I'm going on a date or something. Yeah, okay, I got that itch too right there, sweetie. Yeah. I got two of them actually. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Welcome, Mama Bear. It's great to see you. I'm glad you have some time off finally.
Yes, me too.
We have missed you. We have missed you. Yeah,
missed you guys too.
Absolutely. Let's see. Who else have we got? Brady B, the OG in the house. Good to see you. One Maiden Nut. What's going on, Eddie, my friend? Good to see you. All right. Nat Cat, welcome back to you. Great to have you here always. Golf Inspector General, what's going on? Good to see you. Josie West in the house. What is up with you? Good to see you. Salty Sleuth, always happy to have you here, dear. Thank you for joining us today. Hope you're not working too hard out there. Gloria S., welcome back to you. Wildfire, same to you. Great to have you here. Rusty, what's going on? Good to see you today. Sarah D. Irish in the house. Welcome back. Tina B., happy Friday to you. Let me see. Karma Police, guys, you better behave today. DS, welcome back to you. Good to see you. Vix Logic, welcome from over the pond. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Tabby Cat, welcome to you. It's a new name. I love seeing new names.
Tabby Cat is an old name, just hasn't been around for a while.
Oh, excuse me. See what I'm saying, you guys? She's on me today. Doesn't matter what it is. It is. It's like your hair's crooked.
It is.
Your sneeze wrong. You coughed the wrong way.
Whatever.
Just saying. Jeez. Speaking of hair, your hair looks awesome today.
Thanks.
It is the longest hair I've seen in a long time. I started calling Mama Bear Crystal Gale when I first met her. For
I'm
anybody that
thinking about
doesn't know
cutting
that,
it off a little bit.
yeah, that's a lot of hair there.
Yeah.
A lot of shampoo too, you know.
Mhm.
Good golly. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. What's going on, Molly dear? Good to see ya. I dropped, yep. Nope, not looking. You ain't gonna do that to me. I do that to everybody else. Drop my pocket, my ass. Miss Leslie Densley Watkins, welcome to you. Good to see you today.
Hey, Leslie.
Come on down. What else we got here? Carolyn Miller, awesome to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Make sure I'm not missing anybody. We got 91 peeps in here, guys. 47 lakes. Lakes. Yeah, we have 47 lakes. I can't talk today at all. 47 likes with 91 people. So what does that mean? Let's make a match. By the way, can you guys hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
There were some issues with audio this morning. Amy, welcome back to you. Good to see you.
Luck the like.
Luck, lick. What? Josie likes to come in and lick the like.
Wisdom looks the like. She tweeted something earlier.
Good. Yes. We have these days.
Huh.
We have these days. All right. All right. Miss Ashley in the house. And I went ahead and handled that situation because somebody else is taking a little bit of a break. Did you see that, by the way?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Nothing serious, nothing personal, but we needed to. I went checking out that scenario, and we're pretty low, so I just went ahead and handled that. So what we had talked about. So, Miss Ashley, I would like to welcome you to the team. So, welcome aboard, my dear. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for being as supportive and loyal as you are to this channel and this community. We love you very, very much. Appreciate you too. Yeah, hold on. Ouch. What? You're not muted.
I noticed Wisdom. You're very welcome, Ashley. It was a no-brainer when I remember he bringing it up now. Sorry.
Oh, did you get it?
Yeah. I was like, oh yeah.
Never fails. 1 second, everybody.
Oh, those are my husband's guitars. I do not have a musical hair, bone, or anything in my body, so those are his. Thank you, Ashley. And you're welcome. Caden home? He's supposed to be at school, isn't he? Why isn't he at school? Hello, Harshelly. Trying to see who all I missed. I missed a lot of you, so I'm just going to say hi, everybody, because there's so many of you to go through. And he already said everybody's names, so hi. I missed you guys. Josie. Here, I don't know. Can you hear it? I tried to type loud on my quiet keyboard, but
Boo!
it worked. He didn't. Yeah, that didn't work.
Whatever. Piss off. Anyway, Mrs. Dago says hello to everyone and she loves you all.
Hey, Popper. Hello, Mrs. Dago.
Papa in the house. What's going on? Iris Hewlett, welcome back to you. Great to see you.
Hello, Iris.
I don't see anybody I may have missed. If I missed you guys, I'm sorry. If you guys can't tell, I am wound for sound today. Okay. One, I think it's a steroid. Okay, I scared Clue. Hey, at least it worked on somebody. That works. The steroids and the coffee, I think, is what's doing it.
You think?
Mm-hmm. Dan the man in the house. My brother Papa. Thanks. Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for joining us. And anybody else I might have missed, I'm sorry. I think I'm seeing listen.
Hi, Brian.
I'm hearing colors right now, guys. That's how wired I am, just so you know.
Good Lord.
You get it? I'm hearing colors.
Yeah,
Right. This is Brian Hoffman. What's up? I am on number 5 cups of coffee. And this stuff that April got me is a little bit stronger than normal. So I'm like, brr, brr. I should build a boat. Let me see. Popper had let me see. It was a I can never say this word right. and whatever that is, po' boy sausage sandwich with cornbread and something else as a side. Let's see how right I was. And how the fuck do you say that word? Not squirrel. He'll correct me in a minute. Oh yeah, right, Doodle. Buckle up. Are you ready, everybody? No, I don't do the gummies, Salty. That would probably be a really interesting show if I did, though. Andy.
Yeah, I have a feeling he'd be the paranoid type.
Mikey said it. Andy. Yes, that's it. Thank you. Brian Hoffman, what is happening, my bra guy? Good to see you today, sir. I hope you're having a wonderful day and you're doing well today. MIA, good to see you. You need to balance with some water. What for? Why? Come on, what's wrong?
We're not going to get anywhere today. Hello, sweet Bonnie.
Miss Bonnie, good to see you. Yeah, that's what we should do is get a bunch of creators together, get a whole bunch of gummies, get all the mods and all these creators together and do one big show.
Why? You'd be the paranoid type and be hiding in your closet or something.
Yeah, can you see that one? I'd be like...
And you'd see your reflection and scare yourself and you'd go off running somewhere.
Yeah, pretty much. Sweet Surrender, welcome to you. Harsh One. Shelly True Crime, good to see you. Carolyn said, do it, Dago, do it. She's ready. She wants to see it. You guys, I love it. No, I got water here too. Need time to rebalance. M-Cause, welcome to you. 138 people in here. I'm out. Not ever doing gummy. Yeah, Doodle's the one I do believe that had to seatbelt herself to the toilet after she did them. That's my thought. Be a little bit scary. Welcome back to you. And we got, guys, 138 people with 72 likes. You don't like me? If you don't like me, just tell me. It's okay. But if you would hit the like button, please. Please hit the like button, if you will.
Hey, Brian.
Jessie Lynn.
Thank you,
So,
Bonnie.
yes, I'm in a good mood today, guys. I feel I'm on steroids. Make sure everybody hears that. Yes, I'm taking steroids.
Yep.
Not the wrong kind. They're for my breathing, by the way. I love it. Tried to put a seatbelt on while on the toilet.
Oh.
Some people can't handle them gummies. I'm just saying. I know when I first had the first one I had, they weren't that strong. I told you guys the story about the brownie, right?
I think so.
It was an edible. It was an edible brownie.
Mm-hmm.
Did I tell you the story? Yes? No?
I don't know. I think so, but I don't remember for sure.
Somebody gave me one brownie. Oh my goodness gracious. Hold on. Miss
Oh.
Josie gifted 5 memberships. Josie, that's awesome. Thank you very much. Are you hearing the background noises, by the way?
Yeah, like the
Okay.
clapping and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure. It looks like Jane Bosch was gifted. Deborah Thompson, Susie Storm, Murky Piglet. We haven't seen Murky in a while. Newman 25. Thank you so very much for that, Miss Josie. God bless, and we appreciate very much. Okay, so Moonlit heard the story, so obviously I told this story already. I don't want to bore anybody. Thank you so very much, Josie. We appreciate that very, very much, and welcome to all the new meatballs. Thank you for jumping in the sauce with us today as we spill a little bit of this. Talking about, of course, we are in Idaho today. Like I said, last night, me and Jules were talking about some stuff that we noticed. I saw a post on the Facebook family page. You guys may have seen this, may have not, but there was a statement that came out, and I'll show you guys the post. That way you know that what I'm telling you is real. Statement came out about, I think it was from maybe Christy, I'm not 100%, somebody from the family. And I told you to pick a number, would have been the membership amounts. I didn't see that. You tell me now. A number 50. Just kidding. Just kidding. No, thank you, Josie. I appreciate that very much, my dear. Very, very much. God bless. That's so very generous of you. But there was a statement put out by one of the family members on the family Facebook page from the Gonsalves family about being kind of torn, whether or not she was happy or unhappy about the police releasing a picture and video roll from Kaylee's phone. So Jules and I were talking about it. Excuse me, guys. Welcome, Teresa and Bombshell. Good to see you. And that's a good question, Clue. Very good question. As we were talking about it, the fact had nothing to do with what we were talking about. What's up, Knowledge is Power? Welcome to you, and thank you, Miss Bonnie. Thank you so very much. You are appreciated. $10 super chat, first one of the day. Thank you so much, Miss Bonnie, and God bless. Does Ashley have her? Yes, she does. Okay. So at that point, we were like Jules kind of was like, so what's makes me wonder, like, why didn't they just give the phone back at this point? If they've done what they need to do, if they're releasing like photos and video footage, why haven't they just given the phone back, And I'm like, that's a good question. And then we start talking back and forth. Do we know? That's like I said with Clue's question. Do we know if any of the other families got phones back or not? That's a great question. Okay. And I know, it can take a long time in some of these cases. I've seen it take years sometimes. Now, whether or not that's what's going to happen with this case, I don't know. But as Jules said to me, she goes, I wonder, Dago, like, what's on that phone that they haven't given it back yet, but they're willing to release pictures and video and things like that of what was on the phone. So, you know, I was kind of like, good question. No problem. No problem at all, Mama Bear. Yeah, that's another good point there, Vix. All right, there we go. Jules said she wanted to be in here chat-wise today for this, so I gave her a little heads up. We're live.
Yay.
Hope to see her soon. She's been busy moving and all sorts of fun stuff. We don't know if any of them have their phones back yet. That's a fact. But it leaves unanswered questions for sure. And that's pretty much what we were talking about, Salty. Dakota Parker and Vicky Sickle. Nobody can talk today. So,
Hey, Wildfire.
thank you guys. Wildfire, good to see you as well. And good point, Salty. Thank you for that. And that's what it's all about, guys. It's just unanswered questions. And that's what we're talking about today. Like I said, at some point, I'll open up phone lines and the panel for anybody that would like to talk about it with logic, common sense, and decency, of course. As always, Canadian Cat Lady, welcome back to you. And Miss Ashley gifted a membership out to Dakota Parker. That's awesome. And congrats to you, Dakota. Thank you so much, Ashley. I appreciate you very, very much. Michael 007, welcome back, my friend. Good to see you. Harlan Oscara, thank you for joining us. It is odd that they kept the physical phone, but give them a copy of everything on it. I'm guessing they withheld some stuff. And that's what our thoughts are, is what was held. I mean, if they're turning the phone back over, I'm sure after that, and it said that I'll show you the post here soon. That they, can you guys hear me or am I muted? Cat Lady said something.
I can hear you.
Okay. They said that they're releasing a downloaded video and picture roll. So they downloaded stuff off the phone, which means they have access to everything in the phone. Downloaded, whatever. What are they not going to show? What are they going to show? I'm sure, and it makes you wonder what's in there. What phone calls are in there? What text messages are in there? What's this? What's that? Welcome, Sherry. Good to see you today. So, Lou says, I think it's because it's technically part of, and that's what my thought was too, part of the investigation as a whole, but I find it odd considering they're so anxious to tear the house down. And we're going to talk about that today too, you guys. We're definitely going to talk about that because I'm torn with that whole tearing the house down scenario, considering they're talking about it.
The fence or whatever's going in today, right? Or tomorrow? And then they're tearing it down the 28th?
There she is. I think so, yeah. The 28th. They're tearing it down on the 28th. What is happening, my brother? Stevie's in the house.
Hey, Steve. Hey, Jules.
Some awesome creators in here. Thank you for joining us today. Yeah, I was a little bit perturbed with the house too. It's the holiday season, guys. It's, Christmas and New Year's and this and that. Like, why do it right now? I feel like it does need to be done. It doesn't need to be seen as the eyesore that it is after what's happened in it. But I still wholeheartedly feel like it needs to be used for the trial. That's me. It doesn't mean, anything. It's just my opinion. So great to see you too, buddy. For those of you not familiar, this channel right here, Publicly Buzzed, is one of the best channels out here on this end of YouTube. It's a lot of fun over there, guys. The brothers Buzzed. I love them to death. You got to check it out one of these days if you can. If we can drop that link, as well as Jules's link, guys. You guys know who Jules is. Rita Boston, welcome to you.
Yeah, Steve's covering a really, really interesting case on his channel. I was watching some of it last night.
Yes, they are. I was checking it out too. What do you think?
I don't know. I really don't. Wild.
You as well, my friend. You got to check out on Sundays. You get to hang out with Stevie all day. They have murder church over there on Sundays, guys. It's pretty wild. Pretty wild stuff. The Dahmer trial, I haven't seen it in a while, but the Bryce Rhodes thing, yeah. Go check them out, guys, if you will. And Taylor doesn't seem to mind the house being demolished and didn't refile after February. Right. I agree. Like, they don't, neither side, is agreeable on that. Welcome, Tomboy Charm. I can agree on that side of things that, there's no arguments or anything like that about it. But there's different variations, different opinions. Let me see if I can do this. I'm going to start a poll. I haven't done one of these in a while. This is just opinions, nothing more. There it is. Should they tear the house down before trial? Inquiry minds want to know. But anyway, back to what we were saying. Like I said, Jules and I were talking last night about this whole scenario, and we were both kind of curious as to if they can release this and release that, why can't they just give the phone back at this point, And Jules even said maybe there's some DNA on it. They go, I don't know, And these are just maybes, we don't know. Just reaching in the wind, trying to figure out why. Do you see the poll in chat, Bear?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm just making sure everybody's getting everything right. Oh, Jesus.
It's
That
a slam
kinda-
dunk.
Moonlit, that's hilarious.
Well, maybe.
The reason why it's funny is because I can envision that right now.
Right?
I can actually see it right now.
Yep.
I don't know, Tabby. I don't know. We don't know, And listen, guys. Popper said, I don't. Oh, here we go. I know where he's going with this already. Mr. Comedian. I don't see a poll.
POLE. Poll.
That's probably what he's going to say next.
They don't need the house because they're building a model for it for the trial.
They went back in. Didn't I see her here?
Now.
That's what I'm saying. They're over there now. Here, Popper.
Moonlit said no poll, just a yes or no showing.
You see that poll? You don't see the actual poll itself then? Oh, it should have showed up. Yeah, all I see is yes or no too.
I see. Should they tear the house down before trial? Yes, no.
Maybe you're not seeing all of it, Dan.
Just pick yes or no. You know what the question is, dude.
Check yes or no. That's it. Miss Kim Marin, good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Let me see here. Oh, damn it, Dago. Come on. Get your shit together. Hold on a minute.
Good job, Popper. He reloaded. Now he sees it.
There you go, sir. Jesse Shule.
Hey, Jesse.
What is going on, my friend? Good to see you today, brother. Absolutely. We got some awesome creators in here hanging out with us today. You cannot go wrong there. I agree. Cluminati, Jules of all trades, and Publicly Buzzed. And Jesse Shule himself is a creator, folks. He's our sports guy. He knows it. You got a question? You ask Jesse.
Rev, I don't know why you would be in timeout.
Who?
It's weird. Reverend Cynthia Hughes.
Uh,
Why was I in timeout?
you shouldn't have been, Cynthia, at all. You're here now. I don't. When did you get timed out, Reverend? I'm wearing my slippers again today, by the way, just so you know. I love these things. Although my kids tell me I look like an elf in them. I don't see where you were timed out in here.
Wisdom said Brandy dropped her phone, so maybe it was an accidental
Oh, okay.
timeout.
If that's the case, my apologies, Reverend. It was definitely not done on purpose, ma'am, at all. And thank you for joining us today.
Yes.
Stop dropping your phone, Miss Brandy. If I was on the jury, I would want to do a walkthrough to see the size of the house. I've agreed with that from day one. Wholeheartedly, sorry. So yeah, I can say that for sure. Ain't this microphone amazing? I typed like a human being. Brian, I'm glad that you got that going for you, buddy.
Yes.
Let's hope that those new scans of the house will help with the sounds that can be heard. I agree with that one, Salty, wholeheartedly too. I'm hoping that they get what they need to get from that. You know what I mean?
Hello, Kim.
Yes, it's been a while since Miss Kim's been here. Grateful to see you.
Right now, just getting word into the Crimpton newsroom that the home where 4 University of Idaho students were murdered will be demolished this month. Today and tomorrow, teams representing the defendant in the case, Brian Kohberger, will be at the King Road house. They asked for access as they prepare their case for trial. Now, there is still no date set for that trial. When they're done, the university says it will demolish, though, the house. They say demolition will begin Thursday, December 28th, and last for several days.
You're muted and you're talking and nobody has a clue.
I am muted and I'm talking and nobody can hear what I'm saying. But then again, thank you very much, Ashley. Again, guys, anybody that's into sports, please check out Jesse's channel. He does some really good stuff over there. Show some love, subscribe. Please and thank you. And thank you for that, Doodle. I appreciate that very much, guys. These links are put out here to help support the channel, to keep the bills paid so I can keep doing what I'm doing. It is definitely nothing that is expected, but always, always, always appreciated. So thank you to anybody that has donated to support the channel in that way. Besides that, everybody else in here, thank you so much for being here to support the channel in this way. And it doesn't cost a dime to hit that like button, guys. If you could, please, so we can get out in that algorithm. We're at 94, 103 likes. That was quick. All right, then. Here we go. Thank you, guys. You rock and roll. Appreciate you on that one. So, again, let me pull this up over here. Susie Storm. You know what, Susie? I don't know. I don't want to speculate on that. I've seen a lot of videos about that, but you just don't know. You know what I mean? There could be. There very well could be. Don't know. It looked like something that I saw there, but you just don't know. Okay. All right, guys, here we go. Move that out of your way. So this is the Gonsalves family page on Facebook, guys. For those of you that haven't checked it out, if you're interested, please go. It's available to the public, of course. But there was a statement put up here on December 3rd. It says, as many of you may or may not know, that we have been desperately trying to get Kaylee's phone back from investigators for many months. Every time we asked, we were told no. A few days ago, they were notified that they are releasing a download of all the pictures and videos on Kaylee's phone to our attorney, Shannon Gray. I have been struggling with this. It's like a love-hate relationship. I love that we will have pictures and videos of Kaylee that we have never seen before, but I hate everything else about it. My heart is aching. How could someone do this? Why? I want Kaylee here. She should be here. They all should be here, and I can't wait for justice for our babies, and I agree with that. God bless the Goncalves family, all the families that are going through this holiday season without these beautiful, beautiful people that we lost. It's horrific. But that's where the statement came from. And like I said, when that statement, we looked at it, it's crazy to believe that too. Honest to God, Stevie, it doesn't seem like it's been that long. Literally, it just poof. You know what I mean? And Jill, like Jules is saying, I thought they had access to her stuff because I remember in an interview, I believed it was either Christy or Olivia had said something about that hold on. All right, sorry guys. That their phone mirrored Kaylee's phone or something like that, so that they could see, and certain things are pretty much what she had on there is what we thought we had heard, but
I thought I heard that too.
And that's what she's saying. When Olivia showed Kaylee's LinkedIn profile going away, I swore they said they had her password. That's what I thought too. So they should have already had those, in my opinion, is what I thought too. But again, going backwards to what I had said before, why can't they just not hand the phone back over at this point? So like I said, we were questioning what could be on that phone or what attached to that phone in some senses that they need to hold on to it, possibly for the trial for. You know what I mean? And Salty says only what was in the cloud. So yeah, that's true too. Yeah, I agree with that, Eddie. And that's what I was thinking too. It's inconsequential, very, very much so. I mean, it's very important, to the families and stuff like that, but obviously nothing to do with the case. And that's the really confusing part, because I thought they had all these photos and pictures. Legit, they said they went through social media and everything. And my thoughts, again, like I said, we talked last night. We were both kind of out there confused a little, like, I don't know, Hugh, welcome, Hugh. Hope everyone will check out Fog Rebels, a new law enforcement tool to track you. And BK was taking it at WSU. Okay. Thank you, sir. That's why I'm curious. If there is something biological on it, I don't see any other reason to keep it. I agree. I do agree. Very much so. CL's in the house. Good to see you, CL. Thank you for joining us today. We got 205 peeps in here, guys. Thank you so much for joining us today. All right. Let me see here. All right. We are out in that algorithm. That's awesome. You guys are amazing. Thank you for that. And I still feel, the models, we know that they were making the models of the house, this and that. Welcome back, Nelly. Good to see you today. And thank you for that. But I still, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, I still feel that an actual walk through, positioning in the house with sounds of this, that, and everything else would be a better tool for the jury just to use in this, in my opinion. So I hope that the models that, are brought into the courtroom are going to work, because it's important. That's a really important part of this. see here, 1 second. And that was what they did a month ago. Okay. And as we know, we knew about that then. I had been told that they did it once before that too. But this is from a month ago when they were doing that with the house. Hold on a minute. There you go.
The FBI is in Moscow, Idaho today, back at the home where 4 University of Idaho students were murdered nearly a year ago. They'll be there through at least tomorrow, collecting measurements of the home to construct a 3D model. Idaho's former state attorney general believes it will be used for trial. The FBI can't say for sure because it's an ongoing investigation. The suspect in the case, Brian Koberger, does not have a new trial date set yet, so investigators are using this additional time to build the models. The university, who now owns the house, originally planned to demolish it this semester, but they're holding off on that for now.
Of course. I know, Nellie. That's always been something I've questioned from the day that they started talking about it, and I get it. Listen, don't get me wrong. I understand this place is something that these kids have to see every single day. There's still 2 of one of the victims' siblings going to the school there. It's got to be a hard thing to see daily. Okay, I'm going to say right out front, and I don't know if I could handle seeing that place every day. It's a horrible memory. Okay, all you have to do is listen to the family interviews. They say they had only cloud access. Okay, thank you, Salty. That's good to know too. For sure. I digressed on the house. I got you on that as well. And at this point, there's nothing anybody can do about it. There's nothing anybody's going to change about it. I just feel like the house should have been, I think they should wait till spring. That's my thing. Wait till spring break when all the kids are gone. Do what they got to do. Level it. Burn it. I think it needs burnt down, in my opinion. It's horrible. But level it, bury it, and put some flower garden in there, something, and move on from it. You know what I mean? That's my opinion. But they want to do it when they want to do it. That's their right. So, welcome, Caden Steele.
That's interesting.
I did see that, Caden. Thank you for that. The other case we're covering real quick, guys, just a little heads up. Nicole Baldwin, I brought that case to you guys last week. She went missing. Her husband has now been arrested and is being held because when they took his phone, they found some.
That was him. Okay.
Yeah, they found some really bad stuff on his phone, you guys. So they're holding him for that. And tonight, if I go live, I will throw that up for you guys to see a little bit more about that. So yeah. At least they have him in custody. They were talking about him being a person of interest at one point because of his wife being missing. So maybe they had nothing to hold him on. They do now.
Right.
So yeah, thank you, Caden, for that update. I appreciate that, buddy. But back to what we're talking about here. Let me do this too. Get this set up real quick for you guys, and I hope it works today. Boom. And this, oh, yeah, wait a minute. Hold on a minute.
That's true, actually. I forgot about that.
What's that? Food for thought, but a new family moved into the Watts home. So it's not usual for homes to be torn. Well, I do agree, but this was a quadruple homicide, Ashley, and there was a lot of biological issues, okay? Blood and things like that I almost wonder if it was impossible to completely clean the home to the point where it's inhabitable again. You know what I mean? That's my thought on that. Or, the fact that what happened there is such a bad memory that maybe the home being gone is probably the best way to do it, in my opinion. But it is a good way. That's a good point to look at in that sense. So. The violation listed as federal hold for U.S. martial possession. Oh, yeah. That's in regards to the Baldwin scenario with her husband. Violation listed only as a federal hold for the U.S. Marshals for possession of obscene material. Investigators allegedly found 31 pictures and videos that involved child pornography. And I'm talking the dark stuff, guys, that had the word snuff involved in it. Bad. So, I don't know. Another good question. We talked a little bit about that before you jumped in, Jules. Like, I wonder if the other families are getting phones back too, or not getting phones back at this point. You know, it'd be nice to know that if we could. Oh, real quick, let me check this too while we're on it. Sorry, guys. 1 second.
From my understanding, is ill built as of the house. Probably was better to demolish it anyway.
Yeah, the house was kind of falling apart anyway. It wasn't put together very well. Ill built. Is that what you're trying to say? Ill built? It's crappy as it was put together. There we go.
There you go. Yeah.
Ill built. Makes me want to say Kill Bill. Oh my lord. Okay, no, there's nothing new, by the way, document wise. So, hold on a minute here. Get rid of that. And do this, and do that, and do this. And put that in there. There's a link for anybody that would like to join us on panel here today. And if not, I do have the phone lines open for anybody that would like to call in. Beyonce just pointed out Steve G did an interview and said some families have their. Oh, really? Do you know where that interview's at, Clue? Interesting. There is the number, guys, running across the bottom of the screen for anybody that would like to call in. And there's CR doing it again, gifting the memberships. Thank you, CR, for that so very much. Thank you very much, Clue. I appreciate that too. All right. Yeah, I definitely want to see that. So if we get it, I will throw it up here. Appreciate that, Clue. And there he is. Kabam! What is happening, brother?
I like Jack DeCour's t-shirt that you're showing on your screen.
You like what?
The t-shirt that Jack DeCour is wearing.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Law offices of Andrew D. Myers, the Murdaugh jury said the fact they went to the property for a view was. I agree. Yes, sir. I do agree with that one. Welcome, by the way, and thank you for joining us today. I think it does make a difference if you have access to the crime scene. You know, at hand, like personally, I think it makes a big difference. So I agree. What's up, Eddie? How are you today, sir?
I'm doing well, thank you. Following this content is a full-time job.
Yes, it is. That I agree with.
Yes.
I've been following another creator for a little while. You know, I've always thought that the Nicola Bulley case is the UK's equivalent of the Idaho 4.
I can agree.
You know, the narrative, that self-fate or an accident is just not a narrative that seems. And there's a background noise. Can you hear that, or is that something on my end?
It might be on your end. Hold on a minute. Mama Bear, mute real quick.
That might have done it.
I don't hear anything now, so we're good.
Okay, so it's still there, but I'll try to press on. It's a little distracting, but
What does it sound like?
It sounds like a muffled voice. But it's not happening anymore, so it seems intermittent. I don't know if it turns out that I think it's from my connection, I can drop out and maybe hop back.
Okay,
if no one else is experiencing it, then that's, I think, what's important.
Okay, go for it, buddy.
Okay. If we were to believe this narrative of what happened in Idaho, I don't think we're ever going to get closer to figuring out the truth. The narrative lies outside of, or the truth lies outside of what the narrative that they're pushing. There is another content creator, and is it all right if I mention another content creator's name?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. Super Chuffer. He's a creator in England, and he has solved the Nicola Bully case. And I'm not being funny. This is in all sincerity. If you do not listen to anything else that I say, watch the video he put out yesterday. And it's titled Nicola Bully Case Solved. Scott, the Super Chuffer, did such a great job. If we can imagine like the Pelican Brief, right? I think everyone is familiar with that movie.
Right.
He kind of weaves together this conspiracy of the Nicola Bully case in his video. And I think if we can imagine in our mind someone doing the same thing with the Idaho 4 case as he has done with the Nicola Bully case, I think we're going to understand that the answer to the truth is so deep. It goes back so far. There is much more to it than just a crazy incel man that runs around and, for no reason, apparently, randomly stabs 4 people.
Right.
So if you get a chance, anybody interested in seeing the work that Scott, the Super Chuffer, did, check that out before you click on any other videos. But that said,
we're talking about this right here.
Yeah, him.
Okay, absolutely, guys. There it is.
Yeah, that's the one.
Check it out, folks. There's a link down there in the bottom of the corner, and the name is Super Chuffer.
Yeah, thanks for putting that up.
Absolutely. Any referrals you ever give me, I check out, buddy, every time. So
I can't speak enough about that video right there, because again, in your imagination, as you're watching this, you're going to say to yourself, this is it. It all makes sense.
Okay.
Coming together now, and it takes the true crime community. There's missing pieces here yet, but the fact that he's laid this groundwork and went there, so to speak, is the most important piece. And we can add to it as you know, as a community, everyone holds a piece to this. This is going to be an amalgam. What the solution to the Idaho 4 is just, I think the answer is already out there. Everybody has hit and miss. You know, no one is batting 1,000. Myself, I put theories out. Everyone's put theories out. Sometimes it turns out that there's nothing to it, and sometimes perhaps we struck upon something that's golden, and no one has all the answers. But I think between us all, the answer is already out there. It's an amalgam of all these pieces, and maybe there's more pieces yet. But I think we're getting closer. It's just a matter of who can, you know, like Scott Grisham did in this 1992 film, The Pelican Brief, this fictional conspiracy that's uncovered about this assassination. That is what the answer to the Idaho 4 is going to be. Now, in your poll, I voted, it doesn't matter if the house is torn down. I don't think the defense is too concerned about it.
Yeah, they're not. Not at all.
The house remaining up, if this was a sincere, you know, this guy, Brian Kohlberger, did it, maybe it would matter, but it seems like it's a non-factor at this point, whether the house is up or not, because one person didn't go into this house and do this. I think we can all agree on that. You know, according to the PCA, they're looking for one person. They're trying to put this on one person.
Right.
You cannot frame multiple people. That's just undoable. So that is why it has to be him, if that makes any sense.
I agree.
With all their heart, they're trying to put it on one guy, and they're not going to break away from that. I don't know how far they're going to take it, whether it goes to court or not. But if it does, I'll be surprised, and I don't know what cards they're going to play. They certainly doesn't feel like are going to have any more evidence, and if they do, it's not going to be direct evidence. You know, when you consider the fact that he was eager to waive extradition and get in a hurry back to Idaho to exonerate himself,
right,
that tells us that he knows something. He might know something. Maybe he was you know, in a position to understand why, you know, did they put him there? Was it his own leisure time that he was in Idaho those 12 times, or is there a connection within his, you know, recalling that he was doing something upon another's request, like an assignment type of thing? But you know, all this secrecy in this case, we know nothing, and that's been from the start. So that right there, it's frustrating, surely, but that should tell us something in itself. Why the secrecy? Yeah. It's always been for the pretense of, you know, to protect the integrity of the case, but we're beyond that now. And what about this phone? You know, we're talking today about Kaylee's phone. Why that's not turned over.
Right.
What's on the phone? Is it something that's incriminating? Like Jewel said, is there just genetic material on the phone?
Yeah, that was part of our conversation last night as we were going back and forth with it. You know, when we talked about, I looked at that post and I said, you know, this is interesting to me. She goes, yeah, you know, it's definitely something that makes you go, okay, why didn't they just give the phone back? And then she's like, maybe there's DNA on it, Dago. And I said, it could be, you know, I mean, that's very possible. And that, as I kind of made it in a joking comment. I said, you know, if this phone were to have Brian Kohlberger's DNA on it, like, you know, maybe Brian accidentally cut his hand and hasn't, and she agreed with me. I said, I'm relighting that torch. I'll be first in line. That's what I've been waiting for this whole year. for somebody to show me something like that, to tell me this man is the one that was in that house, and I would be able to breathe a little bit. You know, I'd be able to like relax and go, okay, guys, there it is. That's what we've been looking for, guys. You know, and I don't know. You know, we don't know if they have something like that. I still find it hard to believe that if they did, they would not have played that card yet. Okay.
So, if I understand you correctly, if there's Brian Kohlberger's DNA on the phone, then they're holding that close to their chest.
They would, yeah, they would have to be.
Yeah, but we wouldn't know. But
No.
the defense, you know, because that would be part of the discovery. The defense would know.
Now, and that's it right there. And it's something I think that would have came out when she made the comment about there being no connection of him to them in that sense. But it's not to say that didn't come later, okay, down the road or something like that. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's just the only thing that can make sense, you know, as far as that goes. And Jules just said, yeah, that would be insane if his DNA or print or smudge or something, he accidentally captured a picture of something. That would be, that would be crazy. That would really make a huge change and a huge difference in this. Excuse me, but you know, again, we're not going to know, like Eddie just said.
You know, getting to this Elantra, you know, I might have to dig for a little bit in the request for discovery, but that there's still, I think it was in June 27th, I think they were still working on finalizing the forensic workup on the Elantra vehicle. Right. So that was their excuse why that wasn't turned over yet. Now, those stock images that they showed the public of a 2011 through 2013 Elantra, notice the wheels on that. I think of anything else about the car, you know, maybe in the darkness, they can possibly confuse.
Yes.
You know, especially if they didn't have like a rear view angle of the Elantra, they could possibly confuse the 2011 through 13 body style and confuse it against the 14 through 16. They're very similar. There are some very discrete small differences, but the wheels, I would think that the wheels would be something that they would have been able to sort out. Those stock images, one of them has 7-spoke wheels and the other one has 10, like sawtooth type of wheel pattern. Okay. Kind of like a spiral galaxy, how the outer arms kind of are in a swirl. They kind of are. They lag the portion of the galaxy that leads in the spiral motion. So Brian Kohlberger's car has got 5-spoke wheels in their alloy wheels, and they swirl just a bit, kind of like the arms of a spiral galaxy.
Right.
Now, that image that you have on your screen right now looks like a 2011 through 13, and it's got the 5-spoke wheels that are very similar to Brian Kohlberger's car. At a distance, it might be indistinguishable. Yeah, those wheels are
especially especially in the dark. Yes.
So the fact that they're putting out these like 10-spoke wheels and calling for the community to sing out, if you know someone, be on the lookout for this 2011 through 13, that kind of suggests that what they're doing against all odds is trying to ensure that Brian Kohlberger, the one that they're trying to, they're working diligently to pin this thing on, does not suspect that they're after him.
Right.
Almost like they don't want him to come in to voluntarily say, hey, let's just imagine for a second that they called the community, they petitioned the community to be on the lookout for a 2014 through 16 Elantra. And then they showed 5-spoke wheels.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think anyone, who is reasonable would like maybe voluntarily say, hey, it seems like the world is going to be soon calling on my car. It's parked right out here in the open. I'm going to college, just 10 miles away. So I'm heading this thing off. I'm coming in, it wasn't me, check me out. But
Right.
yeah, I mean, just because of what you just posted on the news about a car that looks very close to mine, I'm going to have, pretty soon, like the community is going to be, we're going to have a lot of calls coming in about my car. So that's why I'm standing on your doorstep in your police office here this morning. I got time. Question me if you need to. But I don't know. Here's the interesting part of that. Was he questioned prior to December 30th? And is that why it wasn't recorded? So it's not on the record that they questioned him?
Right. Good point. Good point. Well, and that goes back to that point in time where they stated that they had him at one point, remember? And then they let it go because they didn't believe it was him. That's always bothered me. Always bothered me. And then they let him drive cross country, get to his family home, and then kicked in the door and arrested him. That's been a problem for me. What actually happened the first time they had him? Okay. Why didn't they bring, and we've had this conversation 100 times already. Why didn't they bring him? That's another version of that. That's a 2014 with more of a different spoked pattern on the wheel. And then there's also this one here. Is that, I don't remember seeing what the wheels look like on that one. So,
well, let's see.
Okay, now here's the thing. Salty just asked a question. If I and correct me if I'm wrong, because it's been so much that we've talked about with this. You guys know that when they said they had him the first time and they let him go, did they or did they not say they let him go because they didn't think it was him the first time? Is that what was said, or am I wrong? Back in the end of November, I think it was, what they remember they had stated that they had him in their sights at some point before that, before the car, all of that. It was stated, and I might be confusing this, guys, and if I am, my deepest apologies, and I'm just trying to get it right now. But I thought that's what was said. They had hit their eye on him at some point at the end of November, and then they let him go because they didn't believe it was him at that point. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. And see, that's something that bothered me. You had him once. You obviously, if you had him then, why did you think that it wasn't him then, but you did after the fact? You know what I'm saying? Again, if I'm wrong, I will stand corrected with no problem. But I've had multiple people tell me the same thing after I saw that at one point. I'd like to find where I heard that at so I could show you guys. Okay, there it is. Yeah, law offices of Andrew Myers said, no, you're right. They looked at his registration license and saw his photo matched DM's description. You're correct. See, that's what I thought. That's a problem for me, you guys. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. That's been a big deal to me in my mind this whole time. Thank you, Miss Kim, gifted a membership. You are so very appreciated. Again, guys, if this is something that is wrong somewhere, we'll correct it. That's no big deal. And that was in late November of 2022. Thank you, Mr. Myers. I do agree myself. That's when it was. The 29th of November, to be exact, is what I thought.
Yeah, and I just don't recall. But now that we're on that topic, that's another point towards what I was just trying to make a moment ago about trying to keep him at a distance, at an arm's distance, to make sure that he does not voluntarily come forward. They have this description by a supposed witness, right?
Right.
But they never do a composite sketch. They would have to have brought him in for questioning, but they don't want him to come in for questioning.
Right. Okay. Salty. Thank you. If that wasn't said, then thank you. I want to stand. I want to be as correct as possible with this, guys. So it's just, I had heard that, that's why they let it go, but that's understandable. My apologies. Go ahead, Eddie.
So if I just draw a parallel to another case, so the sequence would be something like this. So in the Jennifer Thompson, Ronald Cotton case, we have the witness. She tells the FBI a description and they put a composite sketch together. That's the first step. The second step to that process is they air that, and then people in the community will, pour in these tips about, I think I know that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Then the next step is to identify that guy and bring him in for questioning.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
None of that happened. They have on day one a witness that's describing the suspect, but they don't petition the community, using a composite sketch.
Mm-hmm.
That tells me that they don't want him to be identified or to come in. They're working this thing. I don't know why, but they got to put it on this guy.
Right. Yeah. And that's another good point. Like, I see what you're saying. Like, there never was a composite sketch put out of him. It was just based on that description. And even at that point with that description, why would you not put out a sketch of that? Because the public, people are, we got to see things. And to hear that, you can put together this thing in your mind, but it's not the same as seeing a picture. So yeah, go ahead, buddy. I'm sorry.
So while I'm doing that, I can guide you to get that picture of the Elantra's wheels that we're after. If you just want to type in like 2015 Hyundai Elantra.
Okay. 1 second here.
And then like across the top, it'll say, let me do it, and I'll be able to guide you. So you just type in, in your search bar, just 2015 Elantra, and then go. And then way across the top, it'll say search, chat, shopping, images, videos, maps, news, more, tools.
Is that it? Is that it right there?
Click on the images. Yeah. Well, no, because that's got like a detail that goes through the center of the wheels. If you just click on images, then pretty soon there's like 1,000 images on your screen, and we can just kind of.
Okay, hold on. This just came up that way. Hold on a second here. Back up. Damn it. Exterior, all photos.
Do Elantra SE. That'll, because it's not sport and it's, it's none of these fancier ones. It's go Elantra SE. That'll help us narrow it down quicker.
Excuse me.
And by the way, while you're doing that, the Eugene, Oregon Elantra, which is a 2013, that has those simple 5-spoke alloy wheels that you showed, a bit earlier.
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
Which are very similar to Brian Koberger's, but.
Absolutely.
And I guess I could have, and I have these images ready, but I could have mailed you.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right. Well, actually, I can. Well, you're probably on your phone, so it probably went away anyway. So 1 second here. Why did this do this to me? Okay, let's try this now.
So while you're doing all that, I'll just expand on our thought a moment ago. So like, if anyone has watched that Harsh Reality video where he was talking about the interview, the FBI interview,
Yeah.
that was not recorded, and he, his theory is, so maybe if they learned something during that interview,
Mm-hmm.
that and that those are not quite it.
Not it either.
You go
2020. I don't know. See, this my computer's doing its own thing today. Damn it.
What you need?
All
Can I
right.
help?
Images of a 2015 Hyundai Elantra.
SE.
Okay.
Yeah, just type in SE. After
SE.
2015 Hyundai Elantra 2015.
Yes, ma'am. SE.
SE.
E.
Up and it changed it over to a completely different car. So
SE.
and then it gave me yeah, I didn't want what it gave me. Cars for sale and all this other crap. So yeah. Ask Chat GPT, right? There you go. Harlot says the public only needed to know what that car looked like to bolo for it. There was no reason to show video evidence of the real car. Yeah. Yeah, that's because they said they needed to speak with the people in the car, inhabitants of the car. Multiple times he said it like that too. And I know I hate going on wordplay, but they did say, oh, there you go. Is that better, buddy?
Okay. Probably that. Yeah, the one that your cursor is on. If we can enlarge
This one?
that.
No, the outside wheels and stuff. That's what we're
It's
trying
gonna
to
have
see.
the
This one?
automatically your eyes should gravitate towards like the 5-spoke. Any
Right.
vehicle that features 5-spoke, and then see if it kind of has that little bit of a swirl to the design.
Let's see if I can.
The best way I can describe it. It's a very subtle swirl. It's not exaggerated.
Yeah, it's got kind of a little bit of a like a little spin to it, right? I get what you're saying.
Yeah, not much. But at a distance, on a camera, it would probably easily be confused with like a 2013 basic 5-spoke alloy wheel.
Sorry, I didn't like my ad blocker.
It doesn't matter how he was found as DNA match. There's more to it than that, though, Andy. I get what you're saying, and I agree with you. But there's just a little bit more to it than that, as we've talked about. His DNA is on the sheath, okay? And we've talked about how that happened, how that could have gotten onto the sheath. It doesn't mean that he directly had his hand on it or anything. That's where the problem is at with this, okay? Hello, Mr. Brian. How are you today, bud?
Well, and again, our point, our part is that of the potential juror. We can't add to it and try to make it be him. We're looking for reasonable doubt.
Right.
Now, until they show us more evidence, I don't see how anyone, if they're being objective, could convict on what we know.
I do agree. 100%. There's just not enough. And I'm hoping, we've said this before, we've had this as an ongoing thing over and over and over and over, again and again and again and again. We've had these same conversations about the same stuff. The trial is going to have to provide something, anything, many things maybe, putting Brian C. Koberger inside the home and making him responsible for these murders, period. As of yet, they have not done that. Yes, his DNA is on a sheath, not per se a sheath found in the home near the victims. There is no weapon that is attached to that sheath at this point. So in turn,
Well, that's a good point. You know, if say, you know, what does a sheath have to do with anything with his DNA on it? What if like there was a holster underneath their bed that has his DNA on it, but there was you know, a quadruple stabbing?
understand something with this sheath, and I've said this before. The sheath is not the weapon. You cannot stab somebody with a sheath. Okay, I mean you can, but it's not going to do anything. That's what was found at the scene, not a knife. And I mean, I know this sounds ridiculous, you guys, but I think that's why it was. How can I say this? That's right. That is absolute fact, guys. Let me finish this statement Salty put in here. You cannot claim complete innocence based on what we know. That's a fact. That's a fact. And you also cannot claim, like you were saying, complete guilt either. That's why so many of us are still right here in the middle. But what I was stating, thank you, Salty. What I was saying, oh, okay, Brian, was I almost wonder on a daily basis when I talk about this or think about this, if that it was just gathered, that it was a specific knife because of the sheath. Okay? I know this sounds a little kind of ridiculous in a sense, because it was stated, we've heard different variations of what the wounds looked like, okay? And then it was also stated that there were 3 different types of wounds via the PCA, but they found the sheath. In turn, everybody automatically, your brain tells you that was the knife that did it. That was the weapon that had to do it because the sheath is there. Do you guys see what I'm saying? It could have been a steak knife, but that sheath was there. Therefore, we believe it's that weapon. You know what I mean?
As an investigator, you would automatically be skeptical of that knife sheath sitting there. Is this too good to be true? Is this a red herring trying to guide me in the wrong direction? Get our investigation going over here when we should be looking over there. You don't hitch your wagon to such a piece of evidence and go all in on it like that. Now, this crime scene, you know, we've talked about this before, but there's 2 crime scenes here as well, not just one. And the fact that the coroner didn't get there until like 4:30 or 5 p.m. and she was held at bay from noon until that time. You know, what an opportunity that was missed, because if there's 2 crime scenes, that would potentially hold a key piece of evidence, which would be that they were done at different times. You know, if we look at like the body temperature loss per hour, which is like 1.5 degrees Fahrenheit, you know, depending on the temperature of the surrounding temperature, the air temperature. But in this case, it was a pretty controlled environment. It was inside. So it's gonna, you know, the body's gonna be surrounded with like 68 or 70 or whatever degree temperature. And yeah, the argument's gonna be that the door was open, but well, that's all that's gonna do. As soon as the coolness of that air meets the thermostat, that furnace is gonna turn on, and it's gonna, you know, it's gonna maintain a room temperature. 34 degrees or whatever it was that evening is not that cool, and a house does not lose its heat that quickly with one door being open. The furnace would certainly maintain. But I digress.
Well, understand though with that too, the downstairs lower level of the house is going to cool down. There's a 3rd floor that's probably not even going to be touched with the door being wide open. So remember that too. Go ahead.
It looks like they're almost deliberately trying to delay any evidence being taken on these bodies that could conclude. There was 2 different times of the murders.
Mm-hmm.
Now that in itself would be exculpatory. It's if, for example, say the first pair were murdered at around 1:30, and then the other 2, like say 2:52 or 3 o'clock or whatever. Well, that automatically then goes against their narrative in the PCA.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, unless that's all I can, I guess, bring to the table right now. Unless anyone wants to propose another.
Did you have any specific thoughts on the phone?
Well, when you consider the phone and then add to that all these bank accounts. When I was that age, I didn't have but one bank account.
Well,
and I think that's universal. I think we can all agree on that.
That was a combination of everybody. And again, we also have multiple cash apps these days, PayPal, Cash App. Oh God, there's so many more that go on with that.
Sure.
So it that makes sense.
No, it just, to me, it fits with this possibility that these 4 victims might have the dirt, so to speak, on someone who is an elite person or multiple people in the community. And, were they confidential informants? Were they saying stuff that they, were they getting involved in something that they shouldn't have been involved in? And did someone catch on to that and have to have them eliminated? It's not a random person that's stalking them 12 times.
Right.
I always go back to Judge Judy. She's like this human lie detector. And she has a saying, if it doesn't make sense, it isn't true. And whoever is saying, that this PCA is gospel and that Brian Kohlberger did it, I would challenge, I'm going to speculate and say that if Judge Judy knows anything about this case, she would use the word ridiculous. That's one of her favorite words to use. But I'm thinking that you would probably want to avoid having that conversation with Judge Judy if that was her opinion on this case, so that if it doesn't make sense, it isn't true, because she would shred you. You wouldn't stand a chance with that argument. I think she would find that this does not make sense. So that tells us we need to look elsewhere beyond the PCA and not to take the PCA as gospel.
Right.
And
I understand.
And in parting, that goes hand in hand with I kind of led in with. I can't stress it enough. If you do nothing else by the end of the day, it's a half-hour video. If you watch Super Chuffer, I think you will be moved by the work that he did on this.
Right.
My words cannot do it justice.
Gotcha.
So I'll leave you with that and let someone else take the floor.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you very much, as always.
Thank you, as always. It's nice to always be able to have the ability to say what's on my mind.
Yes, sir. It's always a pleasure to hear what you have to say. Your input is always gives everybody something to think about, bud. And I appreciate you very much.
Thanks, Eddie.
Thank you.
Well, hello. I thought you were
Hello. I was, and then I'm back, and now I'm getting ready to leave again. So Sorry.
Always leaving me.
I don't know. But I should be good once I get back.
Take care, Annie. Thank you for joining us, Annie, and take care. No problem. Whatever you got to do, no worries. I'll be here.
Okay.
So, this notification. No, it's okay, Space Junkie. We're here now. Does anybody? I mean, there's really not much to say about at that point with the. Again, take care, Annie, and thank you for joining us today. What the hell was I just getting ready to say? Oh, the phone thing. You know, like I said, there's questions that I have, and Jules, as she stated, had questions herself about what could be on the phone. You know, is that gonna have something? You know, is that gonna have the smoking gun they're gonna bring to trial and say, there it is? I almost hope it does. I'll be honest with you guys. I almost hope it does. I almost hope that there's something on or in or with that phone that brings the smoking gun that shuts this all down. That says Brian Koberger's the suspect. He did this. Here's the proof. Now shut the hell up. You know what I mean? That's where I'm hoping it goes. Or it has something else on it that says he's not. And either way, it needs to be shut down because it's just been so much. So much. Some true, yes, some honesty. Or she said yes, the same, honestly. I mean, I really do hope, you know. What's up, Willie? That way we can just get the hell on, you know, and give some there's never going to be closure with this, but give these families a little bit of justice in a sense. It's just this has been so insane throughout, you know, because we've gone around and round and round and round and round and round and around again with all of these things, guys. And you know what, Salt? I was just thinking that. Oh my God, she's another one that reads my mind. I love it. Will it be believed? That's the problem, you guys. At this point, with everything that's happened, everything that's been talked about. Okay, let me give you a for instance scenario real quick, and I want you guys to be honest. If they come out here with some kind of evidence that blatantly says Brian Koberger is guilty of this crime, are you going to believe it? Will you believe it? How many people will believe that at that point, because of everything that's been talked about, you know, it's in black and white and it says, there it is, guys. Boom. Okay. They come in the door with a knife or something. They found the murder weapon, we'll say. Okay. If it comes from the prosecution and they're like, here it is. This is what we've been holding out. Not that they would. I'm just saying this is just a for instance scenario, right? Okay. Here it is. We found it. But it's a K-bar knife. It matches the sheath. Okay. I guarantee you there's going to be people that don't believe that. They still won't believe it. And that's what I'm saying, Jules. It would need to be something that actually fits, not just any old thing. 100% concrete with trails that fit it. No spaces. Yes, but only then. And I agree with you. And that's what the problem's going to be. And honestly, at some point, guys, that's another thing Salty's right about too. Whatever the outcome is of this case, we have to accept it, you guys. Just like Casey Anthony, she said. Just like the Kylie Rodney scenario. We don't have a choice. So we have to accept it for what it is. And hope that it's the real deal, that it's the right thing. End of story. We don't have any, we can't, so we don't have to, I guess I could say we don't have to accept it, but we're going to have to accept it, if that makes any sense to you guys. Okay. But I want to see it. I really do. In a bad way, you guys. In a bad way. We have to accept it and move on. Exactly, Edie. We need to. We need to, you guys. As much as we don't want to, please take this if you don't take anything else from me. At the end of this trial, whatever the outcome is, whether we like it or not, we need to accept this and move the hell on. Just like we did in Kylie Rodney's case. Just like as much as I didn't want to, I did in Deborah Collier's case. That one really twisted me up bad. Really, really bad. Okay? And I did not want to accept what the outcome of that one was, but I did. And I have. And I'm moving forward. And I do think about it. But there's nothing anybody can do to change these things, guys. We need to accept what the outcome of this case is going to be and move on. That's it. It's right here, Willie. See, I can't accept that one, Nelly. I can't. From my only reason why I don't accept that one on that case is because of my experience. And then being in direct contact with scenarios like that. It bugs me in a bad way. A really bad way. I'll never accept what the outcome was on that in my mind, but I have to accept it, as what it is. If the state had so much hard evidence, there wouldn't be 10 requests from the defense for said evidence. I mean, that's a good point, Annie. I understand what you're saying. Thank you, Doodle, very much. Miss Nellie B, welcome, my dear. How are you? And can you hear me? And Willie.
Hello.
Yo.
Hello.
Hello.
I hear you both now. Hello.
Oh.
What's up?
Oh, it's Willie again. Hi, Willie.
Hello.
Hello.
Willie.
I wasn't going to make you all hear my voice again, but you're sitting there going, I've got so much to say.
I love hearing your voice.
That's very kind, Dago.
I just got one thing to say.
Yes.
No, Nelly was up here first. I want to hear what she has to say.
Go right ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Night,
Ladies
Willie.
before gentlemen.
I was first of all just going to say about the Debbie Collier thing. I've had a couple of friends who've had breakdowns, who heard voices that made them do things they didn't want to do. So that's what made me think, okay, it was something about, I mean, it's a long time ago now to remember all the facts, but I felt that maybe she went off. I thought, what an odd thing to do. But it was the key under the pot, and it was almost like she'd had enough. And I wondered if she was going to kind of inhale the fumes, like she made a fire to inhale, to die by some sort of fume thing, and then caught fire.
Well, you know what? I can go along with what you're saying. There is a thing that I thought about with this, okay? That she made a fire, first of all, that stated that she had taken an overdose amount of the pain medication she had. I'll go with that. Yeah. Okay? And that was one of the reasons that made me think about the possible unaliving herself scenario. But then I'm sitting there thinking, okay, so she's out here by herself. She went away from her home to do this, and lit a fire to stay warm until the pills kicked in or whatever it took, maybe in her mind. That's what she was doing. And that when she dumped the gas into the fire, I've seen this happen to people. Oh. The flame will come back up to the gas can and go into the can and blow up. Okay.
And
that burned the whole downside of the front of her, because I have been on a lot of scenes. I have seen and heard a lot of self-unaliving scenarios, and I cannot imagine somebody lighting themselves on fire. Okay. Yeah. Only because the person that is doing this going to take their own life is already in pain, or they wouldn't be doing it to begin with. So to cause yourself more like real pain like that on top of what's going on mentally, I can't imagine like somebody dumping gas on top of themselves and lighting themselves on fire. That just doesn't fit for me. I'm sorry.
Oh no.
But An accidental scenario, I can go along with that, okay? And also the ingestion of the pain pills. Now, here's where I have a problem with that one, Nelly, with that whole rest of that. Where she did this at was literally almost a stone's throw to a drug and alcohol rehab. Okay.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
That, I mean, you could literally walk through the woods to the left. I did a whole map out of it when I covered the case, and boom, it's right there. That was way too coincidental for me. Okay. That's where I had an issue. One of the reasons I had an issue with. But there was also something else with that whole, I showed that as well. If she went there to do this to herself, by herself, when she pulled into that spot, she would have pulled into the parking spot on the pavement, lined up like there was not another car there. There was another car there. At some point in time, or she would not have pulled in sideways like she did. Okay? And I noticed that from the very beginning. That bothers me too. So who else was there and where were they after the fact? That car had to have been there when she got there, because if you saw, she was parked at an angle, okay? A complete and total angle. I know this is not the case we're talking about, but I mean, I brought it up a little bit, so I'm just bringing up something about it for that reason.
Yeah, at first I was like, who the hell burned themselves in Idaho case?
No, it's not Idaho. It was just a reference to another case we covered.
That's what I figured.
1 second here. Let's see if this even shows it real quick.
Holy moly. I leave and the panel's full.
That's right.
They all came to see you and you left.
Yeah, right.
We made it.
Yeah, quick, Mama Bear's gone. Let's come up.
Yeah, because I talk so much.
Okay, so I can't find it. Let me see. 1 second, real quick here. I just want to show you.
I just had something to say about that.
I just wanted to show you what I meant, Nelly. Where the hell is that? I had that. I have all. Oh, here it is. It's probably. I can actually just pull up Jules. Hold on. It's the first one that came up. I don't have. I can't find mine, so it must be buried somewhere in here. Where is that? Did she even show it? Maybe she didn't show it. Hold on. Okay. Regardless, I'm not gonna dig for it to show. I'll just explain it. The van at the crime scene itself, her van was parked at an angle. It was not pulled straight in on that. It was a paved plot, like parking spot. She pulled up. If she was there was no other cars there, and she went and did this by herself, she should have pulled straight into it, but she didn't. She pulled in at an angle and left more than enough room on the left side of her vehicle for another car to be there.
That wasn't the crime scene, though, was it? Didn't she pull off on the highway?
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I mean, right there at that spot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you could see it was a pull off. There was like a paved spot that pulled her up into the woods there. And she pulled in at an angle, completely at an angle. And I looked at that and I went backwards. Hey, Eve, good to see you. I went back and looked at that and I'm like, wait a minute. And I did a show about it. And I'm like, there is a spot for another car to be there. And where'd that car go? As if that car was there waiting when she pulls up. She had to pull it at an angle. Okay. Period. I can't get that out of my head. I would go back and cover this all over again with no problem.
Yeah, me too. I will look at that, Diego. I will find it. And also, there was another thing where I thought she was holding on to a tree, wasn't she? Like she was trying to escape.
Like she was trying to get away from something. Yes.
But I wondered if she accidentally caught fire. That was my thing.
And I told you that's a very good possibility if she had dumped a gas. But here's the other thing, though, Nelly. When she went to the dollar store, picked up those things, gas can wasn't one of them. Where the hell did the gas can come from that they found pieces of?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
So again, I know I don't want to confuse anybody in here. I'm sorry.
No, sorry.
We could go on and on about this. I may even there it is. Okay. Thank you, Mama Bear. Do you see how right here? It's at an angle. Like she came in from that side, and there was something that was here, kind of keeping her from covering especially the back end of the vehicle. The back end is not anywhere near all the way on the pavement. You see what I'm saying?
I just think it looks like she pulled in. I don't think we can prove another car was there.
And that's fine. That's fine. I can respect that. Absolutely. I've had problems with this whole case.
I tell you what I did find odd was her, just to wrap it up. Sorry, we've gone off.
No, yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
But when she was in the parking lot where just after or before, I can't remember now, she bought the goods, the tarp and this, that, and the other.
Right.
She went to drive off and pulled in again. It was like she was in a conversation with someone. I will say that.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can do a recap on that one, guys. I have no problem going back.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, and we'll just go back and check it out again and show a lot of people that didn't know about it. We can go cover the whole beginning to end thing real quick. I got it, Molly and Mama Bear. Thank you both. But yeah, and I will for those of you that aren't familiar. It was a very sad, very interesting but sad case. I will go back and cover that next week. I can do it for you guys if you want, just to see what we're talking about. So, but back to where we are at. We are talking about what is going on with Kaylee's phone. Why have they not given it back yet? But they're releasing a downloaded roll of video and regular digital pictures that they're saying, and so on and so forth. So, but yeah,
I see you did a poll about the house.
I did. Yes, I did throw that in there as well with the house. I did a poll. Just saying.
Well, I got something to say about that house real quick. So,
you throw it
here's
out
my
there,
question. Here's my question. Okay, ready? And because I don't think I saw you come in Dinkies at all yesterday, and I had a bunch of freaking questions, man. After putting everything together. So my question is, what happens if Brian is found not innocent, and now they have to go back to square one? And when they go back to square one, they have no crime scene.
They're not going to go back. They're not going to go back to square one, bud. I will almost guarantee they will not.
Where do they go from there?
I did a poll about that about 3-4 months ago, that if Brian was found innocent, do you think they're going to go back to the beginning and start a whole...
Well, they can't do anything.
You think that they'll start a whole investigation? No, it'll be a cold case. Very sadly, that's what it'll be.
And that's why I said, I think if they knock the house down, Brian is a dead man. My opinion.
I agree, Willie.
Number two, I put everything together, and this is my opinion at this point, but I think it's a fact that I've come to the conclusion now, when nobody can tell me otherwise, that Dylan Mortensen changed her story at least twice, in my opinion, since the beginning when all this, the investigation started. And the reason why is because of the timeline. They were adamant on a 3 to 4 timeline for a reason, and now they're adamant from their specific timeline now for a reason. And 70% of that, 80% of that PCA stems around Dylan. Dylan's accounts, what time she went to bed, what time she said everybody else was in the room. Who the hell knows how the hell she knows that? But everything stems around Dylan's story, Dylan's phone, this and that, everything about Dylan. Why wasn't everything stemming around Dylan in the beginning and them have the correct timeline? It's because they didn't have this story in the beginning. Period.
Why did they change the initial timeline?
Because she changed her story. So if somebody changes their story in a situation like this, I'm sorry, but I got to look at you sideways, because if she was a guy and she changed her story, see, sayonara. But I guess
she'd be in jail. I agree.
You know what I'm saying? So. Because if you see, they were questioned a few times. Well, if they were questioned a few times, you would think they would have their timeline correct the first couple times. So, right? Am I wrong here?
No,
I understand what you mean.
Bethany's story also changed massively.
Say that again.
Bethany's story also changed massively, and I remember all the original presses, and I think this went on for about 2 to 3 weeks. In fact, until the PCA came out, maybe,
Yeah.
they were both out separately in the community and both arrived home by 1 a.m. And then the PCA states that Bethany saw Xana and Ethan at Sigma Chi until 1:45, and she also knew they were home by 2. So what, was she following them? Did she walk home with them? She
And
knew.
then if you take and add that to, or add to that, we also heard a story that Jeff Kernoodle stated that he spoke to Xana at midnight and said that they were sitting at home eating pizza, watching a movie. So
Exactly.
where does that all, which is right and which is wrong? Do you know what I mean?
So Willie's right. If they interviewed these surviving roommates straight away, and you'd think they would, wouldn't you, as they were in the
They
house?
would have to. They would have to. I agree.
So either law enforcement, that's another option, Willie. Law enforcement have changed the narrative. Or
But I know they, that's what I mean, that's what I think, because if she lied, you figured they would arrest her. So I think I think the pressure was on her to come up with something that they could use, or something different, or something of value. And that's where the third or fourth story turned into what you see now.
Sherry has an amazing point right here. A huge point right here. Okay. Those actual statements were never released. It was transcribed into the PCA. We never saw nor heard the actual statement from the witnesses.
No.
What else is in those statements? You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I want to see, I want to see, hopefully eventually, the third interview compared to the first interview, and how many discrepancies are in those, but I'm sure we'll never see them.
Well, no. Now here's the thing. If this goes to trial, I feel like it might. Okay. I feel like it might.
Yeah.
If it goes to trial, that's huge, Sherry. That's a great statement, dear. Well, that's probably the best thing I've seen so far about this. That's big, because what else is in the actual statement that was taken by these two? The real statement, the first statement.
Well,
that's what I want to know. And thank you for that, Sherry.
Well, that's why I believe Bethany has exculpatory evidence, because they've seen the original statements.
And thank you. And also, Nellie, that exculpatory evidence is unique to her.
Exactly.
Her alone. Nobody else is involved in that statement of that exculpatory evidence. It's just her, not Dylan, just Bethany alone. That is big to me as well.
Yeah, and I don't think it matches. That's the problem they've got. It does not match.
Yeah, so then my question is, let's pretend she's not a 20-year-old or whatever she is, ditzy, blonde college student for a second, okay?
Be nice.
Well, that's what she is. Why is she lying to the police in the first place? If we know the account that happened with her, and I'll just say allegedly Brian at this point, and there was nothing mentioned of a threat. Okay, she saw him, his eyebrows. There was nothing mentioned in there about a verbal, any kind of words exchange between the two. Correct?
Right.
So her life. So he didn't threaten her to not tell, whatever. So why didn't she come out with this as soon as she sat in that interrogation chair? What does she have? Why is she lying? Is my question. What does she have to lie about?
That's a good point. And also, now that you've said that, if we go back to the interview, where'd you go, Brian? If you go back to the interview, where they state that, oh shit, where'd it go? Come on, hold on, give me a second here. If you go back to where, oh my God.
Am I here?
You are here.
Thank God. Hi, y'all.
Good to see you.
The one and only.
Wait one second. I'm trying to remember what the hell I was saying now. I hate this when I pull my own.
I'm sorry, Dago.
No, it wasn't you. I think when you dropped out, I thought I did something wrong.
You were talking about the interviews statement, I believe.
Son of a bitch. Yeah, you're right. That's where I was at with it. But then you said something that led me to what I was going to say. What did you say? Repeat what you just said?
I said, shit, man, I smoked too much weed. Too
much weed and getting old, Dago. Well,
yeah, I said,
I'm too good to hit y'all.
I said, Yeah, I said, okay, let's take out for a second, and I won't be disrespectful. Let's take out for a second that she's a 20-year-old blonde, beautiful college girl who, whatever. So why is she lying to the police? Why is anybody lying to the police when 4 of their friends were just brutally stabbed to death about anything that happened, that took place, whether it's minor and whether it's major, like this case, the whole timeline?
In defense of that, this isn't what I was going to say, but it goes with that too. And I devil's advocate here. It was a very traumatic experience. I'll give that. And maybe you couldn't think clearly at that moment of the initial interview. And maybe that is why there is a secondary or a third interview. Who knows? You know what I mean? I don't know for sure. But at the same time, what makes anybody? Well, Chris just asked that. Why do you think she's lying? That's a good question too.
Why do I think she's lying?
Right. That's what he wanted.
Because
to know.
their whole timeline. I mean, for how long was their timeline between 3? I mean, I went back. So this is what we did yesterday. We went back and we watched everything from what they put out from when this first happened. Okay.
Yeah.
And for a very, very long time, everybody thought that there was one specific timeline. Everybody was asleep and all this other shit. Right. And then all of a sudden, everybody woke up and everything was different. And everybody took it for face value, except myself.
There were 3 or 4 different variations of the story. I do agree with that. They changed here and there. But is that all because of the statements from Dylan or Bethany? Or is that...
Well, I mean, you tell me. The whole PCA is built around who, Dago?
Dylan. I know.
Okay. There you go.
But can I put this to you, Willie? What if Dylan didn't lie? So
that's what I'm saying. What if it was based off of the trauma of the situation?
So then how would she know? So then how would she know they were all in their bed at 4 o'clock, safe and sound, if she was sleeping?
What the cops are telling us that's changed. So
that's what Jules is saying too. Right.
Yeah. What if it's the cops that have changed the story and not Dylan and Bethany? And what if Dylan and Bethany do not want to be part of this because they are helping law enforcement with a narrative that they didn't really have much of a choice in?
I agree with you. And I think that's exactly what they're doing. But again, it's a bad position to be in because, like, on one side, you don't want to go to jail, blah, 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 blah. And then on the other side, it's like you have to cooperate with this or else your ass is going to go to jail. So I'd probably go along with it too.
Hi, Nelly. Willie,
Hey,
I love your
What's up, man?
May I throw this at you, Willie? What do you guys think about this? Since we're doing this, let's just get all screwed up. I'm wondering.
I was just asking a question.
No, well, I'm going to follow up on your question. What if the cops have crap on Dylan, which means that she had to go along with Clad in Black? But Bethany is clean. I think Bethany's exculpatory might truthfully be that she told them that both of them were not back at the house until Sunday. Talk exculpatory. That means perjury for Dylan. That means a felony arrest for Payne for lying in a PCA. That's against the law. I do not think they came home that night, you guys. I don't. And think of what that changes if that is indeed what the truth is here.
Oh my God.
We're not there.
It seems clearly in the PCA that they were there.
The PCA says that the pings work too, my friend.
Yeah. Well, again, I don't think Dylan used the word. I mean, I personally don't think Dylan used the word clad. I just think law enforcement took her account and then wrote it in their own words, which they do it all the time.
They can do that. That's a normal thing. I agree. To make it sound good, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
And I agree with you on that too, Brian, with the ping thing. But like I said, we're supposed to believe the PCA. We're supposed to follow the PCA because it's fact-based. But what about? Oh God, this is so hard to explain what I'm trying to say. I've completely lost the other thought now, so it is what it is. But
Okay, guys, can I throw one more thing in here?
Hold on, wait till Dago.
I'm good. Go ahead.
never
Yeah,
mind.
I think that we're all off. The whole YouTube platform is really off about the PCA, in that we all think that it's got to be the facts and all of that. Think of the terms. What does the word probable mean?
I know.
What does the word probably mean?
Probable cause affidavit. I know, bud. I know.
No, I'm saying they can lie, they can fudge. Here's what it says. You ready? Probable cause is having a reasonable belief, but not irrefutable evidence that a crime might have likely been committed. And all
Right.
along, all across YouTube, all of us have assumed that this has to be fact-based totally, that they can't leave tons of stuff out. That is not true. The reality by law is they can selectively put in stuff. They did that. A lot of their stuff was crap, and it is not. You know when the real deal is discovery. And look where we're all getting stuck. Discovery is when you do your boom. Thank you, Drip
Yeah.
Drop. You don't waste your stuff. You don't waste your stuff trying to get someone to get picked up.
But at the same time, Brian, we don't know what with Discovery they were waiting on. Okay, that's the thing, because she has stated herself everything she's asked for up until that point. You know, I know there were 10 requests, but everything she's asked for coming from prosecution, they handed over.
But did they?
Prosecution was not getting certain things from the FBI. Okay.
Yeah. But if they didn't look into them, they're not going to have information. I mean, if they didn't look into the other 3 DNA further than, classifying, as a male, then they're not going to have anything else showing that they dug into those DNAs, because they didn't. So anything they don't have, they just didn't do, in my opinion.
No, they've been telling us that they have not tested the 3 DNAs, but they know it's male. I don't think
what I mean.
DNA
How do you
comes in
well,
pink
you
and
have
blue.
to do some. Yeah, but you have to do some kind of testing to figure out what kind of sex.
Really,
well, that was my question. Well, that was my question yesterday. Why did they get to a point? It's like me taking the IQ test and stopping at putting my name on the test. Like they know it was me enough to give me a 0. Why would I even put my name? You see what I mean? Like, why would you even dig into what sort of DNA that is, who it is, and then stop? Like, okay, let's say Brian did this. Let's say Brian did this, and from me, if you look at the crime, it seems like it was more than one person. How do we know one of those other DNAs wasn't his helper?
Exactly.
Or cops.
Whatever. I mean, you can say cops. So I'm saying, how do we know one of those DNAs didn't help Brian, or 2 of them didn't help, or all 3 of them weren't involved with Brian? How do you know that if you didn't look into them?
Yeah.
How do you do that to 4 people while you're
Tell the jury
around? Do you have long arms? How do you drive a car around and go inside 1122 and do that? You have to have super long arms, or Brian was never in the house. I think Brian was there. I think Brian is involved.
Why do you think he was there, Brian? Because I tell you what, well, I looked again. I don't know how many times I've read this PCA, and I always find something new. I looked again this week, and what is the fact? What are the facts? The facts that we've got from the PCA. The facts are that there are no phone pings of Brian Koberger near that house between 3 and 5 a.m.
He put it in a bag. He put it in one of those Mylar bags. Go on.
Well, they make an assumption in the PCA that's embarrassing. Like, we've been told that it's normal for people who commit these sort of things that they might turn their phones off. The fact is, you take that out, the fact is they do not have him at the scene between 3 and 5 a.m.
Bingo.
He chose that, Nelly. He's an expert. He totally manipulated the whole world exactly when and where his cell phone would do what. He put it in one of those Mylar bags when he did not want them to know. I think.
No way. There's no way he did all that. He had Milo bat, whatever the hell they're called. He was Dexter in the crime scene and then drove the murder vehicle across the country. I can't buy that, dude.
That's not what I'm saying. Really, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying he Dextered the vehicle. I am saying that he was there. I am saying that for some reason, the whole world knows about his interview with Pullman. Okay, that is public funding.
Okay.
There is no reason why Pullman flat out refused to tell us whether Brian got the job. My only conclusion with that is he got the job undercover for Pullman. That is why he's going back and forth over to the drug house. That is why he was there.
But you don't know he was at the drug house.
What?
You lost me there. I thought we were talking about the Milo bag. I thought we were talking about his job.
There is absolutely no proof that Brian Koberger was anywhere near 1122 King Road ever.
No, I know. That's because he put his phone in a Mylar bag because he was really going over there to do some undercover cop work on the biggest party night of the year.
Or he just shut it off or put it on airplane mode.
He's a professional. I'm saying he totally chose every millisecond of what they were going to find from his cell phone. He was totally in control. He let it go on when he left his apartment, and then he killed it a couple blocks later, and then he killed it for 2 hours, and then he deliberately turns it back on to be fined. This is a cellular cloud graduate degree. He knows what he's doing.
No, because if he knew what he was doing,
Tell him,
he would
Nelly.
drive his car around town.
That's right. Bring his own phone. Why wouldn't he go buy a burner phone?
Answer me this, Brian. Why did he take his cell phone in the first place? Why? Who was he going to call?
Nelly, my dear, you're missing me. He didn't kill anybody.
Sorry.
He didn't kill anybody. No, he didn't kill anybody. He was over there for something else undercover and then accidentally kind of noticed what was going on. So when you see 4 people running around with knives and going in there, you take off. All I am saying is he did not kill anybody. Okay. The back and forth 12 times was because of his job. Why would Pullman refuse to flat out answer whether Brian got the internship from WSU grad program? Why would that be something you cannot answer? But the amazing thing to me is how come we knew all about the interview in the first place? So you guys are only telling us, the world, that he interviewed. We have the email from the chief thanking for the interview. Then when you're asked who got it, did Brian get it? And they say, we refuse to answer. If they hired him to run traffic lights, why wouldn't they say we have selected Brian and he will be pushing traffic lights from green to red? All behavior has meaning. There has to be a reason why. It's public money. Why they refuse to tell us who got the slot?
Because they don't owe us nothing.
What?
Because they don't owe us anything.
It's public.
What's the matter? Hold on a second. What's the matter, Sherry?
Huh?
But one thing I want to say real quick. I don't know. I see Sherry said something. Thank you, Brady. Everybody, you're entitled to your opinions and theories. Do me a favor, though. Please don't refer to the home as a drug house and things like that. We have to be respectful of all aspects of what we're talking about. So that's all. Everything else is okay. Just try not to do that. I know what you're saying.
I just think that if they're pinging him in the general area, which I'm assuming they did 11 different times, him passing that intersection and him taking that left to go to the house, even him passing that intersection 11 times, he's pinging off of that tower that would put him in that general area. So he could have been in that general area 11 times and not have gone specifically past the house. No, because if you look, because now when I go down to the grocery store, okay, I go down to the grocery, and if I'm just going to the grocery store and coming home, I take the same route. I go there and I come back the same damn route. I don't go there and then take a long ass route home for no reason. So if this guy was a professional or he knew what he was doing, why the hell is he taking a separate route home to risk being on more cameras? In my opinion, when you bring up his path of travel, it really does look like he went for a long ass drive that night. So
Right.
he could have passed that intersection right there and bang, they pinged him right there. And that is good enough for them to put him in the house.
Really, for some reason, the entire internet believes they do not have this dude on camera. They have Brian on camera over at Stadium Avenue on WSU 7,000 times. Those cameras on WSU camera are not on-off cameras. They are basically like guard towers in a prison.
Mhm.
They are recording 24/7. They are actually traffic flow cameras
that is
to
true. That is
where
true.
they can see if there's an accident, where
Mhm.
they can like rush hour change the thing. Everybody thinks they do not have Brian. Of course
No,
they
they
have Brian.
no, they of course they have
That
Brian.
is why
Listen,
they
he
had
said
to
he was
do the
driving
alibi.
around. He said he was
What?
driving around, so they should have him on video. You know what I mean? But I don't
Right,
think they
that's
have
what
him
I
on
say.
video. Yeah, I just don't think they have him on video in the critical spots that they need
No,
him on
right.
video.
I agree with you, Willie. I
Yeah.
agree. I don't think over in that dark neighborhood, and you guys would know better than me. I don't know anything about Ring and all that, but I think he was there. I think, and come on, you guys, a lot of people knew bad things were coming up. You know, I mean, in September, both their mothers were pleading out felony cases. How do you get your felony vitamin charges dropped? You talk. The following month in October, I looked it up. Bust soared after both Maddie's mom and Xana's mom pled out. They dropped the most severe trafficking charges. And 2 weeks later, bust soar in that region. And then 2 weeks later, guess who is deceased? Nora's kid and Carr's kid. Put it together, guys. People knew there was talk. People knew they got busted. People knew that the police seized tons of substances and cash. Supply and demand got messed up. Prices went up. People talk. You would know, Willie, and so would I, and so would Nellie, so would Dago, if we are into that kind of stuff, right? Selling vitamins, cash, blah, blah, blah. We would know if 2 huge people got busted. That means that all that stuff that Maddie's mom and Cara had is now off the street. They also stole all the cash that two ladies have. Okay, so what I'm saying is I think there was a buzz going on. I think people knew. And the fact, if there is anything true, and I don't know, but I kind of do, about Hoodie with the what did you tell Adam stuff, people knew things were going bad. I think that is why Kaylee left. Kaylee would never have left Maddie before her graduation. I think Kaylee knew things were going very, very wrong and getting very dangerous. And I also kind of even think she might have told Steve some of this. And I kind of think he's streety. He might have said, you leave the house now. Get out of there now. I mean, we all know how this stuff works. We know you talk and you sing. Okay. You get off. They got off. They got their charges dropped. I mean, if we just add it all up, it is vitamins.
Right. Here's the thing though, bud. And we've had this talk before. There is nothing that shows any type of proof of that. And that's why there's nothing. There's nothing there. You know what I'm saying? I've looked. I've talked about looking, and I respected the shit out of you, Brian. I love you to death, but I can't find anything that shows anything related to that. So therefore, it doesn't take me in that direction, buddy.
Okay, so when you say proof, what proof would you expect there to be? That is the whole reason for it. It's
any kind of court documents showing that there has been previous drug arrests or actions or overdoses or anything like that leading to that address, that house, to call it that type of a place.
Everything you just said, Brian.
Let me finish. The fact that there's nothing listed in, because I went back and looked through, with the help of a couple other people, through Moscow's, you know how they have their logs and stuff like that, drug arrests and stuff like that. Nothing like that at that home before that, Brian. Nothing.
You're wrong, Dago.
I could not find it.
For that party the night they all went to, one of those guys was found dropped dead the following morning. Okay, and there is a picture of him that night in front of 1122 with 2 other people. It is known that that dead dude was hanging out with Maddie, Xana, Jack, D, that night at that, what is that called, you guys? That ball party or whatever it was?
I understand that, but you can't you can't hold people guilty by association all the time. Just because they know them doesn't mean that they're doing that same thing at their home. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
That's what I mean. You can paint a picture of what happened, but to say like this is what happened, that's what happened, is tough. You know.
Listen, there was a guy that got. Here you go, Brian. For instance, I know you know this because you talked about it. There was a specific person. His first name is Jesse, that was arrested recently in that whole area. Okay, because of drugs, lots of it. A whole bunch of stuff like that went down, and that's who they arrested. And he was the leader of that group, supposedly. Okay, and that was all through Pullman, Moscow. What's the other local city over that way, Willie?
Clarkston?
Lewiston. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Anyway, those were the areas that were listed on the arrest for that. Okay, so it's also a college campus. Remember that too. So yes, there are vitamins, I guess we want to call it, or drugs, whatever you want to say, all around that area. But that one house, I looked at this, was never ever pinned as being a specific hub. Okay.
I'll send you the links, my friend. On day 2, the headlines were address
there's probably
known to
100
be a
kids stealing
drug
drugs in that.
distribution house. Okay, it was totally known. Taxi drivers came forward and said that they know that it is a known drug house, and they will not pull in the driveway, that they will let people off outside. So if they have to drive away because they do not want to get robbed. It is totally from day 2 stated that it was a known distribution hub in the vitamin F pipeline in that entire region. I will send it to you.
Okay,
It was
that's
a taxi
fine.
driver.
Yeah,
and it
send
was
that to Tag. I want to see that.
Listen, and if that's the case, bud, that's fine. I appreciate it. I love you. You know I do.
Yeah, I'm
yes,
fine with a good debate.
I have to respectfully disagree with you because I personally, because it's been talked about a lot. So I go looking for it when I hear those things. I can't find anything. So go ahead and send it to me. Please do. I appreciate that.
No, I'm not going to do it now. I'm waiting for an instant.
No, not right now. I don't mean right now. When you do, I will look at it, and if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But
I'm surprised that you
I
all.
haven't found anything at all. I mean, you know, there's people that say, well, I bought a dime bag of weed from this place or that person. I mean, these things doesn't mean it's a drug haven per se, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Or
Guys, there you go, my friend. Respectfully, I love you too. Both these children's mother was dealing stuff that kills people.
But that doesn't have anything to do with them directly. You know, just like here, for instance, the whole thing everybody knows already.
Look, that's guilty by association.
Yeah, my son's in prison. That had nothing to do with me. You know what I mean?
Dharma's parents had nothing to do with cannibalism or murdering people. You know,
his parents had nothing to do with him, what he did.
No,
so,
that's fair. Actually, the dad's book was awesome.
You're right.
I'd like to bring something up if that's okay.
Hi, Jules.
Absolutely.
And that is the PCA, and I'm really, because those are the facts that we've been given.
And I have it up right here.
Yeah. So Jules mentioned something a little while back where she says the PCA shows he went to the area later that morning around 9, stayed there for 10 to 12 minutes before heading back home. So we can't say there's no proof he wasn't there. We can't.
Right.
Okay. I get that. But if he's at home and his phone is pinging off different towers, we can't prove he was there or wasn't there. And I tell you why, because in the PCA, it says he was there on the 14th. His phone pinged in Moscow on the 14th, yet they believe he wasn't there at the time. So I agree with Jules, but that's no proof he was there or wasn't there, because they debunk their own phone pings in the PCA.
Mm-hmm. And we just talked about some of these apps or whatever, these programs that they use for with these pingings, the ping investigations and the towers, and how accurate they actually are. You know, somebody stated earlier that there was a 27-mile radius around that area that those pings were dropped in. I don't know. Okay, I've looked into some of this stuff, and it doesn't prove whether he was there or not there.
Exactly.
Exactly.
No, I did the math. One out of 12, one of them, they said when he wasn't there on Sunday, that's an 8% failure rate. If I'm sitting on the jury, goodbye, I'm not killing him. Okay, so they said on Sunday, they kind of thought he was there, but the pings were wrong. They flat out said it in the PCA. So to me, that means the pings are not reliable, and I think we all agree that the pings are not reliable.
Hell no.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
You know what, Jules? I know what you're saying.
No, because they said he pinged in the area, I don't know what, the day after or something, but he wasn't there or something.
Yes, Willie. Yeah, that to me that means it doesn't work. 1 out of
Yeah,
12.
exactly.
You're better
How
at
can
this
you-
than me, Willie. That's 8%, right?
Exactly. How can you contradict yourself in a PCA? Because
Right.
as a juror, I'm going to look at that and say, okay, so you can
It
guarantee
absolutely blew me away.
you can
blew me
guarantee
away.
he was here at this time, but yet at this time when he pinged, you're saying he was nowhere here.
Right.
So
Our pings are wrong.
what is it?
Us on the pings.
The other point I want to make is we have never been given a reg number of his car. So there might be,
What number?
Registration.
Registration number,
okay.
it's our license plate number. So we've never been given that. So yes, then his phone might have been pinging off the tower that serves Moscow, but he could have been miles away. It does not.
Yeah, in
Well,
Pullman, where he lives.
I think they might have seen his. I think they probably had his plate on camera somewhere, but they didn't look into it because it wasn't a big deal to them. Now that they now again, depending on when they got his name, then they started looking for a specific license plate in the videos. But I don't think they have him on video in the spots where they want him on video. I think it's just him driving around, like you said.
Yeah.
No,
exactly.
no, I agree with you, Willie. I don't think that they have real clear video of him like in that neighborhood by the house.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All I'm saying is the stadium where this dude lives has 5 super sophisticated, brand new bullet cams that run 24/7. And Mob Crew did a really cool video on it. I mean, they're called bullet cams and they are live. They record 24/7. So yes, Brian was seen at that intersection and there's 4 others right by his house.
6 to 7 times.
What?
It was 6 to 7 times. That's what Chris put out from Mob Crew.
Is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, and it was put in the chat a few minutes ago too. So yeah.
Oh, it was? Oh, good. Because I thought it was really neat. But they're really sophisticated cameras. Okay, like
I get what you're saying, and that's what I'm saying. Like, because the next day it's not dark anymore; it's light out. So if he left and he actually did drive by, because that's what we all thought. We thought that he like visited the scene the next morning. Remember? I don't know if they're still sticking with that, but okay, if he went, just think of that. If he went back to the scene the next morning when it was light out, that means the cameras are working 10 times better because you can make out what you're seeing. Now, when you bring that Linda Lane footage up to me, I'm going to call bullshit on it because the route that car took of going down, turning around, stopping, going around, that is consistent with, in my opinion, a lost DoorDash driver. And then the stopping and because Dinky went back and replayed the news report on the travels of that car, and it was like it went, stopped in front of the home, then went, turned around, went again, turned around, and then eventually stopped in front of the house. To me, okay, if you're saying that camera or that car on Linda Lane footage is Brian, where's the other car that was a DoorDash?
Exactly.
Because
what if the DoorDash driver drives a white Elantra like everybody else? I'm only kidding. Well,
we don't know. Again, we don't know what the hell he drove. It's I don't know. It's just I don't think they have him clear as day where they want him, and they're gonna have to just kind of paint that picture that he, took that left-hand turn at that intersection and went and did this without actually, unless they have him on the cast report. But I don't know.
But we all do have to admit, our Willie is adorable when he gets going, ain't he, you guys?
No, listen, I'm chilling right now.
You what?
As I'm chilling right now. Last night I got heated because it was during talking to Dinky when he was playing all the stuff from prior news reports that it clicked in my head that Dylan's story changed throughout the way here and if it did, whatever, but because of them changing the timeline, and I just didn't put 2 and 2 together in my head of it being that I could say for a fact that I think that, but now There's nobody that can convince me otherwise. Because of that reason, because of how long they stuck with one particular timeline. And when you have the freaking witness who saw the person, like, you would have your correct timeline at first, you would think, not how many weeks after the fact. So if she changed her story, cool, whatever. To me, that's suspect. But if they're, if they're just going to now run with that and she has to now abide by that, to me, I don't agree with it. But hey, it is what it is.
Can we, Dago, if you're on mute, but if you get a second, I would love it if you bring up the section of the PCA that talks about the DoorDash, because there was a warrant for the DoorDash. Why would they need a warrant for a start? And so many people think the DoorDash driver came forward. I don't believe they did. And if you look at the PCA and the wording, if Dago could just bring up that little section of the PCA, it's again like the PCA is, it's really vague. So it says something along the lines of law enforcement.
Exactly right.
If Dago could bring it up, that'd be great. Because it does not say ever that the DoorDash driver came forward.
Yeah.
It says something like, the door. Hang on, I'm going to find. I always have the PCA up on my screen. So hang on, I'm just.
We all do. You're not alone.
Yeah,
Nelly.
but to get any kind of information of what driver, where drivers were and stuff that night, I mean, they would have to get a warrant for DoorDash, right?
But wouldn't they come forward?
Why would they?
Because they were there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but not everybody. Yeah, but not everybody comes forward.
No, they did a search warrant for DoorDash. They asked for all DoorDash deliveries from that address from January 1st, including make, model of car, and name of driver.
There you go.
That was a search warrant.
Oh,
So I'd rather have them have a warrant and have all the correct information than take an account from somebody. You know what I mean? No.
This is
No, it was from January.
I'm bringing it up, Nelly.
Yeah, I've got it here, but I can't show it. So this is with the exception of Canodal, who received a DoorDash at approximately 4 a.m. In brackets, law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. That does not mean the driver came forward. They identified him and then he reported the information, or she.
What page is that on? Do you remember?
Hang on. It is page 3.
Yeah. So I mean, how if there's not a direct camera, camera pointing at the front of the house to see what happened that night, obviously because that would have been one of the first things they had, then how do we know for 100% fact that this DoorDash driver wasn't involved at all?
Exactly.
I mean, seriously, how? I mean, this is somebody that was at the scene when the shit started. I mean, what the frick? But they're protected because they're a DoorDash driver.
So this is, see it right at the bottom, the last sentence. Right. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. Does not mean he came forward and reported it. They might have identified him and then, reported means told. Doesn't mean he called in or she called in and said, listen, I was doing this. It says that law enforcement identified that DoorDash delivery driver who reported the information. That could be that there was a warrant that this DoorDash driver stayed quiet. They identified him and he then reported that information. It doesn't mean that the DoorDash driver came forward, in my opinion.
But that DoorDash driver should, in my opinion, and I'm assuming he will, have to take the stand during the trial because he was, or she was, in the vicinity of the crime when it occurred. So everybody should want their account on what they saw, what they did. Did they make contact with Xana? Did they not make contact with Xana? Did they make contact with anybody? Did they see Brian pulling up? Did they see any kind of white alarm? You know what I mean? So there's a lot of questions that DoorDash driver, I think, can answer. And I think he's going to be very relevant on the stand.
Well, I'm sorry, you guys, but again, I feel like I'm being, but the DoorDash driver did report, and he told him he went to a taco place afterwards, and they did verify that the DoorDash driver.
No, Brian, you're getting that confused with the rideshare driver.
Oh, okay. No, you're right. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Be careful, Brian. Be careful, Brian.
Willie's after me.
I'm just saying.
There's so much of this, guys. It is easy to get confused. We just got to keep it as straight as possible. That's all.
Well, no, in the beginning when I got on and Willie was yelling at me, I felt bad. I
yell at everybody, dude. Don't take it personal. I yell at everybody.
Everybody loves you, Brian. We just want to. That's all. No big.
But Dago, since you didn't see, since I guess you weren't in there last night. Remember when I was on here with you and I told you Mike was calling me, which is Brian's old friend? Well, I thought it would be, I thought I'd be able to call him back and we'd be able to talk that day. So, but we haven't been able to reach each other for, I think it was like 5 or 6 days. We were texting back and forth, and finally he called me, I think 2 nights ago. 2 nights ago, we spoke for about a half hour. And I was just kind of pulling some information out from him, and just something new that I learned that I didn't know. Brian only did drugs in 2013. So prior to 2013, and after 2013, and this would make sense because remember, I graduated in 2011 and there wasn't a big heroin pandemic up there. Wow. So it kind of makes sense to me. So he told me that they did drugs together. In 2013, he would go to his house. Brian did sell like a lot of his stuff to get drugs and stuff. His dad would like buy him pizza all the time, them two pizza. He said his dad was really cool. But then he also said, like I just said, Brian did drugs in 2013, and then after 2013, every single person which is basically everybody, all his friends that were affiliated with drugs, Brian hasn't spoke to since. So nobody knew what happened. He said that he didn't really know, where Brian went until everybody realized that he got clean and was going for his, I guess, PhD. So after 2013, he cut off everybody that he was in that life with, and then I guess went to and started his college stuff.
So how old was he? How old was he when he was doing the heroin?
I think Mike said it was like a month, maybe 2 before Brian had graduated, when the drugs started coming up in that area.
Yeah, he was 18 because that was 10 years ago, and he's 28 now, or 29, so 19.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, and then Mike told me, and then Mike introduced Brian to Rich Pasqua, the one that was interviewed on Fox, and everybody kind of forgets what Rich said. But I think Rich's interview is freaking really, really, really important, because I didn't realize how much information Rich had gave about Brian's character. But you have to listen very closely, because the Fox News anchor talks over him so many times. But he says he never got any kind of inkling that Brian was a violent or dangerous person. So Mike, my friend, that was Brian's friend, introduced Brian to Rich, and Rich got Brian a job at the pizza joint, and that's where Rich met Brian. So Rich and Brian worked together for many, many months, and that's why I'm trying to get Rich on the phone to find out what him and Brian spoke about, what he would bring up and stuff during work, because I'm just trying to get information on how this guy used to talk and be. You know what I mean? But yeah, he told me before 2013, after 2013, Brian wasn't into that stuff, and I confirmed it with his pharmacist, because I told you guys I know his pharmacist, that she didn't see Brian coming in a whole bunch after that year to get needles, because he really wasn't in the area. So it kind of all gels together and makes sense.
You see, what Dago's got up there, DM and BF both made statements that indicated the occupants were home by 2 and asleep, or at least in their rooms, by 4. With the exception of Canodal, who received a DoorDash. Right. So that tells me, if we're going to believe the PCA, that it's Bethany who was awake. So Bethany, I mean, who knows that Xana received the DoorDash at around 4? So isn't it a weird coincidence that Dylan wakes up around 4 thinking Kaylee's playing with Murphy, and Canodal received a DoorDash at around 4. So Bethany is the one who allegedly saw Xana and Ethan at Sigma Chi until 1:45. Bethany knows, along with Dylan, they were home by 2. They're all in their rooms by 4, but Dylan's asleep, but is woken at 4. There's a lot of stuff going on at around 4.
Yeah, real quick before I forget, Dago, to build off what I was saying, because just kind of went back to the timeline real quick. Brian was not a vegan around the time he was using drugs. So that was what, 2013? Because Mike said
that's a good point.
Mike said that they would actually do drugs in McDonald's parking lot and eat like a whole bunch of McDoubles. So Mike actually said to me, he was like, I don't know where the hell this vegan shit came from, because when I was with him, he wasn't vegan at all. So he must have acquired this vegan aspect of his life throughout after 2013. So I think that was pretty cool to find out. Sorry, Nelly, I just wanted to say that real quick.
No, sorry, I thought you finished. I'm sorry.
It's a good point.
But is
Respectfully to all of you, I am absolutely love you all too. I'm totally blown away. I do not believe one damn thing in the PCA. You lie. I don't believe one word of it.
So I don't believe that she would know they were all in their rooms at 4 o'clock if she's freaking sleeping, because anything can happen in 10 seconds, let alone, from 4 o'clock until when all this went down.
Really, what I'm saying is I am shocked that you all are going off of that. Okay,
I'm making my own thing. I make me, man. I make my own thing over here. They obviously we have to go by that as a blueprint, because that's what they're put out right now. So
yeah, exactly.
Listen, the reason why we go by the PCA, Brian, is because that's what we're supposed to do. It's the only thing that we have that has any type of fact-based information in it. So therefore, we have to go by what law enforcement is giving us. I'm not saying
there's nothing fact-based in there.
Yeah, but Brian, we're picking holes in the PCA. That's the point. None of it makes sense.
No, I'm sorry. I'm surprised. Lie to me once, lie to me twice, lie to me 3 times, lie to me 4 times, lie to me 5 times, lie to me 6 times. I'm not trusting you for anything.
Right. I get it, but what are we supposed to use to go with? What do we go with then, Brian, if we don't use this PCA?
Some of it is like just logic. Okay, the traffic, the widespread notion that he's not on cam is nonsense. Yeah, he's on cam.
Brian, let me put it this way. I always, in this case, in every case, think as if I was a jury member.
That's how I do it too.
And if this is put in front of me, that's why I'm referencing the PCA, because if I was on the jury, none of it makes sense. I'm not saying what they're saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying if this is what law enforcement have put in front of me, it doesn't make sense. So I'm not agreeing with the PCA. I'm saying this is BS.
But this is what 12 people are going to have in front of them to try to make sense of it. And if I was on the jury, the one key thing that I would bring up on everybody's mind I would look at all 11 of them and I would say, okay, let's look at this 3-minute timeline. And I'm going to do a whole live about this. It's going to be called the 3-minute timeline from 4:17 to 4:20, and all the details in between about how the hell he was in the act of committing this on camera here, with the noise.
Arms, Willie.
Hold on a second. So he's on camera, and as far as audio goes, and there's thumb sounds, all kinds of stuff that they have at 4:17, but he's speeding away at 4:20. So in 3 minutes for him to commit the act, walk down, see Dylan, all that stuff, walk out the back door, and then run to his car and speed off without a trace, without tracking anything out or whatever, in 3 minutes is very, very hard to believe. And that's what I would focus on the whole time.
What's wrong with you all? I mean, really, come on. I can stab 4 people driving around the neighborhood. I mean, come on. It's easy. You just stretch your arm. I mean, it's the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard of. That's just ridiculous. He never got out of his car. He was driving around. Everyone is sitting here like showing him driving nonstop from this time to this time. But meanwhile, he's in there hacking people. How are you driving around the neighborhood while you are inside 1122 stabbing?
That's what I mean. They said the murders occurred between 4 and 4:25. So how the hell can they disbar the DoorDash driver so quick? Because he's there at 4. So you're telling me the DoorDash driver's there as the murders are occurring is basically that's what they said in the PCA. They say between 4 and 4:25 the murders occurred. Well, if you're saying DoorDash was there at 4, are you putting the DoorDash at the scene of the crime? Like you're saying that he's there while this is happening now? So I see what you're saying, Brian.
I kind of wonder whether the DoorDash wasn't a replenishment of products or cash.
Well,
Yeah,
you know,
you guys would know this. You do DoorDash. I don't. Would they put your name on the bag of one cheeseburger? DoorDash.
now that's interesting because someone brought up in a panel ages ago that the name Zana on the DoorDash, that little name on the ticket looked like it belonged on the coffee cup.
Oh, wow.
Right. I heard that. I remember that.
And
Nelly.
you know what?
That
It
makes
looked
sense.
like female handwriting to me. I don't know why, but you guys tell me. I've never done DoorDash. I'm a pro at beer with Instacart. Do they?
The DoorDasher themselves don't write. I don't believe they write the name on there, do they? I think it's.
I never had my name on anything that I ordered ever.
I mean,
Really?
I think it's where they get the food from. That's my.
No, but I'm saying, but then okay. So what I'm saying though is, does your like DoorDash deliveries come wherever it comes from with a sticker? And then I'm thinking, okay, now if my order was 16 hamburgers, 14 French fries, 3 corn on the cob, this, a huge order, then yes, it makes sense you would do it that way. But if I call in and put an order for a cheeseburger, you can really save yourself the sticker. Okay, I'm pretty sure I know it's for me. You know why? Because it's one cheeseburger. So do they do that?
Yeah. Said it would. Eddie said the bag would have a receipt printout, not handwritten. To me, this is
Okay.
speculation. It looks like, when you're in Starbucks or whatever, and they're like, "Oh, what's your name? Wait at the end there," and your coffee cup's got the name on, and also that was not taken into evidence for a long, or certainly wasn't. How do we know that bag we got a photo of was from that night?
You're not, Leslie, or I wouldn't be able to see you, dear. You're not blocked.
It could
That's
be
true. Okay, please don't, Dago, please don't take me down. They're here. So I got to go down, but I don't want to go through the whole thing of coming back up. So I'm just going to mute my microphone, go down and wait for Instacart. But then when I come back up, I just want to be on. Is that okay?
Yeah, you're fine, bud. You're fine.
Okay, thank you.
But my point is, we get a photo from the press that's got a bag with Xana's name on. That could have been 3 nights earlier. And I tell you what, when I lived in student housing, we didn't clean up for a week after a party.
Well, why is the bag in the living room and not in the kitchen at that point? Because if you look where the bag is, it doesn't look like it was.
No.
Like, who saves the bag of food?
I personally, you guys do not think that bag was from that night. I don't.
No.
In my opinion, I don't think it was.
Yeah, I think it was just a picture they took, and everybody kind of just made their own.
Exactly. And Jules right there said it exactly what I was getting ready to just say. It was for the dramatic effect that mainstream media likes to put out with these types of stuff. End of story. That's my opinion with it.
Yeah, I don't believe that bag was from that night at all.
No.
But, I just think, Brian says, why look at the PCA? We know that the grand jury, 6 of them, wanted more information. We know that Bill Thompson stood up and said, if we haven't got it, they can't have it. I'm not convinced they have a lot. So I look at the PCA only because they have said, they said to the judge, you've got to be prepared to accept this as a PCA warrant for arrest without the DNA. So what have they got? They've got a phone that doesn't ping for 2 hours, so there's nothing placing him there. If they have footage of a car, suspect vehicle 1, where's the number plate? So if they don't have a number plate and no picture of Brian and no pinging near that house for 2 hours, what have they got? Sweet FA, in my opinion.
They have touch DNA.
Oh, let's go on to that. And I've talked about it a million times, but you look at the legal documents with the PCA, you've got Payne saying quite clearly, very clearly, it's on that PCA Dago, that he later saw this sheath that was next to it was next to Mogan's right side as seen from the door. Then you've got a search warrant signed by Dawn Daniels, and it actually says either next to or beneath. She couldn't make her mind up, and now it's beneath and wrapped in a comforter. Thinking like
The hell?
thinking like the jury, where was this bloody knife sheath? Because initially it actually says next to.
How do you know it's bloody?
Oh, I didn't say no. That's a term. Bloody.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, that's a
Well, that's
swear.
been my question. Well, that's been my question: is why is there no blood on the knife sheath? Like, why?
No, it wasn't
you
bloody.
know.
No, I don't know it's bloody. But think like the jury. You think, well, hang on. Payne says he later saw it next to Maddie Mogan's right side, so clear in the PCA as seen from the door. Then it's Dawn Daniels signing off. It was I swear to God, there's a document. She signs it off as either next to or beneath. And now suddenly it's not only beneath Maddie, it's partially wrapped in the comforter.
Can I say something real quick about the thank you, Salty, first off, for that. She works for DoorDash, or not DoorDash, but the she does that kind of stuff. I'll just put it that way. So but with that, I think I've heard that comment before about why is there no blood on the knife sheath. I don't think there's not. I think there was probably plenty of blood on the knife sheath and other things too. They just
So why would they say that they extracted a single source from it and there wasn't other DNA on it?
Because you can do that. They probably take what they have to do with that.
But why wouldn't they say that they? Why wouldn't they say that they witnessed a bloody knife sheath sticking out? Why is it? I mean, they usually describe everything. They go.
Well, they probably imagined that it was considered a bloody scene. You would just automatically get that, but they're going to not distract. They're going to retract the victim's DNA from the knife itself, from the knife sheath, because it's already known to be there. Okay, so okay, there it is. Thank you, Jules. You can take a mixed sample and then separate those. Like I said, if you have Maddie and Kaylee, I hate saying this like this, but have their DNA, that's going to be expected to be there. So anything other than those DNAs, if they find it, that's where that's going to come into play.
Yeah, but at that point in time, how did they know? How did they know that the blood on the sheath wasn't a mixture of his and the victim's?
Because then they separate all of that when they go and break it down.
Yeah, in the lab. Yeah, at the lab. I get it at the lab.
Something different.
But I'm saying at the time of this arrest, why wouldn't you put in there? I don't know, man. It's just I've read a lot of PCAs and like they usually that main weapon or whatever they describe out what like more than how they describe. I mean, this was just USMC leather, blah blah blah. It's not really single source. It didn't really say anything else was on it.
I understand what you mean, and like I said, honestly, I'll be honest with you, dude. I've read quite a few. This one's quite pretty descriptive for a PCA, to be honest with you.
Oh no, I agree. I agree.
There's a lot more in this than what there actually has to be, for my opinion.
Well, yeah, as far as getting down to describing their little timelines and stuff, yeah, I agree. But I still think it's 18 pages of shit because, like I said, if you take the touch DNA out, if you just extract the small little piece of touch DNA out of this equation, what do you really have, Dago?
Nothing. I agree, dude. Listen. I'm right.
That's what I'm saying. So it's 8. So I understand the PCA is like very detailed, but it's crazy how it's so detailed that if you just take this little small piece out that is literally a touch DNA, that you have absolutely nothing to go by. That's pretty scary. Because that means if they come back and say you can't use this or whatever, then they got nothing to stand on. That touch DNA was everything.
I agree. Yeah, it says it right there, Jules. It says the Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA, suspect profile, left on the button snap of the knife sheath. So yeah, it's right there.
Yeah.
I agree.
I don't know.
See, there's it's obvious then that they only found, if any of the other DNA on that was there, it was probably all the other. Well, shit, then I don't know. I don't know how to take that then, because I would imagine that that knife sheath would have blood all over it, considering where it was.
That's what I thought. But because like I said, if it's squeaky clean, then I'm gonna have a little bit of an issue. But we're gonna have to wait till trial to see.
Single source makes it the most reliable of the most unreliable types of DNA. It's a cat. Yeah, I see what you're
Imagine
saying.
that.
I see what you're saying. Interesting. This is thank you, Brandy, for that. And by the way, thank you anybody that has donated towards these links to support the channel. You are so very much appreciated. God bless. I just can't imagine if this scene was the way that they've said that it was.
Mm-hmm.
And it would, there's two victims in one room that are surrounding this. I mean, the knife sheath was basically found in between those two victims.
Yeah.
How could there not be any blood on this sheath? You see what I'm saying?
Think about it, Dago. There'd be one way there wouldn't be blood on that sheath, and I'm not going to say it, but just you know what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying already. And Jules,
it was brought. I'm not saying it was brought in by Ali, but it was brought in from somebody else, and after people lost their lives. That's all. That would be the only way I could see how if there's blood all over like you said, all over the bed, all everywhere, except and there's nothing on this perfectly squeaky clean. Because I mean, from the human eye, you can't see his DNA on a button, obviously. So it looks like a squeaky clean sheath, is what I'm assuming. But we're gonna have to wait to see.
I absolutely, like I said, that's why if we go with what Jules had said back there, that maybe they didn't find they only found his DNA on, where they found it in the snap here.
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine. Okay, then again, at the same time, if this was found tucked up under her and under the comforter, maybe that's what kept it clean. Okay, which in turn, if that's the case, and they
where did he have it?
The DNA in the snap, then there's that as well. But we've also talked about before and recently how he didn't have to touch this whatsoever to get his DNA on it. So,
but it still amazes me how there's no trace anywhere on the actual leather. When I said before, leather is skin, leather is porous, leather I feel like would seep stuff more than metal.
I agree with you. It should have absorbed.
You know what I mean?
Absorb, and this is I said this. I did a show about 6 months ago. Now, this isn't the same sheath, guys. It's just something I own to be able to demonstrate something. But you're right. I talked about that. The leather. If you dump water on this, unless it's treated, of course, it'll absorb into the leather. You'll get a wet spot on here, and it'll stay in there. Same with blood. I'm doing this with my hand. It's all over this. I probably shouldn't, but it's mine. So anyway, it's gonna be there. You very well can't take this and wipe that off because the oil from your body is going to seep into there as well, I would think.
Exactly.
Unless you clean it with something in particular. I don't know how that works because I've never cleaned off my knife sheath. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
yeah. And then you have to try to play this scene in your head, how if that sheath didn't get a speck of blood on it, how it would have flew off during the act and where he had it. Did he have it in his left hand and threw it and then started doing this, or where was that sheath as he was committing this act?
And I had a problem with that. As I stated, it's very hard to believe that a killer, let alone the killer, walked in with this in his hand like this, not tucked anywhere, and did this.
Yeah.
Had both of his hands full and went in and attacked somebody. How?
Exactly.
How do you do that?
But then it also tells you that once he left that room, he no longer had a knife sheath, right? Which means he then had the knife on him. So while he's exiting the house, what's one thing that Dylan didn't see?
The knife.
The knife. Where is it?
He had nowhere to put the knife.
And also in the warrants after,
because he can't he can't put the knife in his pocket because that's victim's DNA on that. You know what I mean? So he would have had the knife in his hand because he doesn't have the sheath anymore. So as he's walking out the house, if she sees his eyebrows, how do you not notice a big ass K-bar in his hand? I don't know.
Exactly. And also, I think I said it in chat earlier, you've got, I personally think that, they went off Brian Koberger's ID said he was 6 foot. He's so taller than he is.
No,
Taller.
no, he's not.
He's not. Isn't he? He's not
No.
taller than 6 foot.
He's six. No, he is. He's 6'2".
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. So his ID apparently says he's 6 foot. So he had it when he was younger.
Well, yeah, IDs here. You can have an ID for many years here, and depending on what years you get your ID, you can have a big growth spurt. I mean, and you could tell his height is way taller than that if you just look at the pictures of him next to the cops in Pennsylvania. And unless all the cops are 5'8", that dude's not he's not 6 foot. I'm sorry.
No, that's what I'm trying to say. So this is where I'm thinking they've gone off his ID, like it's like, oh, we saw his ID and he matched the description, 6 foot. So if Dylan says 5'10" or over, clad in black bushy eyebrows, they're like, oh, the minute we saw the ID, I think they went off the ID, and actually he's taller than 6 foot. So, he's a big guy.
Yeah, well, how does she also? But now, if she's saying 5'10" or taller, okay, I've dated, I've met a bunch of women that are 5'10". How is she 100% sure? Unless we're gonna say he had a COVID mask on, which then I have a bigger problem with. That she knew that this was a guy. How the hell did she know this was a guy?
I asked
especially in today's world.
I have asked that question 1,001 times because I proved. I'm not saying that this person did this. I proved by covering somebody's face that there's a girl that looks just like him with bushy eyebrows and dark hair. Quite a long time ago. Unless you're looking specifically up and down, checking out whether you see boobies or not. Not to be weird, guys, but I'm just saying.
Exactly.
That doesn't mean anything anyway because people wear baggy clothes. They hide things. They did say that. So you don't know if it's male or female. That was always a problem for me. I'm sorry to say that.
Exactly. And don't tell me you looked at his dick because you didn't see a knife. So I'm not buying it.
Jesus Christ.
Well, listen, man. I'm just saying how I see it. And it's just.
I know what you're saying, dude.
Yeah.
But my point
I can't believe you said that.
I'm 5'8", and I would know if I caught some bushy eyebrows. You look at that TikTok video where Terry the cuddly toy is in it.
Mm-hmm.
How many bushy eyebrows do you see on the men in that video? All of them. And
I don't know, but I interviewed Eden Harsh, and he got probably one of the bushiest eyebrows I've ever seen in my life.
Apart from the guy on Banfield, I mean,
Saeed looked like nothing but eyebrows. I mean, and Emma Bailey, that's a woman. She had bushy eyebrows. So,
but my point is, if you're a tall woman anyway, Dylan would not. I mean, I don't know how tall Dylan is, but she's taller than the other girls. And you come face to face with, say, Brian Koberger, you're not going to say 5'10".
Mm-hmm. Well, no, because he's not. Well, he's not 5'10". He's tall as hell.
Dylan looks to be about 5'8", 5'9" to me. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah,
he's kind of tall.
Oh, he's just a little bit taller than me. No, that doesn't work. You look at him sitting down in that that lecture, where News Nation was like, oh my God, so spooky. He's sitting in a lecture about The Handmaid's Tale, which is about female oppression. And like, oh, there's no men here. There's loads of men there. I actually freezed the video and was like, there's probably 12 men there.
Exactly. That was ridiculous.
Look at the size of his feet. He's a really tall guy. And I think 5'10" is a generic description that covers their asses. And I think they knew on his ID it was 6 foot. Maybe they might get away with that. I just don't believe for a minute that her witness ID description is going to stand up in court.
I don't know.
5'10" with bushy eyebrows. Well, that could cover most of the campus.
But I would ask her, how did you know that it was a guy? And now that brings me to what I said before I went into that, which is what kind of mask did this person have on? Now you have to roll out, like I said, you have to roll out a ski mask because she saw his eyebrows. You're not able to see anybody's eyebrows with a ski mask on. So it's either one of two masks. Now, if you go with a COVID mask, I personally, if I didn't know Brian Koberger, I could pick him out of a group of 100 people with a COVID mask on because of the shape and protruding forehead he has. Now that's just my opinion. Now,
Right.
if he had on one of those I don't know how to say it, balaclava, whatever I don't know how you say it, because I'm Greek. I'm Greek and we have baklava. It sounds too much like baklava. But
Balaclava.
yeah, okay, balaclava. So if he had a balaclava on, then how the hell did she know it was a guy?
Oh, yeah.
So
Exactly.
which one are we going with? Are we going with the first one that she had a COVID mask on, but yet they didn't put out a sketch and had no chance for a lineup? Or are we going to go with he had a balaclava on and she figured the sex of him by his eyes and eyebrow? I don't know.
He has less bushy eyebrows than a lot of the guys on that campus.
Yeah, I looked at his eyebrows. They didn't look too
That bad. They're not that bad at all. I've seen women with worse. And Salty's right. If she saw those eyebrows, she should have been able to see a whole lot more.
Exactly. Thank you. And then if he did have a COVID mask on, then who isn't pulling out his hair while they're getting stabbed and gouging their hands around his head and ripping and clawing and all kinds of shit.
Ripping the mask off. Come on.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. And then you walk into a room and you have a knife and the dude in front of you is 6'4". I'm sorry, but unless you have some kind of like ninja training, you're gonna have to like struggle with that person to take their life. I'm sorry. So he struggled with Ethan, who's 6'3", 6'4", while he's 6'2". He had a disadvantage height wise. He didn't have a huge advantage with a knife, because that person could have picked up a golf club or baseball bat or something, and now you have a bigger advantage. Because I played baseball my whole life, I have a bigger advantage against anybody here with a knife in their hand. I'll knock your head right off before you can hit me with that knife, or I'll hit that knife out of your hand. So for them to take a golf club, kind of makes sense that somebody was defending themselves with a golf club, but he has no defensive wounds on him or anything of that nature after the fact, because he went back and taught the class. He went to his doctor's appointment. He went everywhere. Right.
That was my biggest problem with this whole thing, because I guarantee you that law enforcement interviewed his doctor knowing he had an appointment, interviewed his barber knowing he had a hair appointment, and said, hey, did you notice anything strange about this guy? Did he look funny? Did you notice any scratches or marks or rips or tears, or would he have gobs of his hair ripped out? Or I'm just saying, like.
Yeah, and I watched the interview with his student, and not one time did the interviewer ask him the pertinent question I have of, did any of your colleagues, since you guys are going to school for this stuff, notice any kind of marks on him, black eye, scratch? Like nobody asked that kid with the long hair, I forget his name. Nobody asked him that, and that's one of the questions I have is, did none of these kids that are going to school for this stuff notice anything? Because like I said yesterday, these aren't art majors, okay? You're not teaching art majors who aren't, these are criminology students, man.
Well, with the smear campaign that's been going about him, I would imagine if somebody would have came out and did an interview and said something like, oh my God, I noticed that his face was gouged, his eye was black, his arm was tore up and cut, and so on and so forth, that would have been on the news. I never saw an interview like that, so I don't know.
Exactly. Well, that's what I'm asking. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it either, but if he went back and taught the class and criminology students didn't notice anything, then that's wild, because there's a lot of students in that class, and this guy is the TA.
If you committed this crime and you got beat up, you got some defensive wounds on you, I would imagine you probably hold off from going back to work for a while so that you're not seen, and those things aren't made notice of. But he went directly back and lived the rest of his life the way he was doing it.
Yeah.
Nothing changed, you guys.
Yeah. And that's why I can't go along with Brian saying that he's this, perfect thought out killer, because this guy drove his car across the country. He brought his own phone. He made so many mistakes that not even the average person's going to make. I mean, even Rex Heuermann bought like 10 burner phones. This guy brought his own phone.
Yeah, I know.
Why? Who was he going to call? And if he was stalking them, he'd need Google Maps, would he? Why would he need to take his phone?
Unless he did, unless he didn't know they were out. But then you figure they have him, you figure they could hack his, or not hack, but access his map information to see if he used GPS that night. And that's why I said the route he took just doesn't add up in my mind, because I would want to be on as less cameras as possible. So if I already hit a camera and I know I'm already on it, I don't mind hitting that camera again. So he drove a huge way, like, I mean, to hit so many more cameras than he had to, and I just don't know how somebody planning this out would do something stupid like that. But hey, I'm not him, so, or who did this, but I don't know. I would want the shortest route possible, because you know, I'm sure after you do something like that, your heart's racing. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. I mean, Jules is saying she takes her phone in case of an emergency, no matter what. But I tell you now, I don't think Brian, if he broke down, would be calling anyone that night, would he? Or I'll take my phone in case I break down after committing a quadruple homicide.
Well, that's what I mean. For somebody, I mean, I've lived out where I'm at here for, I think, you know, a little over 2 years now. I still need, I mean, if I go anywhere that is foreign to me, which is, you know, a lot of area here, I need my phone for GPS. So for him to know all those routes without needing his GPS is pretty crazy. But unless he drove it, you know, 100 times beforehand, for not needing his phone to navigate back home is pretty wild, because he's not from that area.
I agree with Kelsey's comment right there. I agree that, and it could, because it is. Look at it right now. He probably took it because he knew it could be easily disputed. It's pretty simple with that fact. I mean, it's probably one of the easiest things to dispute with this whole thing. You know what I mean?
Hey guys, all you have to do is plug in Pullman Undercover, and everything makes sense. Okay, he's in total control of his cell phone. He knows how it's followed. He does not want anyone knowing he's on his way over to the drug area. He turns it off. He puts it in the bag. He then takes it back out when he wants to be seen. He's doing the entire thing his way.
I don't agree.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's smart.
No,
They just need to schedule the damn trial already.
That's what the problem is right there. Everybody is so overwhelmed with this. Okay, so that's why this went this way today, because it's not a broadly talked about subject anymore, and everybody wants to know answers. We're not going to get them, guys. We're not going to get answers to this until the trial happens.
Well, that's what I mean. This is only really, really important to all of us who are on here. But I'm telling you guys flat out, even people that like know Brian, they don't. All they see is what's on the media, and the media is not talking about this like every single day. They're talking about other shit going on, and everybody knows what they're talking about right now. So they're not talking about Idaho 4. It's YouTube that's talking about it. You know, it's not
right.
You know what I mean? And it's important to us, but to the rest of the world, nobody's giving a shit right now.
No.
Hey guys, I sent Dago a 6-minute video. You guys want to see all that scary stuff about fog? It's in the back chat for you, Dago. 6 minutes. It's scary stuff. That guy told us about it earlier.
Which one is it, Brian? You got 1, 2, 3 links here.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. It's the one on fog.
Which one is it? The first, second, or third one?
Okay, wait. I gotta go scroll and look. Hold on.
Okay.
And that's why, you know, if I never ventured away from the media, Dago, I'd still probably believe that, you know, he 1,000% did it and blah, 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 because I would have seen that court TV documentary and everything else. And, you know, without knowing the stuff I know now from venturing to, you know, this world. And I'm glad I did.
Right.
But
it's
majority of people don't.
It's that 6-minute thing on fog. And then the link right under it is what that guy was talking about the sophisticated way cops are now spying on you all with your cell phones.
Okay. Yeah, I got you. Hold on a minute here. Let me bring this out of the way. Molly, I got your email, and Eddie, I got yours as well, if you can hear me, bud. All right, hold on.
Kind of scary, y'all.
It might be that, you know, come to trial, the defense and the prosecution both have been keeping these sealed documents from us, and we'll be like, oh my God.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but still, but still, the PCA for them to arrest him on this little of evidence is, in my opinion, crazy. Because I've watched, since I got into this true crime community, I've watched probably over 100 different cases. Not once have I seen them have as little as evidence as they have in this PCA, even though it looks like so much, but in reality, it's not. Like I said, if you take the touch DNA out, you got nothing. So
It's on
but
purpose.
but they arrested him. So everywhere else, I've seen cases where they've had the type of victim DNA, like the blood type of the victim DNA, and that wasn't even enough for an arrest. But yet, this wasn't enough for an arrest. In like 90% of investigations, this would not classify as being enough for an arrest. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I've watched a lot.
Yeah, no, I agree. Just driving around doesn't make you a murderer.
Hey, wait,
Exactly.
let me just do this sentence again. It says, this is where I think we're all wrong. It says having a reasonable belief, but not irrefutable, that evidence may exist that someone committed a crime. That's exactly what they wrote down. A bunch of nonsense, got us all confused. They're numbering units of one. Who the hell calls a car one when there's only one? It's all on purpose. They were desperate. And what I think is Stickergate. Do you guys know that the Stickergate judge, our first judge in Brian's case, the lady judge, she was the one that they did Stickergate on. They messed with her for a year in her courtroom. That was the judge that got Stickergate. And I think what happened is she absolutely refused to sign off on anything from MPD. And that's why they had to go do this whole circus on the other side of the country. Would you sign off on anything from MPD when they sat in your courtroom in your land for over a year and lied directly to your face? No, but it was her that had the whole year of that nonsense.
Hey, bro, I don't mean to cut you off. I got to hop down because I'm getting my daughter off the bus here. But I appreciate you having me up, man. It was nice talking to everybody.
Nice to speak to you.
Anytime, brother. Anytime.
All right. See you guys. Hope you have a good night. See you,
Bye,
Chad.
Willie.
Hey,
I
bud.
like your avatar a lot.
All right. See you guys. Hey, honey.
Bro.
Hey.
All right. So what do we got here now? Speaking of which,
This is the guy up earlier in the chat because it sounded interesting.
okay.
So I went and got it. Okay, just watch this. It's scary.
Okay.
It's a new program that cops are using on you all to spy on you.
Here we go.
Things like the fastest way to get home, or a show or a podcast you might enjoy, is because it tracks you. It tracks information about your behavior and where you go in the world. Now, it turns out that a company is selling that information to police such that they can surveil millions of Americans in their most intimate habits, and they can do it without a warrant. When you download an app and it asks if it can use your location data, you probably understand that you're letting that company know where you are from now on.
What you probably didn't know is that you also gave the app the permission to sell that data to pretty much anyone.
And now a privacy group has discovered that dozens of law enforcement agencies across the country have been buying that data in a piece of software called Fog Reveal, which says it can give them the power to track the movements of 250 million Americans, often without a warrant. A 2019 user's manual from the company received from a police department under a Freedom of Information Act request promises that what used to require, quote, witness interviews and travel records can now be revealed in minutes.
Even if your local law enforcement agency didn't have a contract with FOG, it's likely that your data was caught up and is in FOG's database.
Here's the thing. You and I and anyone else walking around with a phone the last few years has already been inside a vast surveillance network. But the police didn't build it, the tech industry did. They did it so that they could follow our habits and predict our patterns and basically follow our location so they could sell us stuff. The police are just purchasing access to that system like anyone else. And here's what they're getting for their money. There is no record of the San Francisco Police Department using Fog Reveal, but let's take a day in this city as an example. First, I went to the heart of the downtown waterfront, the Embarcadero, to meet Patrick Jackson, an expert in tracking technology. What kinds of information can a data broker amass from all these different apps we've given permission to?
So they collect everything. They may collect your email. Another app, they may collect your phone number. But
Thank you,
those
Vito.
pieces of data are tied together with something called an advertising identifier.
Does that include where you have been?
Yes.
A spokesperson for the company that makes Fog Reveal says it does not display personally identifying information to police.
So what Fog, as I understand, is serving up is just the identification of some devices that are in an area, not tied to the actual person. So there are advertising related IDs for each device. However, they do not give who the person is, who the cell phone number is.
Jackson says that doesn't matter.
We're increasingly seeing that this data has been used to make this anonymous data no longer anonymous.
Even though I think I have an individual private relationship with each app, in fact, behind the scenes, it's all coming together and creating this portrait of me.
And there's buyers for this data. It could be private market, it could be governments, police stations. Anybody can access this data from these data brokers as long as they have a checkbook. And users have no idea it's happening.
When I buy something like the jacket I just purchased a moment ago, it gives data brokers the opportunity to combine my location data from the phone and my credit card purchase history from the credit card company. And together, you can put together a picture that allows a company and now the police to identify this phone as being specifically mine. Internal police presentations obtained by the Electronic Frontier Foundation show that police have used Fog Reveal to do this. Because, as a Missouri Highway Patrol officer wrote, quote, if we are good at what we do, we should be able to figure out the owner.
So we're talking about a mass volume of data that is incredibly detailed and can give law enforcement an idea of anyone who is in a particular area, as well as retrace your steps back and basically reconstruct your entire life.
Here's the crucial thing to understand. It isn't that I have one app that knows where I am right now. It's that multiple apps have been watching me over time. And as a result, they know where I live, where I work, where I go to the grocery store, and can assemble a portrait of.
You know what about this is funny to me? And I know you guys have experienced this, and I know you guys have had this conversation with your spouses, your friends, your kids, yourselves. How many times has anybody been sitting watching TV, minding your business? You looked at your phone, you touched it. It sits by us wherever we sit. And you've either talked to your spouse or somebody about, hey, I feel like I want to order a pizza tonight. And the next thing you know, either on your TV, a pizza commercial comes on, which that's pretty normal, but your phone will show something as an advertisement about pizza.
It gives me the creeps, you guys. I don't know why it doesn't bother you.
It happens all the time.
Yep.
It's been happening for a long time, guys. So, I mean, that's that's what this reminds me of. I'll be honest with you. It really does happen a lot. Like, we could be talking about bed sheets. My wife will say something about, I want flannel bed sheets or something stupid like that. I'll be damned if there's not a commercial or an advertisement or something that I see throughout my phone somewhere or something like that that shows something very close to that, if not the same thing. And it's happened a lot. It's very, very, very weird. So that's what this right here, all of this reminds me 100% of this, guys. I'm telling you.
How come? But it seems like you guys are like okay with it. Like, I mean, from the very beginning.
It's not that I'm okay with it, Brian. It's that what the hell can I do about it? What can I do about it? What can you do about it? What can any of us do to change that?
Well, just don't have a cell phone.
Yeah, get rid of our cell phones. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty much. Is that going to happen? Because I know I have no problem going back to a landline. I'm just saying, it's it's not going to happen because we have become very self-reliant on our cell phones as parts of our life, and it's just what it is at this point. Speaking of which, there's a movie that just came out. Do not watch it if you have already watched it, or if you haven't watched it, don't watch it. I'm telling you, it scared the dog shit out of me. Do not watch this movie. It's called Leave the World Behind. It's a brand new movie on Netflix with Julia Roberts in it and Ethan Hawke. It scared the shit out of me because it's so very real. And we are 100%, Tina, codependent with our phones. I can go a whole day without my phone, okay? But at the same time, my son, my 17-year-old child, he knows how to tell time by looking at a clock, okay? I have a clock there. I have a clock there. I have a clock in my living room. I have a clock in my kitchen. I think there's a clock upstairs in my hallway. You know how often my son looks at those?
Never.
He freaks out looking for this to tell what time it is. That's what I'm saying.
Yep, you all are crazy.
We lived without these damn devices for years, guys, and we were perfectly fine. Okay? We, as people, society runs on all this technology. We know that, okay? But, and you can get rid of your cell phone and say, okay, I'm free now. They're not listening to me. You're not, because the computer is listening. Your Alexa is listening. Your Ring doorbell is listening. Your TV, for God's sakes. They all have the ability to record and listen to things, I'm sure. It's part of our life now. It's part of society. Like, what can we do? Okay?
Well, let me tell you something. Honest story, I did not have my phone in my car. I've got no mod cons in my car. And my son and I were talking about an accident he had in the night. And I said, don't worry about it. You know, fine. Got back. All I got was nappy adverts. And
all you got back was what? Say that again.
Nappy adverts. You
Ah,
know,
okay.
and I remember thinking, hang on, I've never had these before. And we were talking in the car. And I swear to God, my phone wasn't even in the car. And so I brought it up with someone I work for, and he said, I only mentioned to a friend that I thought about golf holidays. And all of a sudden, I had every advert was golf. I expect it if I've Googled something or I've looked on Amazon. But when you're just chatting, I only have an Alexa remote. I don't have one of those Alexas that sits on your worktop and you say, Alexa, play me music and all of that stuff. Yes. I only have a Fire Stick and an Alexa remote for my TV. But I was in my driveway and we talked about, don't worry about it, darling. We all have accidents. I swear for 2-3 days, all I got was nappy adverts. And I cannot explain how. Now,
how new is your car?
Oh, God, 2008. 2008. And I remember thinking, I know I haven't had my phone in my car for a few days. What is in my car that is... I just got the chills. I just thought, I don't get that at all. And, like I said, I expect it when I Google something. I expect it when I look on Amazon for something, 100%. YouTube, whatever. But I wasn't in the house. I was just in my front driveway. And it's really scary. And do you know what? I always said, I don't care. I've got nothing to hide. But now true crime, I'm thinking, what if you were wrongly accused of something?
Hi, tomboy.
Then I'm scared. It's like I could say something completely innocent, like, or Google something like, because I'm into true crime, and that could be used against me.
Do you have Sirius radio in your vehicle?
I've just got a normal radio. I don't know. It's just a normal radio. I don't know.
You don't. I don't know if you guys have Sirius or any of that over there. It's like a special music program you can subscribe to, and it'll play. You can pick and choose whatever you want to listen to.
Oh no, Dago, I don't have that. My car is so basic, but I
Gotcha.
remember just thinking that's really weird. I talked about this afternoon. My phone wasn't with me, and all I was getting was nappy adverts. Excuse me, my dog.
What kind of doggy do you have?
I have 3 doggies. I have excuse me one sec. Sorry, I have a Labrador and a Cairn Terrier, and I have a little oh, she's so old. I've got a little terrier cross. So they're going mad about something. But no, I don't have satellite radio. I don't know. I've got, my car is like nearly 15 years old. Is 15 years old. Maybe that was a coincidence. Maybe it was. But when I spoke to another friend, who's like, oh my God, I only mentioned to a mate that I fancied a golfing holiday. And boom, he said, all I'm getting is golfing holiday things. And he said, it was just too bizarre. It wasn't, he said, I was nowhere near Alexa. I was nowhere near this. And it makes me wonder, I don't have door cams. I don't have anything like that. It just makes me wonder what's going, was I close enough to my internet being in my driveway? Was I close enough just to my internet hub that it picked up on that? That's the only thing I can think of.
Do any of you do Instacart? I'm telling you, I love Instacart. I have no idea what these people are doing, but I am afraid I might have a Macy's Day Thanksgiving parade of delivery people. I have no idea what they're doing, but it looks like they've got 4 people coming here to bring me the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I just always think, I thought Big Brother was one thing, and I'm starting to think it's in places I didn't know it existed.
Right. So far, there's not a lot, Paladin. Good to see you, bud.
Yeah, I agree, Paladin.
You know what, guys? I've said it. I knew we were going to get a little off subject with the phone thing today and all that, and that's fine. I knew it. I expected it. I planned for it. It is what it is, and it's part of it. Regardless of what we want to do, we're going to talk about this case, and it's good to have healthy conversations about it that are logical, that are respectful, that are commonsensical. I'm okay with that. And everybody wants to have these conversations. We still want to understand. We still want to know. Because the trial's pushed out so damn far,
yeah,
it drives everybody nuts. I understand, guys. I do. It gets me. I wish the trial was tomorrow. Every day I talk about, oh my God, I can't wait for this trial so that we can all know what the hell it would actually happen and get rid of this crazy shit. But the point is we're gonna have to wait unless something happens. It's gonna have to happen, and it's just what it is. There's still a lot of unanswered questions. A whole lot of, take care, Charlotte. A whole lot of unanswered questions. Why, I don't know. Why? I mean, I know why some of these questions have not been answered. Thank you, SRB. Whoop, wrong one. Sorry, where'd it go? Damn, this thing's moving. And Brian, don't think that what you said that I was like brushing you off or pushing you away. That's not what it is, bud. I respect you wholeheartedly and love you to death, sir. Absolute. But
no, I was surprised. I'm surprised. I've played around with the PCA way too long, 13 months now. And I'm telling you, I just don't believe it. It's all a lie.
I respect that, Brian. I can respect that.
And that Blanker guy, what's the other guy's name? Blanker and then Payne. There's another guy, Blanker.
Officer Blaker, Officer Payne, Officer Smith.
Yeah, well, his PCA shows Brian going back exactly the way he came. There's only one truth here. Okay? Right? And then another thing that they did that I thought was interesting. Come on, you guys. We all know that they can, on their cameras and stores, they can tell us what we bought. Like the Albertson stuff, all they said was stuff. You know, I mean, there is so much stuff with it that is wrong. And then more and more, I'm almost, and I hate to say this to you guys, I really do, but I'm really starting to wonder what maybe Payne is really smart. Maybe. Doubtful. But
Okay.
I'm telling you, that thing is just a joke. The pings don't work. They have the car going east on roads that run north and south. They're talking about cameras pointing to the east that are pointing to the west. Why on earth are you numbering an item that there's only one of? The only conclusion is at some point in the draft, there was suspect vehicle 1, suspect vehicle 3, suspect vehicle 2. They obviously never proofread any of that by the typing. Listen to me talking about typing. But you give me a break. So there's something really, really messed up.
Yeah, I tell you, that's something else too that's always bugged me, and maybe it was just the way they phrased it. Okay, but it's always bugged me about suspect vehicle 1.
Makes no sense.
Why does it have to be numbered like that if it's the only suspect vehicle? I'm not saying that it's anything, guys. It doesn't mean anything, very possibly, but it just always bugged me. Like, is there a number 2? Was there a number 2?
And I think there was. I think at one point during the drafts there were 1, 2, 3, and then they just had to delete them and look at the rest of the thing. It's the pits, so they just left it in. Well, even now that it's out, why don't you go back and clean it up?
Right.
It makes you look like an idiot. Hold on, I think they're here now. Watch, there's going to be 14 Instacart drivers at my door. Hold on.
You'll have enough beer to last you the night then.
Forever. Oh, no, just for a minute. Oh,
there you
God,
go.
I'm scared.
Take your time, sir. Yeah, there's a lot of questions. We've had these conversations here. We've had these conversations on Nellie's platform. We've had these conversations on Dinky's platform. These conversations have been put out on Jules's platform, Lana's platform, Harsh's platform, Drunk Turkey. Every creator has talked about this stuff. And the questions are not answered, guys. No matter how many times or where we are or who we are, we don't get our questions answered, and it's not going to be. Ignorance of the law is the issue, and a big time. That's one of the biggest problems right there. And ignorance isn't meant in a negative way, meaning we just don't know it. Okay.
Oh no, I get that. I do get that, but like I said, I always think the jury members are not lawyers. So it's Joe Bloggs off the street who is presented with what we are presented with. And that is my problem.
And the unfortunate truth to this, along with what Sherry said, and SRB agrees, unfortunately, it's just not our business, guys. It's not supposed to be our business. Now, I will say this. The judicial system, yes, that's our business. The way the judicial system runs things, just like in the Delphi case, that's our business because it's not being done based on the constitutional laws. And some things in this sense may look as if they're not. I get that too. But truly and wholeheartedly, it just is not our business to even demand to know certain things, guys. It's really not. We want to know because they gave it to us.
Paying for it?
Right, because they gave it to us. They gave the public certain pieces of info, and then they said, okay, that's enough. And that drove every single one of us insane because it wasn't enough. And that was all they needed. They only gave us what they needed to make the rest that they needed in this case. They had a debt. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I was just going to say, but that's my point. Is that the public are involved, whether it's the law and it's not our business. They make it our business.
I know that. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you.
Yeah. Sorry, Dave.
I do. Nellie, I wholeheartedly agree with you. They've made it our business, and like I said, they gave us a short little piece of rope. Okay. And we grabbed that rope and pulled as far up on it as we could and then stopped. Because that was it. Like I said, they stopped because the rest of it is not our business. And in reality, folks, for all sakes, it could cause problems if we did know anymore. That's why there's a gag order on this case.
I agree. But, when you're the taxpayer, things like the 911 call are the public's business. That is a public's right. There's freedom of information, all of this stuff. But I do agree that running up to a trial is not our business. You know, they need to seal things. But the PCA is a public document.
It is. It is, and we're supposed to just, that's why we're supposed to look at that PCA and say, okay, thank you, and move along.
Yeah, but you know, the problem we've got is that that law enforcement put out public presses. It was public. They made it public. This is what we need. This is the information we need. And then there's silence. Then a PCA comes out that says exactly the opposite. So how can they then say it's not the public's problem?
This is where
they made it the public's problem.
You're right. And that's where part of the problem came with this case. In the very beginning, they told us too much until the PCA came out. Once that happened and we looked at the PCA, everybody said, wait a second, that didn't match and that didn't match. How did this even become what it is? Okay. And then we had a car. We had a car we were looking for that was a mistake. And that's the thing is the public is so critical of law enforcement in any case that they cover that we pick things apart. I've been guilty of it myself. We pick everything they say apart. So when they make a mistake, we automatically say they're lying because they're law enforcement and we look to them to be honest and true about everything, but they are human beings. They do make mistakes at times, and it's not even that it was a bad mistake. Every little thing is picked apart so critically that at that point, we think it's all a lie. We think it's all a big bowl of bullshit, and it's this and that. And sometimes it is, guys. Delphi.
Well, in this case, it has been one giant lie.
And I feel, and I mean, I agree with you on some things, Brian, and I don't know if they were lies or if they were mistakes. Now, Delphi, that case, as far as I'm concerned, that case is a whole bunch of lies and bullshit and everything else. Full-heartedly.
We didn't know that till recently, Dave. You know, we were like fed all this stuff.
Yeah.
And, you know, but it's only now we're saying, well, this is because the defense have spoken out. Now it's all BS. You know, and I just feel that I suppose I'm confused where the line is drawn. When does the public stop being involved when so much is fed to the public? So when do we stop?
That's a good point. That's a very good point and a good question. And Sherry just said also that the investigation doesn't even tell the family members everything, which is another problem. You know, that's what I'm saying. Now, we got to take into account how much and how big of a high profile case this is. This is a quadruple homicide of 4 college kids on a college campus, basically. Okay. That made it big to begin with. That was huge. And it still is. It's not something we see happen every day. We look at crime every day, guys, multiple different types of crimes, and never have seen anything this big and this insane until now. So it blew up. It blew up so big, and we did not have the right information. But again, it's because it's really not our business to have. That's what they gave us and said, that's enough. Be on your way. It's not fair.
Yeah, you're right. But then what? Why are there public documents then if it's none of our business?
I agree. Listen, Nelly, I absolutely agree. It shouldn't be given to us. We shouldn't have that info, especially in a case like this. They should not put anything out to the public for the public to see until the trial hits.
Until
at
trial.
that point, then none of this would have happened. None of this would have happened, but they said they needed the public's help, remember?
Yeah.
So they
and I suppose by law there are certain documents that are required to be released.
That's true. That's true.
Do you think the law is a muddy pit, isn't it? It's just a big muddy pit where we don't know exactly where the public are supposed to be involved and where they're not, because this one's released, that's sealed. This one's released to the public, that's sealed. Either it's all sealed until trial, or they release it. You know, it's really a muddy area, isn't it?
I agree. I do. I agree. It's real muddy. You know, transparency is very important in a lot of fashions, guys, and I feel really strongly about that. And I think that due to okay, let me put it this way, which is why I have argued certain points in this case, what I'm about to tell you, okay? They got their suspect in custody according to them, but I still feel, which is why why would there be a gag order on this if they didn't have 100% faith that Brian Koberger is the be all end all to everything? Why would there need to be a gag order?
Exactly. And why don't they turn over the discovery? Someone said earlier, if they were proud of the fact that they'd caught this guy, wouldn't you just be like, there it is. That's how we did it. And this is it. And this is our evidence. Everything. That worries me.
Right. I just feel, and that's my biggest thing with this entire thing, is that if they are 100% sure Brian Koberger is the killer, he murdered those 4 kids. I'm sorry, those 4 young adults. End of story. That's done. It's over.
Yeah.
That's where we're supposed to believe that that's it. Bing, bang, boom. It's done. Wrapped up. Put a bow on it. There's a gag order. There's a lot of secrecy on this. There's a bit intimidation factor with this. There's all sorts of things that say a little bit more other than the fact that it's not just Brian Koberger.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I just don't understand the gag if there is nothing else.
So here's another question to your chat. This is a really big thing for me. Now, if they were confident that they had their guy, why were they so desperate to get his alibi? You know, it's like, well, we know he was driving around, but where's his alibi? Where's his alibi? Where's his alibi? If I had enough evidence against a guy up for the death penalty for homicide, I wouldn't give a flying F about his alibi because I knew I had him. Why were they so desperate for his alibi? Because I think they're afraid. Because this is what I think. This is just my opinion. I think they think that they might have the right guy, but they're not 100% sure. And if they thought they had all the evidence, why are they begging for an alibi? Because they're scared of what he's going to come out with. And guess what? Brian's not talking. Brian shut down. He pleaded the 5th. And they're like, oh my God, what? All they've got, right, in the PCA is that his phone turned off between 3 and 5 a.m., but they don't even know it was turned off. You look at that PCA where it says, they then actually go on to say, we have been told that it's quite common with killers that they turn their phones off. That is what they put in a PCA. We think this might be the issue.
Right.
There's no phone pings between 3 and 5. The fact of the case is he is not with his phone near that house between 3 and 5 a.m. How do they prove he was? Because there's a white car there? So why are they desperate for his alibi? Because they're scared. Because he's not talking, they're scared that he might actually have something that they don't know about. Just my opinion. And you tell me if Jack D, this is purely a scenario, this is not an accusation. So they asked Jack D, right? His DNA's in the house. Where were you? I was sleeping. And his roommate says, well, yeah, I didn't see him go anywhere. He was sleeping. There we go. Tick, alibi. How does he prove it? How does anyone in that area prove that they were alone and sleeping? Their alibis are as shit as Brian Koberger's driving around because nobody can actually vouch for them. I genuinely don't think these people, the prosecution, have a really solid case against this guy. I really don't. All they've got is a car with no number plate, who he admits he was driving around, and they've got a phone that does not ping for 2 hours, and they've got another phone, ping of his phone on the 14th, but they say, well, his phone pinged there, but he wasn't actually there. What kind of case is this? And then they're like, oh, you know what? We always wanted the judge to believe that if the DNA doesn't stand up, they have to be happy that this was a PCA that was worth putting forward without the DNA. So they're already saying from the beginning, you know what, the DNA might get thrown out. Are you happy with this? Happy with what? That you've got a car with no number plate, other cars driving around that they state in the PCA, and a phone that does not ping for 2 hours. How do you put someone up for the death penalty on that?
Right. And listen, and you know what? I agree with that, Nelly. It makes sense. One thing I do got to say to remind everyone with this case is that the defense nor Brian, or I'm sorry, the defense nor Brian Kohberger have to prove anything in this case. Nothing. The prosecution has to prove that he did this, period. He doesn't have to prove anything, and neither does his defense team. There's nothing to prove on this part. It's all about the prosecution proving. If you guys don't stop with the White House Farms donuts, I'm going to flip out on everybody because I can't have the damn things and I want them so bad. Anyway, sorry.
Oh, what's
yeah.
donuts?
Oh my God, don't even start.
Okay, sorry, I don't know what that is.
These things are so amazing. I'll before the end of the show, I'll see if I can show you. Walt, I'm going to kick your ass. Telling you right now.
Oh
Walt does it every time.
Fire, Dago. Go for it. I have no idea what we're talking about, but I love it.
These damn donuts are like crack. I'm telling you right now. They're crack. He's been doing this to me for months now.
Who's donuts?
They're called, it's a place out here near me. It is called White House Farms.
Oh.
1 second.
I'm gonna take out that stuff first.
Okay, let me see here. Let me see if I can show you real fast, guys. It's a place out here that it's about 40 minutes from me that make homemade donuts every day. And hold on a minute. And he knows about these. He knows about. Wait a minute. What the hell just happened? Sorry, guys. 1 second. Just a second here. And ever since he found out that I knew about the place, he's been teasing me.
Oh, God.
And donuts, the blueberry donuts. And it drives me nuts because I can't have the damn thing. But anyway. But yeah, that's one. Here they are, actually. Here, I'll show you what it is. This has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but I'll show you. I'll show you just because it's that amazing.
Come out to White House Fruit Farms in Canfield. There's the pumpkins, the apple cider, and my favorite, the donuts.
We are open 12 months a year, 7 days a week. So we do have a year-round business. However, summer and fall is our busiest time of year, and September and October is our peak season. Of course, this is apple and pumpkin season, cider season, donut season.
Vegetables and donuts.
Donuts. Absolutely the donuts.
Blueberry donuts, of course. Sprinkles for the kids. Maple. All the good fall type.
Did you want the ice?
We plan all year how to keep up for a 8-week period in the fall. It's like planning a battle. We run shifts on the weekends. We start Friday night and we don't stop making donuts until Sunday when we close.
Did you see that right there? That down there? See that?
Yeah.
That is the absolute most amazing thing I have ever put in my mouth.
Oh my God. Is it a blueberry something? It looks
It's
a
a
bit
blueberry donut. Krispy
Oh.
Kreme ain't shit on this, Michelle. I'm telling you right now. These donuts, I've never in my life had anything like this ever before. They're homemade. They fry them, whatever they do with them here. They're cake donuts, okay? They take these out of their little thing fresh. They're still warm half the time when you get them, okay? And the bottom of the donut has that little, it's like just perfectly kind of like just a bit of crispiness. You bite into this, they're beyond moist. And the icing is just the perfect amount. It's got pieces of real blueberry in them too. This is food sex as far as I'm concerned, you guys. I'm telling you right now, it's better than anything I've ever had. It is so damn good. And they're kind of like that. I've never had that one there, but that looks good too. But they have cherry, blueberry's the best, strawberry. They have maple, which is another big freaking thing of mine, is the maple flavors. But anyway, and Walt Harris found out about this damn place and knew that I knew about it and that I've been there. It's insane. And I can't eat these because I will literally, I'm not lying to you guys. If I went and got a dozen of these, within one day, I would eat every damn one of them.
Oh my
That's
God.
how good they are. That is how good they are.
Blueberry. I love blueberry stuff.
Me
I'm
too.
more savory. I am more of a savory person. But if I started, I'd probably have a problem stopping. Oh my God.
They're so damn good.
Mix it for 3 minutes. And then once we get it to the right consistency, we put it in our hopper. Hopper automatically drops 2 donuts at a time. And it takes approximately 7.5 minutes to go down to the other side.
They're so good that I would eat those non-iced ones, just the plain with coffee. That's how good they taste.
About halfway through, it will flip. And because they're coming out of hot grease, we have to ice with a hot icing. So we put our donuts in upside down in the icing and let them sit for a few minutes. And then you can see how Crystal pulls them out for the icing then to just drip down into the tray. On the weekends right now, we're doing about 125 batches of blue a day. They're fresh every day. 5 dozen to a batch. We try to run out every single night, and we want them fresh every day because you can't do better than a fresh donut.
I do like the green beans and the fruits and vegetables.
We are a 3rd generation fruit and vegetable farm. The land has been in our family since 1815. We've been in the fruit and vegetable business since 1924, and we have a year-round farm market of which we retail all the.
Their vegetables are amazingly priced, and their fruits and all that. It's really good pricing on everything too, you guys. And it's all fresh. Everything about it's fresh. Per season.
Fruits and vegetables that we grow. Growing things is a special privilege because you get to see the fruits of your labor literally coming off the trees.
I've been a regular for a number of years, and I've known these workers here and so forth for a lot of years. And I come in and not only do I enjoy getting the food product.
They make fresh kettle corn and stuff there too. That's really damn good.
And so forth, the fruits, the vegetables, and meat.
That stuff is really good. That green tomato relish, it's amazing.
And cheeses and so forth. Donuts, of course.
In addition to apples, we grow asparagus.
So is that right near you, Dago?
Yeah, it's about Dutch house is good too, Walt. Yeah, it's literally about a half hour, 40 minutes from me, and it.
Oh.
Damn it, Walt! I'm gonna drive out to beat your ass because this is so good. No, they don't Uber, unfortunately. I'm glad they don't, Albarica, because I don't trust myself. I do not trust myself with those damn donuts. They're so damn good. Dunkin', Krispy Kreme. I don't care who you are. You have nothing on this place. I've had it all. They're so damn good. But anyway, moving forward. Again, thanks, Walt. Take care, Vix. Have a great night, hon. But yeah, that's well, they deliver to Florida. I mean, and we could probably buy them, package them, and send them to you, but by the time you get them, they probably won't be that great. Although I doubt it. They probably last. They're so good. What was I going to say about where were we at, Nellie?
PCA.
I don't remember where we were.
Someone brought something up there.
Came back. I was bored.
Oh, really?
Now you got me hungry, man.
Oh shit, dude, those are insane.
So wait, where are you at, man? You said you were in Ohio, right?
Yeah.
Shit, I wish I was on the opposite side of PA. I'd probably take a drive for those.
Yeah, you're.
Which state are you in?
I'm
PA.
I'm in Pennsylvania.
Oh,
Remember?
okay. Oh,
Yeah, I
cool.
think
Yeah, of course.
You're on. I'm trying to think of how far you are from me, Willie. You're like.
Probably like what 8 hours? I don't know. Dude, Pennsylvania's big, man. I didn't realize how long this shit is.
It's huge. I'm close to like. Trying to think of what you're like Erie, PA.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So if I lived at the top corner, then
yeah.
I'm on the bottom. I'm on the bottom right corner.
Right. So we're quite a distance away from each other.
Yeah. Cynthia, you from same area? Yeah, but what's crazy is I'm an hour from. So where I'm at now is outside Philadelphia, and then an hour north, then you hit the Lehigh Valley, which is like Bethlehem, Allentown, Easton, and then an hour from there you hit the Poconos, which is where Brian was. But like down here where I'm at, it'll be raining, and my dad will call me, and he'll have like a foot of snow, and like just that short amount of distance, there's like a completely different climate, dude. It's crazy.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, Ashley said, I was talking about the alibi and how, so say you've got 20 students whose phones pinged around the area, whose DNA was in that house because they've been there. And they said, well, we were sleeping. And their mate said, well, yeah, we didn't see them leave the house. What, law enforcement have just accepted that?
Well, that's what I mean. And but you can't. How can you prove that you were sleeping?
Exactly. So I'm just doing this. Sorry, I still have my cough. So this is just an example. There is no accusation here, but let's take Jack D as an example. So Jack D and Kaylee have split up. Kaylee's back for the weekend. They're obviously chatting in the corner club. So Jack D goes home. He gets how many missed calls from Kaylee and Maddie? He tells law enforcement, I was sleeping. I didn't answer the calls. I did not answer the calls because I was asleep. Fair enough. I accept that. However, how does he prove it?
You can't. And that's why, like you said before, I don't know why they were so, give me your alibi, give me your alibi, give me your alibi. Because if he said he was sleeping, he can't prove that. You can't prove you're sleeping. But for him to come out and say he was driving around, you would think that if him giving an alibi like that, he'd be able to prove it, right?
Yeah.
Because he's not stupid. If you can't prove your alibi, why would you give one? I know you have to, but why would you even say you were in that general area at all?
Well, I think that he probably had to say he was in that area because he perhaps didn't know what law enforcement had, maybe, or maybe he just like.
I guess. Yeah, but if a phone ping is a radius, and the radius can be from where it happened to his house, why would he say he was anywhere near? You know what I mean? Like, why come out and give them the satisfaction of, yeah, I was driving around near the house, and then instead of just saying something to put you away from that, I don't know. I feel like if I had an alibi, if you're going to come out with an alibi, you're going to have to be able to prove it, especially if you're driving around.
Yeah.
So,
but wisdom, he's on camera, sheesh. But how do they know it's his car?
But that's what I mean. Yeah, he's on camera. He's on camera. Perfect. Well, if he was on camera, they would have arrested him back when. Okay, it wouldn't have took. They wouldn't have went so long with, we have no suspects, we have nothing, blah blah blah. Well, if they had his license plate and they knew he was at the house, they would have arrested him. Okay, so
exactly.
Now if
that's all they had, though.
Huh?
Maybe because that's his car and that's all they had, though.
But how do they
Okay.
know it's his car?
Maybe
But
a
if,
license.
okay, but then why come out? But then why come out with this? If you know that was his car, and you could track it back to, you would know the correct year of that car. They had the wrong year, and they gave us a stock photo for the public to look out for. Now,
I know that.
You
I
know,
get
the
it.
public. They wouldn't have said to the public, if you know anyone in a white Elantra to 11 to 13, if they had his license plate, they wouldn't be appealing to the public. They
Well,
just
I wonder if that was based on something that was a thought. Okay, at first, I wonder if that was just based on somebody's, word of mouth, like, hey, I think I saw this car doing that, or I saw this car here or that. You know what I mean? Maybe that's why they were saying it like that in the beginning.
But yeah, wrong. They did not follow it from his apartment. There is no footage of him leaving his apartment. But whether he drove around for 50 minutes, it doesn't prove he killed anyone.
no, in my opinion, this is just my personal opinion, they were never following him in Idaho. And the reason I believe that is because if they were truly following him in Idaho, they would have got his DNA from trash or his office or his classroom or somewhere to where they didn't have to tail him across the whole United States to get
he did
his DNA from his parents' trash. So in my opinion, they were not looking into Brian Koberger's every movements in Washington and Moscow or wherever. I feel like this all happened after he had left for Pennsylvania.
After they went to co-packers, maybe just
I don't know when. I just, in my heart, I feel like they wouldn't, just using common sense, they wouldn't track somebody across. It's so much harder to track somebody across the country because remember, they lost him. So they tracked him across the country, lost him, found him again, and then he went back, celebrated Christmas, and then they snuck up like little, thieves in the night and took, his parents' trash instead of just watching him throw out his trash one night from his apartment, go in there and boom, now you have his DNA instead of his dad's DNA. So who knows?
I have to ask Winston, when you say watch court TV video, it shows every camera, fine. Where in those cameras do you see his number plate? Where do you see the verification it's his car? I'm genuinely interested.
Well, I personally don't think that they had him on his plate on camera, else they would have arrested him for, way long ago. I mean, if they arrested him on this little of evidence, they probably would have arrested him by seeing his license plate on a camera and not ask us for help and show us a stock image. If you have somebody's license plate, you're going to know the correct year. You're not going to come out and say, oh, look for a 2011 to 2013. But actually they knew before the last time they asked us to look out for the car, the correct year. That still messes with my head why they told us the wrong year.
Didn't that start as a tip? That was a tip.
But I know for a fact 2 days before they put out their last help to the public or whatever for the car, they knew the correct year, but they still told us to look out for the wrong year. And I still can't put my mind on why.
And it depends, I'm sorry, Wisdom and Swerve Rifle. I'm sorry, they do not, you say it's sealed, blah, blah, blah. They do not have anywhere in the PCA that they've got his number plate ever. They say
no.
It looks like that there's no front number plate. I tell you now, if they had his number plate, he would have been arrested.
Thank you.
Like that in Washington. Oh my God. Oh, the public, we need your help with this white car driving around. If they had his number plate, there would not have been a public appeal.
Yeah. And that's what I mean. And that's why I said, and that's why I was screaming in chat. If you want to get mad at us for wanting to know the information, then you shouldn't ask us for help. As soon as you asked me for help and I took time out of my day, out of my life to look for a car that you guys couldn't find, you now involved me in this shit. So God forbid if I have a question about something, that they want to, hush about it, everything's gagged and everything like that. As soon as, we help them, we're no good anymore. We don't deserve to know anything. That's pretty funny.
Wisdom, I know what you're saying. It doesn't have to be in the PCA. So why was there a public appeal for information on a car? If they had it, arrest him. Boom. But there was a public appeal for information. There was a public appeal for Xana and Ethan's whereabouts that went on for 2 to 3 weeks. Where were they after 9 p.m.? Bethany and Dylan were home by 1. We still don't know where Dylan was. And there was this car driving around, and they had no idea whose car it was, according to law enforcement. So of course it doesn't have to be in the PCA, but I tell you what, if they were confident, they wouldn't have done a public appeal on, does anyone know who this white Elantra belongs to? Surely.
Yeah, because they would have known who it belonged to.
Exactly.
This is what's wrong with this right here. Why it's such a big deal between everybody, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And thank God it's being done respectfully today. I appreciate you guys for being that way. It means a lot. Okay, it's hard to. Well, here's the thing.
Hey, Sleuthy.
Who are you hiding info from? I get that you keep certain info close while the investigation is ongoing, but Koberger knows what y'all know, so you're not hiding from suspect. That's a good point, Sleuth.
Exactly. Exactly. Like Nelly said before, if they have their man and this is their guy and they're 1,000% sure, then what does it hurt with killing public doubt? What does it hurt killing the public doubt?
They don't have to. You know that.
I know they don't have to, but they also didn't have to ask us for help, but they did.
That's true too. That's true too. I don't know. Listen, in my opinion, and this is only my opinion, there's something here that's being, there's something not underlaid, okay, or not underlaid, but something that is being sat on for a specific reason. What it is and why, I don't know. I can't tell you. But
that's what I mean. But the defense knows. The defense knows about what they're sitting on, correct? So what the hell do we matter, Dago?
We don't. That's the problem.
Yeah, but I'm saying, yeah. So what? So, like, they're obviously not holding it close to just themselves. The defense knows about it, correct?
Exactly, and why?
There's something here that's being sat on for a reason, and I don't know why, but it's their right to do it. Obviously, we don't have the right. I mean, we have the right to do whatever we want, but we don't really. It's not really our business to tell them, show me this now.
Oh no, I didn't say that.
And I mean, I know I feel like we want to, okay, and I know that like everybody said the same thing. What are you hiding? Why can't you just tell us this? Why can't you just show us this? And answer to that is because they don't have to.
Yeah,
what I don't understand at this point, and I agree with you guys, how or why, if Brian Koberger is the be all end all, what's the damn big deal? I get it. I do get it. Okay. I do get it. I've also wondered if Anne is asking for discovery so many times because she knows something is there, but she had, we've talked about that, Jules, and we both agree on that. We both agree on that.
Of course it hasn't come across her desk yet. That's why she's asking for it. Do you know what I mean? It's like,
I mean, like I said, in my opinion, the actions of everything going on just speak for themselves. So I don't really need to know everything specific. I'm just watching how everybody's moving, and I'm, seeing what looks suspicious, what doesn't look suspicious. So again, as soon as Bethany's name was brought up and they ran to a grand jury, to me, that's a little suspicious. 6 people wanting more information in a grand jury that'll indict a ham sandwich. To me, that shows me that, hey, maybe they don't have the smoking gun that everybody thinks they have. And if that's the case, okay, so what? Nobody should argue over it. It's not our fault that they don't have the proper evidence that they're trying to convict this guy on. So what if they don't? I mean, it is what it is. You know what I mean? It's if 6 people were underwhelmed that were shown all the evidence, then I think it's okay that we're underwhelmed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can agree.
I think the problem is that I genuinely hope they've got the right guy, and I have got a minuscule particle of my brain thinking they have. And that worries me. I just want them to have the right guy. And people think, oh, I'm so anti-cope. No, I'm not. But nothing has convinced me that they've got the right guy.
No, and I don't even need to see, this, because I know there's a lot of people that need to see like this 100% concrete. It's only him that did it. If you just showed me his phone 100% pinging inside the home, then okay, I'd be on the train. You know, if even something very small, minute, saliva of one of the victims in his, you know, trunk or floorboard, anywhere in his vicinity, I'd be on that train. But I can't get on that train until there's some evidence. I'm sorry.
Anything at all, one thing that would make us all say, okay. And then here's the one thing that I will say, guys, and anybody can disagree with me if they want. It's okay. I have nothing but love for you guys no matter what. So with as irritated as social media, as everything on this case has gotten, like they've been pissed off at social media about this, okay, because of all the bullshit that's happened. I would think, with that being said, that they would, if they have something good that puts Brian on this, that they would put it out there for social media to see, so social media would shut the hell up.
Thank you.
But they haven't done even that, you guys, and it just makes me nervous. That's all I'm saying, you know?
Yep. And that's why I brought up, but they came out as soon as they found the bloody weapon, the bloody stuff in Brian Walsh's basement. We all knew about it that hour, right?
Yeah.
And if you look at the Long Island serial killers PCA, I mean, his whole life is in that PCA. Everything he ever Googled is in that PCA, and it's so detailed. And in my opinion, if you read that and think he's innocent, there's something wrong in your head. So if you match that PCA to this PCA, in my opinion, it's night and day when it comes to factual, concrete. You know, something that you could look at and say, you know what, he probably did that shit. You know what I mean? Like his wife's hair in the tape of the victims, or his phone traveling with the burner phone. Like, to me, that's you can't dispute that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well,
So
this is it, Willie. You know, I question myself all the time. I think, why am I so questioning of this case? And Richard Allen was the other one. When you said there's no other PCA, Richard Allen's is the other that makes no sense to me. Then
that one is worse than this one.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah. There's nothing in there, Willie. Nothing at all. I told you that bullet is what it is. There you go. Okay.
And they don't even have a chain of discovery for the bullet.
No, it's
so
ridiculous.
the bullet is kind of like the sheath in this case, where it's not a weapon.
Yeah.
There's so much more, and and listen.
Yeah.
Delphi does not even come close to comparing to this, bro. This is not.
I'm gonna go read that. And somebody else said that the Karen Reed PCA is pretty bad too. So I'm gonna go read both of them.
Yeah, it is.
However,
just
quickly, my point was that there are other.
Oh yeah.
Sarah Boone, my baby.
There's so much evidence against them that
I can't believe you just said that.
Seriously, you know, there's so much evidence against these other criminals that there is no reasonable doubt. I'm like, oh my God, you know, Leilani Simon, you know, the other little guy where the stepmother killed him, it's gone from my mind. You know, it's so bloody obvious.
That's what I mean. Like Sarah Boone, she took a Snapchat video of the guy in the suitcase while she's sitting there insulting him. Like, you can't get more concrete than that. You know what I mean? Like,
that case is completely cut and dry. She's insane, but you know,
she's nuts, dude.
Whereas this case and Richard Allen and Karen Reed, yeah, definitely, where there's so many questions in my head, and people have said earlier in the chat, and I'd like to respond to that. They're like, well, you know, there's no evidence of police corruption. Well, let me tell you this, in the PCAs I've seen in this case and Alan's case, if it's not corruption, it's police being completely inept, because the stories change. There were initial presses that gave out all this information, and we don't know where Xana and Ethan were after 9 o'clock. Dylan and Bethany, we were home by 1. Now they've changed their story. Now you tell me how did they get that wrong? It's either the police were inept, or there's corruption, or these survivors changed their stories. You know, you cannot interview surviving witnesses in a murder house straight away and you get what time they got home wrong. That does not happen. Do you know what I mean? This is black and white to me.
Listen. I'm with you. And like I said, in any other investigation documentaries that anybody can watch tonight or wherever, if they lie, they usually back those people in the corner and they wind up confessing. In this case, somebody lied a couple times and they wound up believing the third one and building this whole PCA around it. So I don't know. I have no clue.
I'm going to tell you something, Willie. I thought me and you, I don't think we can be friends anymore after what you said about Sarah Bone. I was just kidding, dude. She scares me, dude. She scares me more than anybody, bro. Like I wouldn't. You couldn't pay me to like be in a room with her. I know you were teasing. I was just making a joke, but I know you were.
Suitcase one. Is she the suitcase?
Oh yeah, if she
can write that many letters sitting in a cell, imagine what she's going to say during her trial. Holy shit!
When she decides to have an attorney for longer than a day,
I think she might represent. I think she just might have representing herself, and I'm ready for it.
Right. Only one domino. Entire thing, raindrop. Yeah, I agree, Jules.
Listen, if she was able to put a male into it, if she was able to persuade a guy to get in a suitcase, imagine what imagine what else she could do, for Christ's sakes.
Oh.
I'll be honest with you, the Sarah Boone case, I'm grateful for that case because it is the absolute easiest, most black and white, cut and dry case we've looked at thus far. It's just boom. She did it, she's crazy, she's done. Bye-bye. That's the end of it, you know?
Yeah.
And that's the easiest one we've looked at thus far, in my opinion. So I'm grateful for that.
I do have a question, a logistical one with that. If first of all, why would you get in a case? Hey, listen, I think she's 100% guilty. But isn't there a little bit of a hole where the zip is that you could wiggle your finger in and get out?
There was supposed to be, I thought, but they also have zipper locks on those suitcases.
Yeah, plus if you, go put on a coat right now and then zip it up halfway and just see how much strength it takes for you to, try to go against so he was trying to
my God,
do it from the inside, I'm assuming, and couldn't. It was kind of getting locked every time he tried to.
Well, he probably couldn't reach it. He probably couldn't reach it on that end, first of all, and then it was flipped on the outside instead of it. That's a mess. And the poor dude, and I think if you heard how drunk she was on the recording, imagine what he probably was. And
you could hear him, but you could hear him say, "Yo, let me out."
Well,
so obviously, she knew that he was in. He couldn't get out.
And she was she planned the whole thing. It's wholeheartedly premeditated as far as I'm concerned. And I know the dude was smashed. He had to have been.
Mm-hmm.
And she probably figured at that point, if she let him out, that he was going to whoop her ass. Not that it makes it right. She's insane either way. So,
Jesus.
But she thinks she did nothing wrong. She was like, "Yeah, I went to bed. And what's the big deal?"
Her exact words are, "I didn't do it on purpose." She kept saying that again and again. It wasn't meant. It's not what I meant to do. You still did it, you crazy bitch.
Didn't she like hit him? Didn't she like beat the shit out of the suitcase with a bat and then like throw him down the steps or something?
He threw it down the stairs and like it bounced down the stairs. And then the dude probably had multiple contusions. They showed the one, or talked about the one. It wasn't intentional. Thank you, Firefly. That's what she kept saying the whole interview. It wasn't intentional.
My ass.
It wasn't intentional, you crazy psycho bitch. Are you crazy?
He jumped down the stairs in the suitcase by himself. What are you talking about, man?
And she flipped off. You could see that it was moved in the videos and the thing. And it's like, you know what you were doing.
I'll be honest.
Leave my girl alone. She's innocent.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay. On this planet
don't trust anyone.
Hell no. She's nuts.
No, it's like if I was arguing constantly with my partner, whatever, and he went getting a suitcase, I'd be like, you know what, nah. And that is not blaming him.
Yeah. I got weirded out by that. As soon as she said that they were painting and we played hide and seek, and I'm like, you were doing what?
Listen, if nobody makes a movie about this case, I'm going to be very upset because you can make a pretty damn good horror film about this.
Yeah, but is it going to be a comedy or a horror? Come on now.
I think a horror. This woman that keeps this guy in a suitcase as she's living her life, and he's in there, and she's doing whatever and manipulating other people. Who knows? It could turn into a good plot. I'd watch it. Shit.
The craziest thing I've ever seen yet. It is so crazy.
Awful. I will say, Shabusiness, Taylor Shabusiness.
Oh yeah.
She is top of my freak list. I swear to God,
She's crazy too.
Also,
I don't know. What's her name's a little bit out there too.
Strauch?
No, Stotch.
Who's that?
What the hell's her first name?
Oh, Gannon.
That one. That woman's like woo.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I
watched some of that, and
that was very sad.
Very
Letitia.
sad.
Yeah, thank you, Terry. Letitia. That woman.
Something's wrong in her head, dude.
I have never wanted to physically beat a woman down ever in my life. Ever. As a man, when I did.
Daybell.
Daybell's off too. These people are like, what the hell,
Yeah, it's like every other week.
It's horrific, especially when kids are involved.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to hurt Letitia bad. I did.
Yeah, me too. And really badly, the way she was in that trial.
Yep.
Oh, I wanted to punch her in the face.
My wife was trying to fight with my TV watching that trial. My wife was pissed. She still is.
Yeah, it's horrific. It's heart-wrenching. But what I will say for things that really turn my stomach, I mean, that makes me really, really angry. But there was something about Taylor Shabusiness case that I felt like, I know that Stouch and Daybell are evil personified, but there was something about what Taylor Shabusiness, tell us your business. I mean, freak.
I agree.
But there was something about that case that made me feel really creeped out watching it. I was watching it on my computer on YouTube, and I felt like I was watching the devil.
Yeah, that body cam footage is sad.
And I just thought, I'm going to say this politely, how you can be into some sort of intimate thing with someone you're intimate with, and it turns into that?
Crazy.
Like, oh my God. And do you know what happened to me that night? I swear, as I'm sitting here, I've got a really placid Labrador dog. She's beautiful. She started freaking out. She started going mental. And I was watching this on my own, already freaked out. I think she caught my vibes or something. But she started like scratching at the kitchen door, freaking like she wanted to escape the house. It went on for about 4 hours. And I was like, oh my God, I've watched this and the devil's now in my home. What am I going to do?
Right. Yeah, she's a mess.
I know it sounds ridiculous, but I almost got superstitious thinking, oh, I've just watched this evil woman.
No, I know exactly what you're feeling because I was on.
Infiltrated my life. I was like, get her out of my life.
That's what the big deal is. Is there's so many good people like in this community, because this community is shared amongst other channels as well, but this community has so many good people in it. When we see what these people do, it just blows the top off of our head. Our minds are just like, what the hell?
Mm-hmm.
How do you do these things? Because we can't, as decent people, understand how somebody's mind works like this to be able to harm a child, for instance, in that way. Quentin Simon, that situation with that's another one. I'd love to physically be left alone with her for 10 minutes. That's all. People like that, our minds don't process what's going on in these people's heads and what is wrong with you? And it blows us apart, guys. We're good people. So
yeah, I mean, and Nelly, like what you're saying, because like, you know, I watch a lot of documentaries and stuff. And one night I was watching, I don't know if I was watching a documentary or talking about something on a live, I forget, but I got this really weird sensation that came over me that like somebody was like here, like somebody was like in my living room, but there was nobody in my living room. And I felt so uneasy for like 10 minutes. And then it went away. It was the weirdest thing ever. And that's why Dago, like, I wouldn't have said what I said to my daughter in that video if I didn't feel that way back, you know, when that happened, because I wouldn't have thought that was an orb. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't think, you know, but as soon as it happened, I was like, that instance or that time when that happened went right in my head.
Your situation, I'm not going to put your business out there, but you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And with your daughter, okay?
Yeah.
The other half of that, your situation could relent to something like that is all I'm saying, okay? Because of unfinished business per se.
You think?
If you're going to believe in that, okay? That's all I'm saying.
No, I got you. I just don't know how it all works because she wasn't in this house when she left. You know what I'm saying?
Did she ever live in that house at all?
No. My daughter. No, me and my daughter have only been here for 2 years as an apartment.
Is there anything in that house that belonged to her?
Yeah. One or two things.
Okay.
Like her, the card from her funeral. Nothing of hers, but there's stuff like a picture of her with.
You need stuff from them. I think it.
I mean, you should have something of hers or from her for your daughter, obviously. You know what I mean? So there has to be something that, you know.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. She goes to her grandparents, and I don't know what her grandparents have given her that she has brought back here. So I see what you're saying.
There it
that would
is,
make sense. That would make sense.
What I do because
Listen, dude, it's okay because your daughter's in that house. I'll be honest with you. From what I know, it's not. This isn't a dark thing, bro. So don't be.
No, I don't think that because like nothing has happened. Like nothing bad has happened as far as. You know what I mean?
Just watch for that if that's the case. Now, I'm not saying that it is that person. Okay, something completely different going on. But my knowing what I know is that situation was a very traumatic incident. So therefore, in turn, that's why I thought possibly that. But I mean, it could be somebody that lived in your house before.
That's why. Yeah. I figured one or the other. Yeah.
Do you have a channel, by the way? Do you have a channel?
Yeah, it's Truth Nation Uncensored. So I can troll News Nation for not telling the truth.
Oh God, I'll sub. Sorry, I from what you're saying, I will sub. But what
I love it, dude. I love it.
What's it? Truth Nation Uncensored.
Yeah, I think I only have like 100 and some subscribers. It's not a lot, so you have to. I don't know if they'll come right up or not.
Look, like what Salty just said, Willie, she said, I bet it is, and it's okay. And it is, dude. It really is. It's not a bad thing. So just
guys,
watch what it is and figure it out, buddy. And it'll as long as the biggest thing.
I was just I don't like I said, I don't
interrupt you, Nelly. I didn't mean to.
No, that's fine.
The only way to worry about if you get a bad feeling yourself, like a dark, like you're scared shitless feeling, then I need you to worry. Other than that, don't let it bother you. That's all.
I tell you what.
All right, cool.
I've had a few experiences in my life, and my aunt is really, I mean, God bless her, she's in her 80s now, and she is really quite a spiritual, witchy kind of aunt. And I used to do tarot cards, and she said, you do protect yourself. I was like, what? I didn't know. I was just blindly doing this stuff. Anyway, years later, I mean, the last year, when I'm watching someone like Shabusiness, I do this protection thing because there was something about me watching that video that terrified. I mean, I felt like Willie said, I felt like for a minute, I was inviting some bad stuff into my life. So I envisage either golden clouds around me or golden rain. I protect myself and I pray. I'm not particularly religious, but I'm like, please protect me and my son. I've just watched this thing. It's freaking me out. And I feel like, I can watch loads of other stuff and I'm fine. But Taylor Shabusiness, I felt like I can't look at her face.
She's devil.
Yes, I really felt like I was looking at the devil, and I thought, you know what, I need to get, and I just turned it off. I was like, there's feelings you get that are.
Listen, anybody that could decapitate somebody, cut their genitals off, and then put them in a bucket for their mother to come see is a different kind of evil.
And then just trot home and open the door to the cops and go, yeah, it's me, and and sit in trial looking like she had every business doing it. It really freaked me out, and
it's sick.
Yeah, but it made me realize I'm watching all this true crime stuff all the time. So I make sure I watch some good old comedies in between, and I protect myself. And I think a lot of it is mental health and all of this stuff with these people and drugs they may have taken. But I really think from watching all this true crime stuff, there's some really evil bastards in this world.
Yeah.
And I think, well, you know what? I don't know if I can explain what they're doing, and it's the unknown. And it frightens me. It does frighten me.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. This is somebody she cared about. Imagine all the enemies she had that solved this case and were like, Jesus Christ, thank God I never pushed her too far. Because imagine what she would do to somebody she hated.
Well, you know what? She was intimate with this guy, but who knew she had a thing for Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yeah, I don't know. I just can't believe that he was like in bags around that room that they walked in. Because when they walked in, you wouldn't think there's anything like abnormal about that room. Then all of a sudden, you look in the bucket and you start looking in the bags that are piled around the room. Jesus Christ! Because it seemed. I mean, listen. Can we agree that the way that it was placed and all set up, that she wanted somebody to look in that bucket?
Oh God!
Like she didn't care that it was out in the open like that. That is a different kind of. That's what I mean, with his mom right upstairs.
Well, this is it. If my son brought a girlfriend home and they went down to his room in the basement, would I think for 1 minute his girlfriend that he's brought home is going to do that? No, you wouldn't, would you?
No. I mean, not. Who the hell thinks that's crazy?
Oh God!
I'm sure she sat around the dinner table with her 100 times. You know what I mean? Like, and then all of a sudden, your son, she decapitates your son. Like that's like you said, that's a different kind of evil. I got to ask Dago first. Dago, can I put I don't even know how to do that, but can I figure out how to put my channel in the chat?
Oh, that'd be great. I'd love that.
Really, dude? You taking advantage of me now? Putting your channel in my channel? What the?
No, only because a couple people asked, and I have to ask
Dude,
you first.
Of course you can do it. Of course you can.
I'm disrespectful, man. I don't step on you.
I've always told you guys, any one of you guys, you're welcome to do that at any time you want to, please.
Yeah, well, I'm going to mention your name 1,000,000 times on my shit, so
Well, I mean, you don't have to, but I appreciate it.
Mine are yours, man. I don't care.
Absolutely.
I gotta figure out how to do this.
One of my mods, if you give them your channel name, they can put it in for you. It's no big deal.
Well, I'll just put hi. Can you stop it, kitty? That's my channel right there. Truth Nation Uncensored.
There you go.
My cat's going through. My cat needs a boyfriend right now. Do you hear it?
Yes, I hear it. Mine did that, and I ended up having sets of kittens. So you better watch, bro.
I know. I have to go. Get her fixed after this, but because they said they can't fix a cat while the cat's in heat. What'd you say?
Did you already start the channel on YouTube itself?
Yeah, I think so. I waited the 24 hours on StreamYard and all that, right?
Okay. So
and then there's something on my channel. I don't know how to get it off. So there's something on my channel right now it's a picture of me of my Halloween costume when I was a Joker that used to be my profile picture on here, and it's like a live chat going on my channel right now, and I don't know how to take it down.
Really?
No, dude. When I go on there, there's like a live chat, it says, and then a picture of my face, and it's like an offline live. I don't chat or something.
You trying to get watch time hours or something? Is that?
No, I'm trying to get it off, dude.
No, hold on a minute. Let me see if I can see.
I just never done this shit, you know.
Not
So, but
Are you
yeah,
Uncensored Truth 6060?
no, I'm Truth Nation Uncensored.
Yeah, that's what
Hold on, let me. Hold on, I think I.
coming up.
Let me get the link. I think this might be it. Hold on. All right, Kitty. Hold on a second.
In church. Oh.
Gosh, all right, let me try to do it this way.
Do you have like an icon for your thing, Willie?
Yeah, I'm seeing when I click on here. Leah, relax, honey.
Oh, Jesse's here.
All
Hi,
right,
Jess.
I think this is it. Hold on. There we go.
Oh, cool.
Here it is,
Yeah, I'll
right
put it.
here.
I don't know if it's clickable or not, so I'll put it in the back chat for you, Nelly.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, let Debbie come by. You too, Dago. You know, I don't really know when I'm gonna go live because I only have a phone right now, so I don't know how sophisticated it's gonna be. But I think Dago, you said that somebody, like, if you have somebody up on panel, they're able to bring something up on the screen if they have a computer. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I just have to find like maybe one or two mods or something that will want to help out, or I'll figure that out.
Yeah, I got you. I've unsubscribed.
Yay! Do you have a channel?
I do. It's
What is it?
hang on, bear with. I don't know where
There
I
it
am.
is, right there.
I
Yeah.
am at
Yeah, you see that video down there, dude?
No.
Oh, where'd she go? I don't know how to get that shit off. Where did everybody go? Am I still here? Am I gone? Is anybody? What the hell is going on?
All right, Willie, this is a preloaded live stream that you have on here.
What is it? Preloaded?
Okay. It's you have something set up in yeah, right here. You talking about this right here?
Yeah, it's the Joker. I look like I look like Heath Ledger. Yeah.
Yeah, see how it's sitting here? Mrs. Kelly said looking forward. I know
Yeah.
it's preloaded. You got to go kill it.
Okay.
So go into stream, if you should be able to click into StreamYards and it should be you should see something sitting there. Nelly dropped off.
Yeah.
And then
dropped off.
you need to go into the studio for StreamYard and just end it and then shut it down.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's why. Because I was trying to do like a test or whatever, so I might have hit
You got to go
something.
back into StreamYards and end it completely.
Okay. Gotcha. Thanks, man.
Oh, no problem, dude. No problem.
I appreciate everybody that sub.
You got 129 subscribers now, brother.
Hey, look at that. Gotta start somewhere, right?
Absolutely. Thank you guys for that, for doing that, everybody.
How long have you been going live, man?
I have been on here. February will be 2 years. Here's the link, Nelly.
So about 2 years?
I've been, yeah, since February will be 2 years. When I started in the first community I was in, and then I've been in here true crime since October 2 years ago. So
Oh, okay. So not like too long ago, but still a pretty decent amount of time. What case did you start with? Just curious.
Summerwells.
Oh, okay.
That was the first. Well, true crime. When I started with notebooks and pens, and I was running myself. The Gabby Petito Brian Laundrie case. That's the one I started getting into true crime the most with as an adult, and I followed Casey Anthony. Welcome back, Nelly. Sorry. It's okay. I followed Casey Anthony. I followed what's her name from way back when, the little girl John Benet Ramsey. I followed that one.
Oh, yeah.
But Brian
That's a weird one, huh?
Yeah, that's crazy. Gabby Petito, Brian Laundrie really, really wrapped me up into this community. And so right after that is when I jumped into the laptop scenario and then went ahead with Summer Wells and just kept going.
Okay. So basically it's kind of, so when I got in was with this case, and that was what, around, that would have been like January.
Right.
So
when you came in here or when you did like the interview and all that other stuff?
no, I mean, just when I, like, just getting into true crime period. I think it was right around when Brian was arrested. So I forget what date was that? December?
Beginning of January is when I think I first saw you out here.
Gotcha. So yeah, coming on a year.
I try to help. Typically I get smacked in the face, but I try to help most people. Most of them are good. Nelly and Dinky and you.
Well, that's what I'm finding, Mitch. I'm finding like a lot of people have problems with like the people that I think, because like I said, if I don't think you're like, it's hard for me not to like you. You know what I mean? Like, and if I don't like you, then I feel like there's a big problem. And like I feel like you're one of the chillest. I in my opinion, I thought I think Harsh is pretty chill, but now everybody is. I see social media blowing the frick up about his channel, and I'm like, wait a second. If they think he's controversial or Dago's controversial, what the hell are they going to think about me? Because I'm fucking bad. Excuse me, like I'm bad, dude. Like I'm not going to watch my language, watch what I say. If anybody is offended, kiss my whatever. So like, but I see how everybody is feeling about you, and it seems like you're neutral, and you just kind of go with like facts.
I try.
People don't like that.
At least I try.
Yeah, but people don't like that, and that's one of the big reasons I respect you. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but guys, you know what? We shouldn't be afraid to be ourselves. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares who doesn't like us? The real people who see we're real people.
No, I don't care who doesn't like it. It's just it's the rallying and threats and the bombardment of everything. It's just unnecessary. You know what I mean?
Now I know we have to ignore that. You know the guy we're talking about who I really struggled with it. He attacked me before I had my own channel. I was a guest on Dago's. I happened to go over there to see what.
Wait, we're not talking about who was it? You too?
Oh God, he completely annihilated.
Oh my God!
On the list.
You're like number 20. This is like the 20th.
I think I'm in his top 10 now. But
I'm trying to crack his top 5. Do you know where I'm at?
Where
what are you laughing at?
I have no idea where you're at. I know I'm number 3, so it is what it is.
It's only 3 now that tells me, because I won't watch him anymore. I will not give him my time of day.
Thank you, Bonnie. I appreciate that comment.
Well, I just don't know how. I think the only encounter I had with him was when I first called in ever to YouTube. I even found this shit was to T-Revs, and he was on the panel, and he was. I mean, he didn't really say anything disrespectful or anything, but then after I changed my view, holy shit, I'm like public enemy number 1 because I had an opinion on there, but then when the facts came out, I switched my opinion. Well, shouldn't that tell you something? Like if there is an account of me out there saying something completely different than what I'm saying now, isn't there a reason behind it? If you think about it, like why would I change my mind for no reason? I obviously changed my mind because of the PCA and the facts. So what are you mad at me for? I didn't put this shit out. You know what I mean? That's why I don't understand why he's upset at everybody else for having an opposite opinion, because who gives a shit?
That's the point. Who gives a shit? Now listen to me. Mama here, who's now 51 going on 20 in her brain. Seriously, I swear to God, as I'm sitting here, I've followed Dago for as long as I knew about him. He's the only one now I'm a member of. And there was all this stuff, detective. And I was like, you know what? It's months. And I thought, and then Harsh brought it up. And I thought, who is this guy? And I clicked on one video and it was so bloody boring, to be honest with you. But I was shocked at what he was doing. And then I thought, oh, I don't know if I want to give this guy a viewing figure, but and then my face came up. I was like, what the actual fuck? This is and then I watched him and he slaughtered me. This is before I had a channel. He ripped me to shreds. And then I'll be honest, I was like, oh my God. You know, it's that kind of I'm being bullied feeling. I'm being bullied, and I've never spoken to this guy. I've never met this guy. So and then I was so incensed on my channel. I was like, I just hit the live button. I went, you know, who wants to talk about this arsehole? And then they recorded it, and then he did 6 hours on me.
Holy Hannah.
Me and Dinky, a 6-hour show on me and Dinky.
Dinky too now?
Oh yeah, big time.
Oh my Jesus!
Oh my God!
Anybody? So it seems like anybody with a neutral or opposite opinion of his. That's pretty sad.
But here's the thing: Dinky puts out some really funny videos about it, dude. He does.
I need to go see it then because I need to ask him about it.
But my point was, I had the need to retaliate. And bless Dago and the Meatballs, they were up there on the live for Detective John. He made a big announcement. He was going to just throw me to the wolves. So Dago and the Meatballs came up and we were pretending. And this is interesting. He was blocking us all until we paid for a super chat. And then he was like, oh, I was going to block you, but you paid, so you can stay. So he's.
How about that? Since I'm such a grifter, right?
Oh, there you go. It's there on screen. Oh, he paid for a super chat. You can stay, Mister. I'm not interested in the money. Anyway, I'll be honest. I actually logged off the very program that was dissing me because I was so bloody bored. I actually said, you know what, I'm off out of here. This is so boring. And I left. And I've made a promise to myself now that I will not watch him. I will not give him the time of day. I couldn't care what he says. So, Willie, you do what you do. Who cares about trolls?
Oh no, I don't give a no. I don't listen. I didn't even know he had a channel. To be honest, I'm just saying that if they think Dago, you, Dinky, Harsh are controversial, like he has no idea what's coming because I don't even have a channel, and I was on his goddamn list. So
really,
just wait.
I'm anticipating your channel on purpose because I want to be there when it happens. I already know how this is going to go, and I got your back, bud. Don't worry, I'll be there.
Oh no, I don't listen. Listen. I know he's going to try to come in there and slander. When I have Mike on or if I get Rich on, and I know what he's going to try to do, and that's fine. But do you know how boring it would be if we all sat here and agree with each other?
We said that 100 times because that's what it can't be that way because it just doesn't work. If everybody was like, oh yeah, you're right, yeah, you're right, yeah. All right, thanks, guys. Have a great day. Bye-bye. I mean, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, like everywhere else. I mean, like everywhere else that I left, like as soon as I disagree with something, the whole world ends, and I'm like, why? It's just like when you say, well, I can't agree with you there, Willie. I don't think of you any less, Dago. Who gives a shit if you don't agree with my opinion? Well, that doesn't mean your character changes.
That's right. Thank you. That is exactly. It doesn't mean you're any less of a person. It doesn't mean just because you have a specific type of a theory or an opinion. Now, here's the thing. I will say this, and I've caught this because it was happening here, and I'm glad I caught it. There are some opinions that were being stated that were harmful towards the victims, their families, and I will not, and I repeat, I will not stand for that, okay?
No.
And I can't. It's not right. Period. That end of story. But anything else, if somebody has an opinion, and I've been saying this on a regular basis, it's part of my speech now. With these cases, we need to use the utmost respect towards the families, the victims, use common sense, be logical, and not ridiculous. And it's whatever, guys. That's what we're doing. That's why we do this. But anything beyond that is like it's nobody's business what you think. Okay.
Exactly. And that's where I start thinking, is he like this in every single case? In other cases, or just this one?
There are no other cases.
Well, no. I'm saying, has like, how can I say this? Has he been doing this to everybody since other cases have been going on, or just with Idaho?
He doesn't talk about any other cases.
No.
So it's just Idaho.
Yeah.
So has anybody thought maybe he has some kind of connection to?
Harsh said something the other day, and I actually said I'm starting to think Detective John did it.
Well, what's the reason? Well, not did it, but he's obviously doing this and spending his whole life and time for a reason. I mean, going after people who don't even, like I said, I don't even have a freaking channel, and I heard I'm on this guy's list before I made a channel. And I'm like, wait, what? Just because
you have an objective opinion. That's all.
That's what I mean. So what? So if that doesn't hurt anything other than, you know, us on here talking and as a public, who is he trying to sway the other way, and for what reason, and who does he know that has to do with his case, and what's the motive behind this? You know,
because he has to police the YouTube streets, and because he can. Okay,
I guess whatever
he says, because he needs to police the YouTube streets to make sure that people aren't putting out the wrong information and not saying or doing the right or the wrong things in this case.
Let me tell you what I think. Is he's like, I feel like T-Rev is Frankenstein and John is the monster. So
I feel like it's Batman and Robin, and I thought that from the beginning, because that's what I walked into as my first introduction to all this.
No, I think T-Rev is probably regretting the monster he created because he hates T-Rev now as well.
Oh, no, really?
Oh my God! It's Frankenstein's monster. The monster has turned against his creator.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, he absolutely attacks T-Rev daily.
Big time, real bad. But here's the thing that got me: when I saw Sloopy's name on that list.
Oh, Sloopy, you're on this list, girl.
I about fell out of my chair and I said, "You've got to be kidding me!" And then Brian Hoffman made it, and I was like, "Okay, I'm done." Like, are you kidding me? Brian Hoffman and Sloopy to be on there. I mean,
you're on top of the list, Jules, aren't you?
Jules was, she's at the top with me. You know,
I don't know what number I'm at.
I think just about everybody's on here at this point now. Anybody, that's anybody is on here. So it's like, whatever.
Exactly. Yeah, but what's fascinating is he right, you guys, you know you'll throw around narcissist. He's a narcissist. Many of us don't know what that means, but if you Google, Brian said it. Brian, you said it, Brian. He has got narcissistic personality syndrome. So when you actually look up the medical term, not just the general narcissist term. So when Brian said he has got narcissistic personality disorder, I Googled that actual medical term and I did a lot of research into it. I tell you right now, he ticks every single box. So I tell you now, we do not let this guy affect us, upset us. We don't care. He has got the
I find it. I just find it funny because there's no way he had any kind of friends on the force if he was on the force. There's no way. Like, nobody liked him. That was his coworker. So
to me, honestly, it's a comedy channel. I think it's just a comedian.
I need to watch it. I didn't even know he had a channel. I thought he was just doing this, to a couple people. Now I didn't know all this. This is crazy.
Brian, you're right. Yes, that is very dangerous. I agree. But we're behind screens. I'm sorry. I am not going to let this guy intimidate me in any way, shape, or form. He can say, apparently he's attacked my parenting skills. Or how? He doesn't know me. You've got to keep it in perspective. This man doesn't know us. He's got a God complex. And who else has God complexes? Serial killers. Just saying. Seriously, he sits there picking his fingers, coming out with all this stuff. And I'm looking at him thinking, I tell you what, you are a candidate.
Again, you just can't let him. I mean, I heard nobody's heard from him for a little while, so hopefully, he went back in a hole. But getting on,
I doubt it. I doubt
really,
it.
you think he's out there on like alt accounts or something?
He has got crime analysis 101, and he doesn't analyze any crime. All he does is bully people. And do you know what? You said to me the other night, Willie, you said,
I'm bringing him right on panel. So I mean, if he wants to bully me, he's gonna have to do it. He's gonna have to do it to my face. I don't give a shit.
yeah, but let me tell you, you said something to me the other night. I think it was on Dagos or Dinkies. I can't remember. And you said, well, you're saying that, Nelly, that he doesn't bother you, but it sounds like he bothers you. You did have a point. But I tell you what really bothers me is that YouTube let him get away with it. Because so many of us have reported him for obvious bullying. And I think that's what upsets me. It's like, well, we're all respecting YouTube's rules. And he's just absolutely, they're like, if you're reporting someone, show us the thumbnail, it's there. Bam, bam, bam. Bully. YouTube.
Well, as long as he's bringing them, as long as he's bringing them clicks and views or whatever, then YouTube's not gonna, do
but
anything.
he cannot get advertising. He can't.
Oh, yeah, then I don't know. YouTube's weird about like certain stuff. I don't know. But yet they'll take your stream down for playing 5 seconds of a song or something.
I just got really upset that we're all like, oh, we can't say murdered, we can't say killed, but yet that idiot can say anything he wants and gets away with it, and that's what upsets me.
Yeah, well, like I said, when you start coming at people for 6 hours and doxing people and doing that kind of shit, yeah, that's a different animal. You know what I mean? Because that's, like I said, this is supposed to be, in my opinion, this is, because I've only been in this for a year, and before this is what I thought of YouTube. This shit is, I mean, it's not real. Like, I mean, after Dago gets off of this, we go back to our regular lives, and like, this isn't real. So he brings a whole different, in his mind, aspect to this of doxing, threatening, bullying. I mean, there's no reason for it. And from the outside looking in, it's like high school. Like, this guy's like a bully in high school, and nobody can. It's weird. I don't know. He should just chill the hell out.
If you saw the post he put up to present that he was going to do a whole program on me and Dinky, it was so vitriolic and poisonous, and it was just so. There's more coming. I know. So, have I got a surprise for you?
It's so weird. I mean, I don't know how anybody could not like you. I mean, I think I like your opinions. And especially I can listen to you speak all day. So I like your voice, and I don't understand how anybody would attack you for 6 hours. That's a special kind of person right there, And then, like I said, and Dago, and people that I think that are just good people, that this guy's slashing. Like, what for? What? You don't know them.
We don't agree with him, and think, Willie, he has got in his head this God complex that he's going to cleanse YouTube of people who do not agree with law enforcement. So this is my theory, and
he's like a goddamn Scientologist.
No, and you know what, dude? The worst thing is he thinks that we're all, as he's put it, cop haters, and that's the exact opposite. Like, I have family. My literal biological father, my grandfather, and my uncle are all police officers, and were.
Exactly.
Part of the police, dude. That's why I do this. I don't come out against the police. I don't talk negative about the police. I have a blue and black. I'll show you.
Yeah.
American flag and a blue.
Plus, every time, somebody comes up with, a narrative that there's no facts behind, you say, well, I haven't seen that anywhere, so I can't go along with that. Every single time, dude, I'd listen to you. Like, you don't, you go with what is out there in the facts. And I don't know how, if that's a problem, then there's something wrong, because like, that's
what I'm saying, dude. That's exactly what I'm saying. And I didn't mean to interrupt you, Nelly, if I did.
No, sorry, Nelly.
Oh, not at all. No, I was just saying, we've got, I genuinely love Dinky till the cows come home, as we say in YouTube. But I know when it affects people. I think it's affected Dinky because
it has.
Yeah, but I tell you why, because he's
Well, there's strength in numbers. I'll say that's all I'm saying. So he better look out.
Dinky took this personal because Dinky truly cares about certain people out here and certain
not
people.
even
Yeah,
himself.
I know.
Oh, without it, he cares about the creators, us as people, and it personally offended him, and it personally affected him to the point where he had to leave for a while because he's such a good person. Okay,
And you know what? That pisses me off because I speak to Dinky we email back, at least 4 or 5 times every single day. So to hear you say that just makes my blood boil because, like, everything you're saying right now, you're 100% correct because he writes me paragraphs about how much he cares about, and how he enjoys everything. And, like, for somebody to attack him is, oh, man, it pisses me off, dude.
He wanted to stand up for me and Nelly and Jules and any other creators, and it's out of respect, and it pissed him off so bad and hurt him so bad that people came at us that way. He had to just walk away, literally.
Can we put Dinky's channel up just because he hasn't got enough subs?
Oh yeah, absolutely, guys. Please, if we can, let's drop Dinky's link. And real quick, it looks like SRB just dropped 10 memberships. 10 memberships, SRB. That's amazing. Thank you so much. And it looks like Walt Harris, Nevada Cops, Lucille, Jeremy, Nodak, Angel, Truth Seeker, Tabby Cat, Don't Die, 509, The Snooper, and Peppermint Tea were all have become meatballs again. Congrats, everybody, and thank you so very much, SRB. God bless. That is so amazing.
Meatballs.
Absolutely.
Hey guys, that's exactly what I wanted to say, was that Dinky he hasn't done this for himself. He has been on a crusade about this guy.
Yeah.
But it hasn't been for him. He is so passionate about you, Dago, me, Willie, Lana. He's just an absolute sweetheart. And I hope that he's...
Thank you, Nelly, so very much for that membership being gifted as well. To Angela. Congrats, Angela. And it looks like, damn.
Another one coming now. I just can't... It's weird.
Right.
They don't do 5.
Looks like William Hardy did it as well. 10 more memberships. Kate, Claire,
Look at that. 21 meatballs. New meatballs.
Wen BR Chalk Baby. And what the heck? Where'd it go? CZ. Yeah, membership if he doesn't have one. Krista. Corazon.
I think I got one.
I thought you had one.
One.
Thank you again. And then Nelly dropped another one. It's like Yoli got a membership as well.
I'm not coming. Listen, I can't do too many because...
No, please. Thank you so much, guys. We got 33.
I got to figure out how to connect my card to that. I don't know how to do any of that shit.
33 new members dropped at that point. Nevada Cops looks like she's been a member for 3 months. That's awesome. And Nelly gifted another one. That went to David Clayton. All right. Thank you so much, Miss Nelly.
Oh, you're so welcome.
And I think, and to be honest, I think that like the camaraderie that you bring, Dago, and how we all interact, I think that also plays a big part in his, like, I think he's just upset at that. He doesn't like that because himself can't have something like that,
He made a statement one time on one of his shows that really got me bad because he was like, he comes out here and he takes all this time to say hi to all of the subscribers when they come in and this and that. And he goes like, who gives a shit? Nobody wants for you to say hi to them. And I'm like, really? I know that there's people in here that if I don't do that, it's going to ruin their whole day. That they come in just for that reason.
Yeah, I saw what's his name? How Harsh, like he says, you're beautiful. I think that's what he says. He says like you're beautiful. So there's people there's multiple people that comment, thank you so much for saying that. I look forward to it every single day. So you're exactly correct.
I've always done that from the very beginning. And I say the same thing. I don't know who had it first or who did it first. It doesn't matter to me, but I call everybody in here the beautiful people. I always have. From day one, that's how I referred to everybody in here from the moment I started this. And one of the main reasons why I did what I did with my channel is because a lot of channels you go into, they don't necessarily do it on purpose. but they don't pay a lot of attention to their chat. I've always been, from day one, fully interactive with my chat because of that reason. Okay. I don't know how many channels I used to follow that I would say things the whole time I'm in the chat and never got recognized. I pay attention all the time to this, sometimes to a fault, but he says
like
that.
and that's something that like because I used to stream like for maybe like a year and a half, but it wasn't with YouTube. It was somewhere else. Not like not like sexual or anything. It was like, it was somewhere where you just talk. You kind of just talk, and people gift you, and they send you gifts and stuff like that. And then like you could bring people up, and mods are called bouncers instead of mods. And it was great. So I learned that I'm better at interacting when I'm like on like video or up on like a live like you rather than in chat, because I have I'll admit it, I'm bad at coming in and saying hi to every single person. Like I'll usually come in and then just like enter the enter the convo that's out there at the time. But I feel so I got to get better at saying hi to like everybody when I come in somewhere. I'm not good at that. I'm way better when I'm up like here and have my own like platform. You know what I'm saying?
I do absolutely understand. Absolutely. Wow, you guys are so giving. Like, hold on a minute. Let me see something here. 34 new members. That's insane. Thank you guys. What did she say?
Nothing.
What was what was the
What's up here for 10 minutes?
Hey, what I was doing.
No, it was called I think it combines like 4 or 5 different platforms like Scout and like Meet Me, all those other sites and shit, and then it combines them all to one area, and then everybody streams. So you could be on like 5 separate apps and all be streaming on like one, kind of like StreamYard, you know what I'm saying? So you could be on 5 different apps and then all join the same. It's all the same lives. I met a lot of people, and they were because I moved out to Arizona, so I didn't know anybody. So when I started streaming, there were other streamers in Arizona, and we would all meet up and go to the bars, and it was fun. You know what I mean? Like it was like you met these people in real life. It was a little different than YouTube. You actually met everybody in real life that that streamed around you. So it was pretty cool. But the drama that came with it, dude, is because it's Meet Me, you know what I mean? So there was a lot of females, and no offense to any females in here, but like there was a lot of females, and the drama I couldn't take it anymore, dude. Like I'm not saying I wasn't making a decent amount, and I would love the interaction, but I just couldn't do it was so much, dude. I couldn't do it. But it was fun. And and I enjoy, that's why I enjoy coming on panels and stuff. And everybody's like, oh, you're always on panel. Like, so what? Like I feel like you get better interaction when we're having conversation like this, and stuff resonates better with me,
I agree. You've always been good on panels as far as I've been around. So yeah.
Willie, have you signed up to my channel, by the way?
I asked you the name of it before, but I think I think we were all talking. What was the name? Could you put it in back chat?
Yeah, sure will. I'd love you to come up on my channel.
Sure, we can drop the link in here, Willie. Just click the link. Somebody dropped the link for hers, Beyond the Pale, and you can go ahead.
Well, when there's a link dropped in here, for some reason, I can't physically click on it while I'm up here.
Can I put it in private chat then?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. That's fine.
Okay. Thank you. I would love you to come on. Sorry.
What was that again?
I'm just I would love it if you perhaps join me on my panel sometime.
Absolutely.
By the way, I don't know what you're doing tonight, but I might be doing another one of those. Let's just hang out.
Oh boy.
I'd love that.
I gotta get some rest then.
UK, it's 11:10.
It is a Friday, and I have 2 extra talls in the fridge from like 2 weeks ago. So
you've had a good time every time we do it. So
yeah, man.
I love this community so much, but my problem is I put a notification up for Dinky's live last night at 10:30, and it got to like 10 o'clock. I was watching Dago and Dinky on Catch Up, and it was like amazing show. I loved it. And then I was like, oh, I've got to go to bed now. And I woke up and went, shit, I forgot bloody the live. And I'm a mod as well, but I just couldn't, I was just too old and tired. Oh, it's horrible. You know, in the UK, I've done it myself. I've scheduled a live for like 10:45 p.m. And before I know it, I'm going to bed at 4 a.m. in the morning. And it catches
What
up.
happens? That is what happens.
Yeah.
It does. I mean, listen, I did, was it last Friday? I think it was last Friday. I came in just for whatever, okay? And we did it, and Willie ended up in here, and I did it late. It was about 10 o'clock when hold on.
Did you say hold on?
I think so.
Okay, sorry about that. My son was talking to me. So, and I ended up going live. It was about 10 o'clock late, I think. And we were up here till 5 in the morning. That's the longest one I ran. Well, no, I ran one longer when I first started, but still. And it was a good time the whole time. I enjoyed it very much. So
yeah, seriously, it didn't even seem like it was that long, to be honest with you, dude.
I mean, we played music trivia, which if I do it tonight, we're going to do some other type of trivia. But we did that, looking at things and talking about things. And it was actually just a really good, let's just hang out and just do whatever type thing. You know, it's very enjoyable.
It seemed like a lot of people had fun, to be honest with you.
I still get comments about how much of a good time everybody had. So, yeah.
Oh, it's lovely.
Yeah, we have to redeem ourselves because chat kicked our ass, dude.
Mm-hmm. We'll be okay.
Arsehole, and it's the last thing I'll say, but this is the problem we've got, is jealousy.
Thanks for jumping in here today, hon. I appreciate you very much.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely believe that because before, I was told like, don't go here, don't go here, don't go there. And I'm like, don't tell me where to go.
Yeah. I mean,
don't you ever in your life tell me where to go on here. Because guess what? I'm going right to it, baby.
You got to make your own decisions on what you think. You can't listen to what everybody else says. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, we still don't know who Gina's uncle is, damn it.
So you're exactly right, Nelly. Jealousy is huge on here.
Jealousy, I think. It's very ignorant. I mean, like, I'm not coming out here trying to compete with anybody. I just come out here giving what I want to give to the people that I want to give it to. I mean,
Exactly.
there should be no competition. I'm not trying to compete with anybody. I'm not trying to be better than this one or that one. I just want to be me.
Yep.
That's it.
I am whatever I say I am.
And that's all.
Or no, actually, what does M say? He goes, I am whatever you say I am. So whatever people, assume about you, that's what they're gonna,
Facebook
if you don't agree with them.
I am what I am, then that's all that I am.
I am whatever you say I am. Yeah. M is, you like Eminem?
Oh my God, I do.
Dude, he's an animal, dude.
M and Tom McDonald, I love both of them.
Dude, M will say something that'll mean like 3 different things. And I'm like, what the you have to go back and listen to it 5 times to even catch stuff. And I'm like, I love that, dude.
I'll be right back.
Nelly, what do you got over there? Where are you from? You from the UK?
Hey guys, sorry, my little boy was like, he had cramp or something there. Sorry, Willie, what are you asking me?
Yeah, are you from the UK?
I'm from Wales.
Wales.
Catherine Zeta-Jones.
So what? I'm just curious. What kind of like music is popular around there? Like, what are the kids listening to?
No, I don't follow Welsh music at all. So you've got to remember that, in the UK, we all grew up with American TV. I'm 51 now.
Kill shot.
And, I grew up with Kojak, The Rockwood Files, Charlie's Angels.
So you guys don't have, do you guys have Bings over there in Wales? You guys, anybody carry a Bing or they got the
what?
What do they call it?
What do we do there? Carry a what?
Do they call them a Bing over there in Wales? A gun? A Bing?
Oh, God, no. God, no. No,
no guns?
We're part of the UK. We're allowed guns if you have a license and you go and shoot pigeons.
Yeah, but the UK, you can't. The UK, you can. People, it seemed. I thought everybody had. It's all about how big your dagger is. I forget what they call them. They call them like 5 different things in the UK. It's crazy. Because I listen to the rap UK music, and they're always talking about like how big their knives are, but they call like a knife like 5 different terms, but I forget what they are right now.
That's probably gang culture, because that's what's interesting. You get so little gun crime here. I mean, there's none really.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
the
good.
one. And you know what? Without being political, I tell you what, this is where I'm at. If I was in my bed at night, someone walked into my home, and I'm looking after my son, bloody hell, I want a gun. I'd do anything in my power to protect my child. So I get it. I'm not anti-guns.
Yeah.
However,
No, I hear it.
there are no gun crimes. There are no school shootings. You know, it's really rare. So it's really difficult. I completely understand. I tell you what, if someone entered my home and threatened me, I don't want to be. I don't want to be waving a steak knife around. Do you know what I mean? I get it. I get it.
No, I was just wondering because I learned about like this whole gang culture and stuff from there's like a 60. I don't know if they're like 60 years old or 70 years old, but these are like 2 old guys and they're rappers, and they're in my opinion they're amazing. And I don't know if they're from the UK or Scotland. I don't know where, but they're definitely from that area. And I'll get the name of them, but they are amazing. And they use all that terminology. So that's why I asked you. I didn't know what the terminology was over there. But like you said, it's probably gang terminology. But they're like I said, they're 67-year-old guys, but they're really good at like rapping and rhyming and stuff like that. And that's where I learned all this shit.
Well, I think where we're at in the UK is knife culture. You know, I'll be honest. I lived in London for 13 years, and I was more scared of walking past youths in London than I was adults, because I knew they had power in that group, and they most
I read somewhere not like you can't walk like this certain city in the UK where there's so many stabbings. It's like ridiculous. Like every day.
Yeah, exactly. So
And you can't. That's crazy.
You know, I'm not anti-guns at all. I get it, but my worry are these mass shootings in schools. You know, we don't get that in the UK.
Me too.
And you know, I watch my son go into school every day, and I think,
Right. There you go.
Please keep him safe, because you know that's what worries me. But you know, like I said earlier, you know, if I'm lying in bed at night and someone enters my home, well, how am I going to fare for myself? If I didn't have a gun. It's really.
Well, that's what I mean. Nobody needs a gun until they need one.
Yeah, exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. So I kind of get both ways. It's just it's a tough argument. It's a touchy subject, you know.
But I'm very my feet are on the ground. I'm very open-minded about it. I get both sides of the story. But you know, crime in the UK it's very rare it's a gun. So for me to come into a USA crime talk, you know, like a panel and try and relate to the US, who, you know, guns are a different story. I have got to adjust, you know, I have got to.
Well, I mean, what you should look at, just like what I looked at, is how other countries acted during and I'm not getting political here, during the pandemic, because there were a couple countries that started building camps for people that had COVID, and all those countries that were doing that took the guns away from their civilians. And we wouldn't stand for that shit here. You start making camps and telling us, you know, we got to go here and leave. Nah, we're like, we'll load up. So I saw Canada take the guns away from their civilians. Boom. They were talking about doing that. Australia, you know, all these countries that they don't have guns. So that's what's good, because that's what I believe the Second Amendment is for, is to rise up against tyranny. to where if the government were to say, hey, listen, you guys are, and declare martial law and tell us we're not going anywhere, we can't do this, that's what guns are for. Is that right, Dago?
I mean, when
Isn't that what
in
it states?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That part. Yeah, you're right about that. Sorry. That's the whole thing about, if you're basically in layman's terms, if your government becomes to be a problem and they try to overtake the whole thing, that's what you're supposed to do, the whole tyranny thing. That's what it's supposed to be based about. But
yeah,
I feel like that's been a problem for a long time as it is. Okay. I feel like our government has always kind of done what they've wanted to do, but they've never taken it beyond that point.
Yeah.
Because of the way that we are here. Okay. Now, other countries, yes, they have. I'm not saying that they falter to the government. I'm just saying that it's a lot stricter in other countries than it is here. I'll just put it that way. A lot.
Absolutely.
In some ways, that's a problem. So
and also like committing a crime, like like in other countries, they'll chop your arm off because that's what they believe in. You know what I mean? Like, and us here are like, that's inhumane. Like, no, that's how they teach everybody a lesson in that town to not do that again. Here, we give people that touch a child 5 years probation. And I've seen it so many times, dude.
You're right. Some of those laws should be brought over here because I think that anybody that touches a child, you should be punished the same damn way or worse.
I'll do it. Listen, if they ever had something like that, I'd be the first to sign up, and I would sleep like a baby every single night. I don't care if I had to go in there with a bat. Give me whatever you want. Just tell me what they did, and if it has anything to do with a child, I'll sleep like a baby.
I think a man that SAs children or a woman, take them, put them out on the block, and whack it off. That's all I'm saying, guys. At that point,
exactly.
I wholeheartedly feel that way. I think we need to go back to public hangings like it used to be. I mean, it's just things that's too expensive. They spend too much money on it now. It's not worth it. You want to do this, then you do this.
Well, let me tell you.
We went from public hangings to there's people that are on death row until they die.
That's why I'm here. I'm telling you, one of my best friends was murdered when I was 12 years old. And the guy that did it, I'm 49 years old, is still sitting on death row. And we paid for him to sit there and live a wonderful life.
Is that a wonderful life?
It's bullshit to me. 3 meals a day, a roof over his head. He gets to watch TV. Are you kidding me? Come on. No.
Okay. I think the death penalty is a tricky conversation, very tricky, because so many have been wrongfully convicted, and that worries me.
So I agree with that. I do agree with that.
Well, I'd have to look at what they got. Obviously, I want to look at everything. Like I have to investigate it myself, and then if I feel like I could do it, I'll say, all right, put him in the room.
I do agree that there should be certain types of punishment that should relate to the crime. Okay.
Yeah.
But I also do feel at the same time that sometimes, like over in third world countries and stuff like that, like it used to be where if you got caught stealing, they cut your hands off. That's a bit dramatic to me. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Because
they cut the hand off that you put it in your pocket with. I mean, they cut at least one hand off.
Yeah, some people steal to feed themselves that are starving or to feed their family or something like that. And there's different circumstances in certain things that I'm a little bit off with, but in a lot of ways, I do agree with certain things. Like I said, if you're going to sexually assault somebody or a child, I think you should be punished.
Yeah.
At this period. So
I will say though, the UK has it seems like we're a lot more harsher on murders than the UK as far as like punishment goes. They get like 20, 30 years sometimes.
Are you really? I'm UK.
What's going on?
What is going on? Now, I don't want to turn this. We have touched on it. I don't want to really go into the death penalty. I'm really anti that. However,
okay. But at least give them life, like.
Yeah. No, but I tell you what, Cara Canodal said something that I fully respected. How do we teach to not take a life by taking a life? And that's where I'm at. And I tell you why I'm at that is because when I was really young, I watched a documentary on a young black guy who got sentenced to death, and then it turned out he was innocent, and it broke my heart.
I agree.
I
agree.
really struggle with it. I'm sorry. I'm not saying it's wrong. I tell you what, I look at bloody Daybell and all those wankers and I go, oh, I'd kill her myself.
Yeah, right. That's where I said it.
I'm not anti, but I tell you where my fear comes from is law
Circumstantial.
enforcement, prosecutions, the government, bent cops, all of that. How many people would have been wrongfully killed?
Well, exactly, and that's exactly how many cases have not been brought to light, like Idaho and all these. You're exactly correct.
So I'm scared of it. Let me put it like that. I'm not anti it. I'm scared of it because I don't.
I can 100% agree with that.
I don't trust what sends people there. So
Yeah.
I'd rather it not.
But I'm saying like a Jeffrey Dahmer, like when they go in and there's people in the fridge, like is that good enough? You know what I'm saying?
Listen,
That's
really,
bad. Yeah.
let me tell you something. This is a question I'd love to ask your chat and Dago and you. Let's look at the serial killers in the world, right? Is there any serial killer that kind of makes you sympathize with them? Let me ask you, because I think I'm doing a new course in January, which is counseling and hopefully criminal psychology. And I want to ask, because every crime I see brings up a different emotion in me. So I either bloody hate the effers, and I'm like, you evil C-word. I'd kill you myself if I could. Or there's some, they're very minute, that make me think I'd like to know your psychology because I don't think you're evil.
And that's why I always said there's some serial killers where I believe maybe we shouldn't kill them. We should study them.
Yeah.
Because if you study them, then maybe you could prevent, further, maybe something else happens in the future that you could solve something faster because you remember how they brought who'd they bring in, Dago, to catch the Green River, to help them catch the Green River guy?
Oh, they didn't they go to Bundy for that?
Yeah. So, like instead of keeping these guys in a hole and then, killing them, why not study their ass and like you said, get into their mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think they should lock them away forever and use them as a tool to prevent future crimes from these people. I agree. I absolutely agree.
I agree with Vix. To kill is evil. Absolutely. However, I hope I explain myself the right way. So I have studied quite a lot of serial killers, and there's two that kind of I get this pang of sympathy for them.
I'll tell you right now, I think that, and don't hate me for saying this.
I'm here.
I think that Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah.
I think Jeffrey Dahmer was probably one of the most misunderstood.
Thank you.
Mentally and emotionally.
Yeah.
And I think that Jeffrey knew what was within him was wrong and didn't want that to be what he was. Okay.
Yeah.
If he would have been given the ability to not be that person, I think he would have not been that person. I'm sorry. That's my opinion. Okay.
No, I definitely think he was molded. He was definitely molded. Yeah. I see what you're saying.
I don't think he was molded. I think he was lonely. I think.
Yeah, that was a big one. He was lonely for one, and he didn't understand his sexuality at some point in his life. First of all.
Yeah.
Two, he was confused within himself. Okay, that's another big problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was a different time. I see what you're saying, because that was a different time where if he was around today, maybe he would, he would be more open to.
A whole lot different. You're right. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. I can agree with. Yeah, I can agree with that.
He also had a bit of a strange childhood. His parents were a little bit different. Okay. As his with the way he was brought up. If you read or watched any of that, I don't think that he was. I think he could have been saved. I'll put it that way. Let me put it that way. Okay. And that I agree with Firefly. That brain is the brain that they should be studying.
Well, then he got murdered in prison.
See what I'm saying?
Too late now, but
yeah, but that's my point. Okay, I don't know what I'm. Like I said, I'm 51. When I was young, I didn't really know I had a choice of what field I really wanted to discover. And now I'm a little bit old to say I want to do criminal psychology, so I want to start a counseling course. I would love to sit with these people and learn more. And that is a big part of me wanting to study true crime on YouTube. So all these serial killers that I've watched and studied and looked at, and as we all have as part of this community.
Now, like, to bounce off what I said, you're right. Exactly. I agree with you. And I'm sorry I interrupted you. Listen, I interrupt all the time because I am chronic ADHD.
I have ADHD too, Dago, actually.
If I don't say what I'm thinking, I forget it, as you've seen. So that's why I do that all the time.
I don't.
Sorry. Now,
I definitely do.
I said Richard Ramirez. That, to me, that's evil. That is pure and unadulterated evil, and that cannot be saved.
Right, Dago, please.
But I mean, as the devil's advocate here, he did chop people up and eat them and stuff.
No, it's the psychology, Willie.
I get it, but it's still it's hard,
Dude,
Dago is actually speaking what I wanted to say. If I study, I do study. I think all of us study serial killers. There's two that actually I sympathize with them, and then I think, oh my God, I must be an absolute weirdo to sympathize.
No, not at all.
People, and Dago is saying it how I feel. So the most evil ones I can't bear to look at is Richard Ramirez. I think he's evil personified. There's nothing in my soul.
Evil incarnate. Yes.
What did he do?
Everything and anything. He was insane.
I don't remember. I've only been in the. I don't know.
Oh, Willie, Google the Night Stalker, Richard Ramirez. The way.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, he's so evil. There's
The Night Stalker.
That group thought he was the devil, and I believe he was.
Same. So these are the two serial killers that can almost bring me to tears, and Dharma is one, and Eileen Wuornos is the other.
Yep, amen. Me too, because I think that Eileen Wuornos, the monster, the movie Monster.
No, Nelly, is there like a documentary or something you could find
Oh my God, there's
that I could watch or something?
I covered it, Willie. She was the movie Monster came out with Charlize Theron.
Yeah.
I'm so pissed. I don't know.
She was a prostitute that was a serial killer.
And do you know what? I sobbed for her. I sobbed.
How many people is she?
Quite a few.
Quite a few men, but she was so angry. She had a.
It's on Netflix. Okay.
She almost not given a choice, okay, because of the circumstances of her life. And Dakota, real quick, I think both, in my opinion. I think it goes both. Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with you, Nelly. She had no choice in her life, in some senses, but to do what she did. In a lot of senses, it was for protection and to survive.
It was completely wrong, but she was so angry, and
Yes.
I understood. Now, I'm not saying what she was.
Yeah, she went through it all.
Life let her down. No matter which way she turned.
Every direction she turned, yes.
Shit card, and she just bloody took it. She was angry.
Every time she tried to fix it or picked up to move on, it was a slap in the face again.
Yeah, and she tried to get a job, and she was when you think society didn't help her
at all.
So it's kind of like the Joker movie, the new one with Joaquin. It's kind of like what you're describing.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, yes.
Of course, it's not an excuse, Vix, but I understood. I ended up crying for her because I thought it didn't have to be like that. I don't know. And Dharma was horrific. I mean, there's nothing that excuses what he did.
Not at all. Not at all.
I saw this really lonely guy
whose dad let him do some creepy ass stuff in his shed.
There's nothing that excuses what he did.
You know, like I mean, if my dad ever seen that one time, he'd be like, "Yo, cut that shit out," and he'd wrap it up. You know, he let him.
That was a lot right there. He didn't have the parental guidance was definitely not in like the way it should have been. Okay, and
absolutely not.
You see these things early on in your child, then you've got to go, okay, we need to go look into this then before it becomes a problem. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, that's my opinion.
My only thing is, listen, guys, I am not condoning anything they did at all, and they deserve punishment. Please don't get me wrong on that. But when I watched Dharma and Eileen Wuornos, there was part of my heart that went, Jesus Christ, excuse my, that wasn't meant to be religious. But my point is,
it's okay.
You know what I mean? I'm like, they could have been helped. I do think, I mean, Dharma admits the reason he kept these parts was because he did not want them to leave him. Yep. He was so bloody lonely. He didn't want them to leave him. Now, that is a massive mental health issue. I'm aware of that. I'm not saying, oh my God, I really relate to this guy, poor thing. I don't mean that. I just mean that there was a really major part of his soul that so badly needed company that he resorted to that. And that makes me sad.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, guy. I mean, I agree wholeheartedly. We should talk about this tonight when I come back out here tonight. This is a good topic to talk about. I agree with that. But at this point, guys, I just realized something. I do need to bring this to a close. I've been going.
I'm gonna hop down.
And I won't be able to come back because it'll be the middle of the night, and I mean.
Well, maybe you can at least watch tomorrow.
I'm sorry.
Or take a nap and then pop up for a little bit.
You guys might see me tomorrow too, because I've been catching up on some stuff that I got behind on, and I did miss yesterday, so maybe I'll get an extra day in tomorrow. Okay, and we can do what we do. So first off, Nelly, thank you so much for being here today. I always enjoy you.
Absolutely.
And really, always. Yeah. Guys, if we can drop Nelly's link one more time, guys. If you haven't checked out her channel yet, Beyond the Pale, it's a very, very great channel. Nelly's an amazing creator. I love everything you put out there.
Thank you. I'm a bit behind. I'm sorry. I have had school plays, school trips, illness, and I took my boy away for a skating and Christmas thing. I am so behind on my channel. I just want to say sorry, guys. I can't wait to be back on it. But yeah, I'm there. Thank you for having me, Dago.
Always. God bless, Nelly. Have a wonderful.
Bye, Nelly. See you, Dago, man.
Yeah,
see you, Chad.
Maybe I'll see you later, bud.
All right, man. Everybody have a good night.
All right.
See you guys later.
Take care. All right, everybody. Great show today. I want to say thank you guys so very much for everything. You guys are amazing. Everybody that was on panel today. Once again, all the creators that stopped by just to say hi, thank you so very much. I appreciate you guys so very much. Anybody that has donated to the channel today to support in that effect, I appreciate you guys so very much. God bless from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so very much. You are appreciated. It was a great conversation today, guys. Everybody was respectable. I appreciate that more than you know. Guys, don't do me a huge favor, guys. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, and don't change anything about yourselves because you guys are the beautiful people. Now, I will say this. I will be here later on, guys, so look for me if you will. Have a great one. Bye-bye, everybody. On that note, like I said, all the beautiful people. Thank you guys so much for being you. See you soon.